Good morning and welcome to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy here in South Trinidad for continued commentary of the Round 7 match in the West Indies Championship between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados. My name is Vidya Ramphal signing on for the 360 Cricket 360 team, and thank you so much for joining us once again. Here's the situation in the match as the two Barbadian batsmen walk out at the time. It's 2:54 for 9. CWI, in fact, stream. Old habits die hard, don't they? 2:54 for 9. Holder is yet to score, and Jomel Warrican is out there on 8. Holder, in fact, did not get on the field yesterday because there was the dismissal very late in the day of Harding, LBW to Phillip for 8, and that completed a 5-wicket haul for the youngster, and what a return for him. He came back in the last game, took 4 wickets, and now he has a 5-fer in only his second game for the season. What a return from injury, and what a way to mark his return indeed. So Barbados, they got to 2:54, and that means they were leading Trinidad and Tobago by 15 runs on first innings with just the 1 wicket standing. Here's the situation in the match. Trinidad and Tobago 239 all out, 77 for Joshua De Silva. Holder, that's Shamar Holder, 4 for 66. Barbados Pride are 2:54 for 9. 96 from Shane Dowrich, 81 from Ashley Nurse, and as I mentioned, 5 wickets for Phillip. 5 for 58 in his 18 overs, and he still has a ball remaining and almost cleaned up with that one. Good delivery there as he starts off the day. So it's the start of day's play, and if you're wondering why we're starting just around 9:30, that is because during the first day's play there was about 63 overs only bowled, and there was a loss of time as a result of 4 rain interruptions. Yesterday, no rain interruptions at all, and by the evidence of today, the hot sunshine and the bright sunshine here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, I don't see any interruptions coming up today. Here is Anderson Phillip is running in now, and the next delivery is the batsman Holder is just playing forward to, and just squeezing it out in front of him. Imran Khan will do the fielding from short mid-wicket. The field for Holder includes a slip and a gully. There is a backward point, a cover point, short extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, and that short mid-wicket. There is a long leg in place also for Shamar Holder because there's no one out on the leg side behind Imran Khan. They've just pushed him a little bit wider from fine leg to sort of cover if the ball is pounded in short and pulled away by Holder. Here is Phillip, and a nice looking defensive stroke here by Holder, and he plays it out in front of him, and that is the end of the over. So the over ended with yesterday the day's play ended after 3 balls bowled, so he has now completed his over. Anderson Phillip, his figures now: 18 overs, 5 for 58 with some 3 maidens in there. Very good economy rate of 3.22. Now, who will they bring in from the northern end? Uthman Mohammed has been given the ball. He took 1 wicket yesterday, and that was of Stout. Bowled them all over the place for 2. And what a day's play it was yesterday. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force resuming at 192 for 5. 47 runs, in fact, they added, and Barbados with a very disciplined bowling performance. Harding bowled very well without taking a wicket. Stout also bowled well and took 3 for 30 yesterday. Warrican was not employed. Mayers also had an over at 2. When Trinidad and Tobago took the field, Barbados were in all sorts of trouble at 73 for 6. TNT just cleaved through the top order, mainly through the efforts of Phillip and, of course, Charles, the only spinner to take a wicket in the match. That's significant. But then there was that 159-run partnership between Nurse and Dowrich. Nurse eventually going for 81 and 96 for Dowrich. And yesterday, the next 3 wickets went for just 22 runs. So TNT will be hoping to knock over Barbados early today. And after they do that, they'll be hoping at least to bat for the entire day today, the rest of the day today, and set Barbados something of a total here, which they can possibly knock over the Barbadians tomorrow. Next delivery is driven, and that comes off the bat. That's going to run away close to the boundary here as the fieldsman's after it. Just pulls it in as before it got over the rope. Did he? In fact, he didn't. Akil Hussein has failed to pull it in, and that has run away for 4. So a boundary for Barbados as we started the day's plays. The first one of the day, 258 for 9. And that is Jomel Warrican coming off his bat. Uppish tried to drive it through cover. It went off the bat and through the gully region and down to the boundary for 4. The problem was for Akil Hussein is that the ball was close to his right hand. He's very much left-handed and just couldn't pull it in. One slip in the gully in place for Uthman Mohammed. There's also that short extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, a short mid-wicket. And there's a deep mid-wicket in place, fine leg, and a deep third man. The next one is driven straight back to Mohammed, and there is no run. So just want to correct something that was said yesterday, and I think my colleague Ronnie would have gotten it right. I didn't quite say it correctly. No, it wasn't the catch, Ronnie. Yeah, the correct stat, I think I would have mentioned that Barbados have won 4 out of their last 5 games. That is incorrect. As we watch the next delivery, a big wild swipe here by Warrican, and there's no run. It's taken by De Silva. Barbados actually won 4 of their first 5 games, is what I really meant to say, and their 6th game, which is the start of the second round, they trounced the Windward Islands. They had actually lost to the Windward Islands in the first game, and they trounced them when they met the second time round to exact some revenge. So 5 victories in a row for Barbados in this competition. So that is the stat corrected there. If we watch Uthman Mohammed, next delivery on the line of off stump played out to cover. So it happens now and again. And thanks to all those viewers on the live stream who would have written in to write about that. And also thanks to Andrew Mason who contacted us about that. So it's always good to know that we have those eagle-eyed and eagle-eared listeners and viewers here to make sure that everything goes well. 258 for 9, Warrican 12, Holder 0. Here's the next delivery, and Warrican is pulling this one away, and it drops between the mid-wicket and the deep square leg, and he picks up 1. Anderson Phillip comes off the boundary to send his return in to Joshua De Silva. So one more run here for Warrican. He's on to 13, and he's had some good scores for the season already. He's no mug with a bat, certainly. And that will bring Holder back on strike. Now, Warrican looks like he can wield the willow a little bit. Holder looks like he has a few defensive shots in him, and I think that Uthman Mohammed will be fancying his chances of getting his second wicket here. Next delivery outside the off stump, and Holder just drops the bat and allows it to run through to De Silva. That is the end of the over, and at the end of it, 259 for 9. Warrican 13, he'll be back on strike, and Holder is yet to score. Just to run through the card yesterday for Barbados, it's Braffett, LBW Phillip 13, Mosley, bowled Charles 21, Brooks bowled Phillip 0, Graves, LBW Phillip 4, Dowrich bowled Phillip 96, Kyle Mayers run out 11, Stout bowled Mohammed 2, Nurse bowled Can 81, and Harding LBW Phillip for 8. 19 wickets falling in 2 days, and out of those 19 wickets, 1 falling to a spinner. That was the wicket falling to Charles. 1 was a run out, so 17 wickets were either bowled or LBW in this match so far, which is significant. Just tells you about the quality of the pitch, and it does tell you about the strategy the bowlers have employed. Next delivery is pushed through mid-wicket by Warrican, and he picks up a single. 260 now, it should be for 9, and this will give Anderson Phillip the opportunity to take his 6th wicket here, as I'm sure he'll be fancying his chances against the number 11 for Barbados, that is Shamar Holder. So 5 wickets for Phillip, and I'm sure that he'll be very happy with that. Missed out on a large part of the season and came back in only for the last game, and has already started to make his mark here. Here's Anderson Phillip from the southern end over the wicket, and Holder is on driving. He could be caught here. He is caught. That is 6 wickets for Anderson Phillip, and Barbados Pride have been bowled out for 260 here. 260 all out. Barbados Pride and they have been bowled out with a lead of 21. So Trinidad and Tobago have done the job here. They've gotten Barbados Pride out for the addition of only 10 runs this morning. So good performance from TNT. They've done exactly what the coach would have wanted. But for Barbados Pride, let's see how they will come out here. Shamar Holder, who will put down the bat, take off the pads, and pick up the new ball. He will be certainly a handful here, as he's quite fresh for the morning's play. Warwican remains not out on 14. Holder is yet to score. Did not score at all. Barbados Pride 260 all out. So let's run through the scorecard for the Barbados team. Braffett, LBW Phillip 13. Mosley bowled Brian Charles 21. Brooks bowled Phillip for 4. Dowridge bowled Phillip 96. Kyle Mears run out 11. Stout bowled Mohammed 2. Nurse bowled Can 81. Warwican not out 14. Harding LBW Phillip 8. And Holder caught of Phillip without scoring. So 260 all out. 6 wickets for Phillip and 1 for Charles. Also coming in with a wicket there is Mohammed, the other wicket to fall by a run-out route. So wickets falling at 16, 22, 36, 42, 71, 73, 232, 246, 254, and eventually at 60. So after the dismissal of Ashley Nurse, the last 4 wickets going down for 28 runs. So good fight back here for Trinidad and Tobago in the end. So we'll return with some more commentary on the start of the Barbados second innings in just about 8 minutes time. So stay tuned to the stream here on Cricket West Indies. Welcome back to coverage. It's Trinidad and Tobago Barbados, and it is round 7 of the West Indies Championship here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. TNT versus Barbados. Here's the match situation. Barbados have been bowled on to 260, 20 runs ahead of Trinidad and Tobago on first innings. So nice little tidy lead here. Certainly they would have been hoping for 60 to 100, but very good performance for TNT to knock off the last 4 wickets for 28 runs after that monumental 159-run partnership between Dowrich and Nurse. Monumental in the context of the game, not in its overall size. There have been some much larger partnerships, but in the context of this game, it is easily the largest partnership of the innings. So TNT will now be batting for the second time in this game, just to give you an idea of how they went in the first innings. 239 all out. Hope bowled by Myers for 40. Hope was LBW to Myers for 40. Cooper bowled Myers 16. Raja bowled Holder 33. Mohammed bowled Myers first ball without scoring. De Silva bowled Stout 77. Gully bowled Holder 7. Khan bowled Stout 23. Hussein LBW Holder 9. Brian Charles caught Graves bowled Stout for 1. Mohammed not out 21. Philip caught Mosley bowled Holder for 2. So that's how it went earlier. And the figures in the innings just completed. Let's give you that. Anderson Phillip, 18.2 overs, 4 maidens, 6 for 55. Uthman Mohammed, 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 66. Brian Charles, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26. Akil Hussein, 13 overs, 3 maidens, none for 52. Imran Khan, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 48. So, very little variation between the TNT and Barbados innings. And TNT, all of the just 2 catches to speak about. The rest of the dismissals were bowled and LBW. And all of the wickets going to the seamers in the Barbados bowling time. Now for TNT, 2 wickets going to the spinners, 1 to Charles and 1 to Imran Khan. The rest going to the seamers. And of course there was that 1 run out. So once again the seamers dominating here. And as you would expect, Trinidad and Tobago will be starting with Barbados, in fact, will be starting with the seam once again. And it is Shamar Holder who was out just a few minutes ago. He will now be bowling first here. And he'll be bowling to a fellow Barbadian, Kyle Hope, who has returned to the side and returned with a very promising 40 in the first innings. And Kyle Hope will be hoping to do that a little bit more in the second innings for his team. And the strategy here for TNT is pretty clear. They need to bat at least the first day and set Barbados a target tomorrow if they can do that and perhaps try to force a victory. But the immediate thing is to make sure that Barbados cannot win this game. They really have to attempt to bat Barbados out of it. So a minimum of 94 overs remaining in the day's play, we're told. And that is 94 overs for the day. So here's Shamar Holder hoping to bowl one of them pretty quickly, and here he is into Hope. That one is going through the slips for 4. Well, what a start here. That one pitched outside the off stump. Hope gave up on trying to cut at it. I don't think that touched the bat in any way, and in fact it's gone between first and second slip. Dowrich dived across. The 2 slips looked absolutely bemused, and that went between first and second slip down to the boundary for 4. If you are a batsman, that is the type of delivery that's going to strike fear in your hearts, because all the entire sense of predictability of the bounce in the pitch has just been shattered by that. Here is Holder now, is bowling to Hope, and this one's down the leg side. It's taken by Dowrich. Yeah, that just pitched, and it just took off on a completely different angle. I mean, I'm not sure about angles, but I tell you what, given the line of the delivery, that had to be about a 45-degree move away from the line. And Ashley Nurse is still talking about it, and he and the first slip, Shamar Brooks, just still wondering, well, where did that come from? 3 slips in place here. And here's Holder. It's a no ball. Strikes him on the pad. That could have been LBW, but it is a no ball. and it has been ruled out. So that looked pretty good to me. But it has been penciled out here by a no ball by Shamar Holder. So Holder was immediately up with the appeal, but then he heard the umpire's call, saw the arm outstretched, and what could have been the first wicket here for Barbados Pride has been chalked off to a no ball here. So immediately, two big talking points in this first over already from Shamar Holder, who is in once again. Past umpire Tuckett and into Hope, who's flicking this one straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Three slips and a backward point in place. There's also a short extra cover, mid-on, mid-off. There's a mid-wicket in place, and there's also a deep fine leg in Harding, who I would suspect is the man coming in next to ball. Shamar Holder, not the tallest fast bowler we've ever seen out of Barbados. There have been some tall ones. Joel Garner does come to mind, and there was a guy they called Little Bird, Milton Small. Next delivery is played back to Shamar Holder, and there is no run. The umpire just having a quick word with the bowler, just signaling across to his opposite number, Danish Ramdani, who's from Trinidad and Tobago. Carl Tuckett is from St. Kitts and Nevis. And Shamar Holder is back at the top of his mark. Had some success in the first innings. Holder taking 4 for 66. Here he is into Hope. And Hope is flicking this one straight to mid-wicket, who doesn't field cleanly, but manages to pick it up on the second attempt. And Holder immediately signaling his bat, just sort of waving his bat at the slip cordon. I'm not sure if one of his fellow countrymen, Barbadians, have been having a quick word with him there. It's always an interesting situation with the franchise cricket to find players of the same country playing for opposite teams. And I'm sure they have a quick reminder of why you're not playing for our team. Next one is, he's chopped that down, and it's gone straight to second slip. Kyle Hope, that one kept low, and what a first over this has been. A lot of talking points here. At the end of it, Kyle Hope is yet to score. Cooper is yet to score. He'll be facing the first ball of the next over. TNT Red Force are 5 without loss. And just as we get ready to see the opening bowler on the second side, which it looks like Mayers, not Harding, will be starting here. And Mayers bowled very well in the first innings, took 3 for 39 in his 16 overs with 5 maidens. Looks like he's going to take the new ball in place of Keon Harding here. Very interesting decision by Barbados Pride, but not altogether unexpected given the performance of Mayers in the first innings on the first day, in fact, when he took 3 wickets in 5 balls against the Trinidad and Tobago team. In fact, he would have dismissed Hope, he dismissed Cooper, and he also dismissed Jason Mohammed in a very quick time here for Barbados Pride. So they've good decision here by Craig Braffett. Let's hope it bears fruit for the Barbados Pride, as he has brought in his trump card here. Mayers, top scorer in the competition for Barbados, and taking his first 3 wickets of the season. Very impressive on the first day of this match. Here he is in now, first ball of the second innings. He ambles in past umpire Ramdani, outside the off stump and taken by Dorridge. And that is the sort of line that he would want, maybe a little bit closer to the off stump or on the line of the off stump for these batsmen. Cooper just doing a little bit of warm up here, just getting the feet moving. Very important that batsmen observe the basics of batsmanship. You get in there, get your eyes in, get accustomed to the pace and bounce of the pitch, and get those feet moving. Very, very important. Here is Mayers now into Cooper, forward to it, plays it out to cover, and there's no run. 2 slips and a gully in place for Cooper. There's a point, cover point in fact, and an extra cover, short mid-wicket. And Warrican, who was stationed at square leg, has now been moved, I believe, to third slip. He's now moving across to Dorridge, has a quick word with Dorridge. Well, and now he's going back to square leg. So I think it was just he wanted to impart some advice. Perhaps he had some thoughts on modifications of some theorem that he has shared with Dorridge previously. Down the leg side from Mayers, and well taken by Dorridge just in front of his left ankle. There's also a fine leg in place, and that is the only fielder outside of the immediate cordon. Spectators have come in. It's a bright and sunny day here in Tarouba, South Trinidad. The flags of Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago swaying in the wind away to our left as Mayers is in to bowl to Cooper. Outside the off stump allows it to go through to Dowridge. And a little bit of pressure here on Cooper. 16 in his first innings before he was bowled by Mayers. Got one that came back in viciously. Didn't read it well and it clipped the off stump. Mayers not operating with the same level of pace that we would have seen in the first innings, but he comes in again now. He's bowling to Cooper. That one comes back into Cooper, who's guiding it past the gully and down to the boundary for 4. It's hitting the third man boundary rope now, and that is Cooper off the mark on 4. TNT Red Force on 9 without loss, and Cooper is the first to get runs off the bat here. He has 4. Just going back to that first over that we would have seen from Shamar Holder. One ball dropping outside the off stump and then spitting, I make it 45 degrees off its line, going between first slip and second slip, and the despairing dive by Dorridge to the boundary for 4. Another one pitching outside the off stump, keeping low as we watch Mayers. One that comes in nicely into the off stump, and the batsman is playing a good defensive shot, and there is no run. The over comes to an end at the end of the second over of TNT's second innings. 9 without loss. A lead here of 21. So TNT still in the arrears here. It's only a matter of time that they will surpass that. Craig Braffett just walking down to have a quick talk with umpire Ramdani. Actually, that was Shamar Brooks. And Brooks didn't get off the mark in the first innings. He'll hope to do better in the second innings. And a batsman who recorded his first 100 in Test cricket last year against Afghanistan in that inaugural test against the Afghanistanis. Here's Shamar Holder now on his way from the southern end past umpire Tuckett, and Hope is playing this one to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Graves comes in very quickly and does the fielding. Just a correction, that was Mayers there. I was so accustomed to seeing opening bowlers down at fine leg, but Mayers has elected to stay inside of the circle. Good fielder, very good cricketer, and given his scores this year, you would expect that Mayers will be knocking on the door of the West Indies team pretty soon. As is this man with the ball, Shamar Holder, who has made it to a West Indies A team already and has been very impressive. Here he is over the wicket, and Hope is playing this one past him, but can't beat mid-off, and there is no run. Craig Braffett has stationed himself at mid-off, and Dorridge just moves down to take the ball directly to Braffett. And a quick word of advice there for Braffett. Maybe he spotted something that he wants to remind his captain of. Always good that captains can leave leave things open for players to make their suggestions. Doesn't appear to be the dictatorial type, Craig Braffett. Down the leg side, flicked away, and that's going to go for 4. Just behind square. It was on the line of the leg stump, and a poorly line delivery here by Shamar Holder, and Hope just flicked it off the pads, and it was in the air for some time, but safely away from the fielder, bouncing twice before going into the boundary for 4. So that is Hope off the mark. So Hope is off the mark. We also have Cooper off the mark, and it's Trinidad and Tobago here trying to create a score which would which would, they hope, take them to victory into this one and end that run of 5 victories for Barbados here. Holder has his own plans as he's running in, hoping to add to his 4 wickets for the game already. He's into Hope, and Hope is hurried into a defensive shot and plays it out to that mid-off position, and there is no run. Applause comes from the slip cordon, none from the spectators, who are all in support of Trinidad and Tobago. Very few Barbadian fans around here, as you would expect in South Trinidad, maybe 1 or 2. But the spectators firmly behind TNT. First 2 days, the stadium was populated by a lot of school children. Of course, it's Saturday today, so none of them here as we watch the next delivery to Hope from Holder. Plays it out to mid-off, and once again, there's no run. And all of the shots, except for that one that went to the boundary from Hope, have gone to mid-off. And once he's getting it offline here, Hope has been very well capable of putting it away. Lost his place in the side after the first match of the series. Some were a little bit surprised by that. He did have a poor run of form, to be fair, but you would have thought maybe he would have been given 1 or 2 matches before he lost his place. Here's Shamar Holder into Hope. Forward to it, out to mid-off once again, and there is no run. But credit to Hope. He's gone back to club cricket here in Trinidad, made some runs for First Citizens Clark Road, and has found himself back into the lineup. Over comes to an end. At the end of Holder's second over, it is none for 13. Trinidad and Tobago 13 without loss. Hope on 4, Cooper on 4, and it'll bring Kyle Mayers back on the ball here. And a good time to... I know that Ronnie Bikram Das will be coming in, but after the over, he's doing all his technical work here. Are you ready to come in, Ronnie? Ronnie will come in after the over. He's just having a sip on his cappuccino. I think that's part of his ritual. Yes, it's his cappuccino just before he comes in. He gets himself ready for it. Here's Mayers. Oh, that's a good delivery outside the off stump. That's the type of delivery that had Cooper in a lot of problems there. Just outside the off stump, the ball moving in even further. Cooper played at it, missed it. It's taken by Dorridge. That is the sort of line that brought Mayers those 3 wickets in the first spell. And certainly all of the wickets that fell for Barbados in that TNT innings would have happened in a similar way, attacking the stumps in this Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Here's Mayers in, past the umpire, a little bit wide of the crease, and a fuller delivery that is hit brilliantly by Cooper. True extra cover for 4. Lovely sound coming off the bat, and what a lovely flow off the bat there, smashing that one through the extra cover region for a boundary. Pitched up by Mayers, just trying to get a little bit more swing out of it, and a slower delivery. But Cooper was equal to it, and that should give the young man a lot of confidence here. Only last year he was playing schoolboy cricket, so he's out of it now, and here he is in the big leagues. And how Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping that he can make his mark on this Trinidad and Tobago team. Here's a delivery that's on the line of the stumps. He's turning it behind square where it's fielded, and there is no run. So we mentioned yesterday it was the birthday of Kieran Powell, and I believe it's a very special birthday today. Just tell you a little bit about that. But right now there's also a match in progress as India Legends against West Indies Legends, which is taking place in Mumbai. As we watch the next delivery from Mayers down the leg side is an appeal for a catch at the wicket here. The bowler wasn't interested, and it has gone. It is gone away here. Down the leg side, taken by Mayers, and it's Mayers will continue now. He's back at the top of his mark. Red for 17 without loss, 4 for Hope, and 8 for Cooper. Partnership of 17, as you would detect. Here's Mayers now from the northern end, bowling to Cooper. And down the leg side, and well taken by Dorridge. It kept very low, and he got that big left glove across to it and made the stop. So in that World Series match at Mumbai, there's one Brian Lara in action there. West Indies Legends are 50 for 1 versus the India Legends. That should be a game that will be widely followed, I'm sure. Next delivery coming up from Mayers. This one's coming off the pad. Cooper was interested in taking a single, but Dawich was very quickly across to it, and there is no run. And in that India Legends versus West Indies Legends match, Darren Ganga was out for 32. First man to go, 5 fours in a 24-ball innings. And at the crease right now is the opener, Shivnarine Chandapal, and Brian Lara is also out there. And Lara, of 5 deliveries, has already hit 2 boundaries. So he looks like he was in some good form. It's a bowling attack that includes Zahir Khan, Munaf Patel, and Pragyan Oja, former India players there. So I'll keep you abreast of that. I'm sure that you would be interested in how the Stars, the West Indies Stars, are performing in that game. Also, West Indies completing a 7-wicket win in the T20 match yesterday against Sri Lanka, taking the series 2-0. Andrew Russell took man of the match. He was also named man of the series, And good to see Russell back in action for the West Indies and doing well. And smashed everything. He didn't. There wasn't a ball he didn't like yesterday. 6 sixes in his innings of 40. Who needs to run singles when you can hit the ball like that? So we've had a change here. Harding will bowl his first ball of the innings, and Harding will come into bowl here now from the southern end of the ground. Harding running in now to bowl to Kyle Hope, and Hope is on driving but won't be the fielder, and he will stay put on at this northern end. Now Hope hasn't gone down to the other end. I don't think he's batted at the southern end just yet in this innings. Cooper similarly has played every delivery. He's picked up a boundary, but he's played every delivery bowled at the wicket at the southern end of the ground. So a little bit unexpected there that after only 2 overs, Shamar Holder was taken off. Maybe he hasn't gotten the rhythm right. Not sure if he has a little bit of a niggle, but definitely Harding is steaming in now past the umpire, and this one comes off the edge of Hope's bat and down to third man for 4, and it's like a broken record. You talked about this all the way through the match. 30% of the runs in the first innings coming for TNT through that region, and once again it's the recurring decimal here. Harding is walking back to the top of his mark. He's holding his head as if to suggest, I was hoping we had a third man in place. Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and we are at the northern end. Southern end, of course, for the corporate boxes. The media end is at the northern side of the ground. The players' pavilion also on the bottom here of where we are sitting. Hope is driving the next delivery. Can't beat a diving cover point, and there is no run added. TNT Red Force are 21 without loss, so they have now wiped out that deficit. So it's even Steven now between these two teams. It's all down to a second innings contest here. What's very interesting is that in the first innings, now we were wondering if Nurse had something of an injury. He wasn't being played as a batsman. He came in at number 8 as we watch Harding in. And Hope is driving this one through the covers. That's going to run away for 4. Nicely pushed through the covers. And he will pick up another boundary here. So Hope is on to 12, 25 now without loss. And the Red Force are finally in the black here. They have gotten past the Barbados 21, first innings lead of 21. So they are effectively 4 without loss here in the second innings. So Trinidad and Tobago, 239 all out in the first innings. Barbados, 260 all out. TNT are 25 without loss in the second innings. Hope back on strike, and Harding has a long rethink, turns in the distance, and now he is running in. High elbows bouncing as he is in past umpire. Tuck it outside the off stump. A lot better delivery coming in towards the off stump, but Hope allows it to go through to Dorridge. Definitely knows where his off stump is. And he would have been circumspect after seeing those 2 deliveries misbehave in the first over from Shamar Holder. One, as we mentioned, taking almost a 45-degree turn and going between first and second slip. The second one, pitching outside the off stump and staying very low, and was stopped by the slip cordon again. So that will create some uncertainty, and Harding will try to play on it. He was watching on very keenly from fine leg. Here he is in. And this one is driven past the bowler, and that could run away for 4 here. The fielder at mid-off has already given up. It hits the ropes, and that is another boundary. The second in the over for Hope, and he will move on quickly to 16-29 without loss. And I think Ronnie has had enough of his cappuccino, and he's ready to come in now. Are you, Ronnie? Yeah, so Ronnie Bikram Das has had his cappuccino, he's had his crumpets also, and he's ready to do some commentary for the morning. How are you, Ronnie? I hope you slept well overnight.
Yes, thank you, Vidya, and good morning to all our viewers. I did sleep okay, I would say.
Okay.
Okay.
Was there a fete in the region somewhere?
No, I had some work to do, and it was a late night again.
Yeah, so. I mean, it does really say that there is no rest for the wicked, but we'll leave that there.
That's why you mentioned you didn't get any rest last night as well. Thank you very much.
Touche, sir.
Yes. So we're here. Lovely conditions here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's a wonderful day for cricket as the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force started the morning really well, picking up that one wicket very early, and they have started their second inning and already wiping off the deficit that was made by the Barbados Pride. At the moment, 29 without loss. Again, remember this pair had a solid opening partnership of 59, and they would want to continue that good work. This one is just outside the off stump, left alone there by Cephas Cooper. It goes through to the keeper Dorich, and there's no run. The score remains on 29 without loss. Dorich had a wonderful innings there for Barbados Pride, dig them out of a sticky situation. He got 96, was unable to convert to that 100 mark. Nevertheless, it was a wonderful inning from him and Ashley Nurse to give the Barbados Pride a fighting chance here in this match. So it's Holder. He's going to continue from this media end as he pulls, and this one beating the outside edge there of Cooper, and it kept a bit low as suggested by Cooper, and they would have to be wary of that. Remember, it's the third day's play, and you see some balls starting to keep a bit low, so that would be a bit worrying for the Barbados Pride. Remember, they have to bat again in this match, and most likely on the fourth day's play. As I mentioned that our technical man Avinish Sitaram said the game is going to finish today. So we're going to wait to see what is happening, if that is going to happen. Well, it started well with the early wicket of the Barbados Pride. So his predictions seem to have some effect. But this opening pair is really making his prediction look not too good thus far. Let's see if Holder would have something to say about that. He has the new ball. Bowled really well in the first innings as he bowls. And this one is outside the off stump. Full length delivery. Driven nicely by Cooper to the fielder at cover. Short cover. And there's no run. It looks like Mayers there at short cover. Yes. So another good delivery there. Testing over thus far from Holder. And let's see if this young man on debut, what he can do. And again, wide outside the off stump, left alone by Cooper, and it goes through to the keeper. The score remains on 29 without loss. So good start here. Cooper, he's on 8. Kyle Hooper racing away on 16, and he would want to continue that good form. Kyle Hooper, he got 40 in the first inning. He will want to get a lot more in this innings. As Holder bowls to Cooper. This one is again out short and wide outside the off stump. Left alone by Cooper. Goes through to the keeper, and that brings an end to the over. A good over there from Holder. I believe it was a maiden. The score remains on 29 without loss. So good partnership being built here. As we see, there's a mini discussion between Dorich, the captain Braffett, and they are probably trying to come up with a plan here. Is there going to be a change? Is there going to be a change in field? But they will want to do something to make early inroads into this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting lineup. And what could he do? Well, there's a shift in the gully fielder. He went a bit wider, 2 slips, gully. And this one is down the leg side there by, is it Harding? Yes. This down was down the leg side by Harden, but good take by Dorich. Dorich would be full of confidence after that first inning knock from him of 96. As I mentioned, the field setting, two-step a gully, deep point, cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, and a wide fine leg. As Harding, and this one is good delivery, angling into the right-hander. He gets the bat down in time, pushes it to that fielder at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Scoring means on 29 without losses. A bit of pressure here being applied to the Red Force batsmen by these bowlers. And could this spell of pressure of good bowling here by, or tight bowling by the Barbados Pride, could it bring reward of a wicket for them? As it's Harding. And this one is whipped away off the hips by Hope. It goes square of the wicket, and mid-wicket fielder gives chase, and they come back for two. That's very good running there by the spear, Kyle Hope and Cooper. The score moves on to 31 without loss. Hope takes his tally up to 18. So he's looking pretty solid there at the moment. And remember, he had a break from the Red Force team, and he's back in the team. He would want to get a good score to cement his place on this Red Force team, as Harding bowls to Kyle Hope, who on the back foot pushes that one to the fielder at short cover, and there's no run. The score remains on 31 without loss. So very good bowling here. Again, bang on target is Harding. So the Red Force off to a decent start here in this second innings. And the run rate is 4.65. So they are speeding along, racing along here in the second innings. Seems like they want to get quick runs and insert and put the Barbados Pride back into bat. This time Hope is working this one off the legs and into that straight to that fielder at short mid-off and mid-on, and there's they run through for, they look for a single, and it's not on. Good work by that fielder there in preventing, is Myers, in preventing any chance of a single. Hope was looking for the single, but he was sent back by Cooper, and there's no run. The score remains on 32 without loss. Well, the scoreboard has a single, so we would hope that they correct it. And this time he's pushed into the onside. The fielder at the point boundary comes off. He restricts them to a single. They get, Kyle who gets the single this time. He moves on to 19. It's should be, I believe, 32 for without loss at the end of that over, the end of 7 overs. So they are really racing along here in this second innings. Seems like they want to get some quick runs, try to get a lead early, and really try to win this match. Well, they would want to win this match, I would say, and if they have any chance of getting back into this championship. Remember, they are fourth, I believe, on the table, and they'll be looking to get full points. The Barbados Pride sitting nicely on top of the table, with 5 consecutive victories, and they would be looking to make it 6 in a row. But so far, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has done a good job in trying to deny them of that 6th victory. Could the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force pull something out of the hat here and get another victory? Vidya says he's not wearing a hat, so he can't pull anything out of the hat.
Not of mine, at least.
Not of his, at least. So it's another good delivery from Holder. And this one is a pitched up delivery. Kyle Hope just getting forward, pushing it to that fielder at short cover in Mayers. And there's no run. The score remains nicely on 32 without loss. Holder is bowling really well. He's into his, I believe, his 4th over. Just conceding 5 runs, and bowl a maiden as well. previously. So he's bowling really well. He will want to pick up a wicket here. As this one, it's another good delivery on that off stump line, and who pushes forward. A bit of inward movement there for Holder, and lucky for Hope, he got his bat down in time, and it scooted straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. So again, it seems like the ball is keeping a bit low from this northern end, and the batsmen have to be very wary of that. As Holder bowls, and this one is outside the off stump, worked away nicely into the offside by Kyle Hope, looking for two. It's not on, and they get one. So the score moves on to 33 without loss. As I welcome my good friend, our main producer here, the man of the moment, the journalist amongst journalists, Mr. Vinod Mamcha.
Thanks a lot, Ronnie. What a dear and refreshing welcome. I want to say good morning to all. And as we continue the action here at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy, I'm joined by, of course, Ronnie Bikram Das. I see Avinash is here, and I see Avinash's uncle is here as well, and Mr. Karit. So it's 33 without loss, and Trinidad and Tobago looking to post a competitive target here, Ronnie, as Stout runs away from us. He's up to the wicket. In fact, this delivery is pushed away on the offside. It's Chima Holder, and the score remains 33 without loss.
Yes, Chima Holder is bowling really well thus far for his team. Unable to pick a wicket yet, but he's really given the batsman some trouble from this media end. And the ball is keeping a bit low, so the batsman has to be wary of that. He beat the outside edge of Cooper on a number of occasions.
So here's Holder again. He runs away from us. He's up to the wicket now. Bowls a delivery outside the off stump, coming back into the right-handed Cooper. He shows a good judgment, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper. The score 33 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago looking to again to these two to give them a good start. They had a half-century opening stand in the first innings, and they're looking to probably do the same here again. Bat until lunch. They were in a similar position, batting early on the opening day, and on the stroke of lunch, Trinidad and Tobago lost a wicket. Here is Holder. He aborts his run up and turns back. So again, a lovely day for cricket here, Ronnie. The Trinidad and Tobago flag just flying a little higher than the Barbadian flag. I wonder why.
Well, they're in the lead, so they're a bit higher.
So
They're in front.
So that pole represents the lead from now on. This delivery, Cooper comes across his stumps dangerously, plays it away, and there is no run. So it's the end of the over. At the end of it, 33 without loss. Thanks a lot, Ronnie. Just pointing out something on the board. To me, like if I can see it, I can see a board though. So at the moment, Trinidad and Tobago, they are 33 without loss, remember. So they're just 12 runs to the good, as they have a deficit of 21 on first innings. This is a lovely shot down the ground, but it won't beat mid-on by Hope, and there is no run. So it's very important that these two give Trinidad and Tobago a good start, a solid start. We know the pitch will start to play some tricks now. From day one, Ronnie, we were saying that the bounce does not mirror what should happen on an opening day. So that alone is a telling story.
Yeah, definitely. We see from the northern end in particular, if you want the wicket at the southern end, you see it keeping a bit low already.
Here's Harding, he's in and bowls. A good delivery just on and about the off stump, and Hope it without much fuss, pushes it away on the offside. There is no run. It was just down at the Clark Road Cricket Club facility where 360 is doing the streaming of the Clark Road versus Queen's Park 1 game. And when you see the talent available on that Queen's Park team, even Clark Road, Trinidad and Tobago, sometimes it's very difficult to comprehend why and how the Trinidad and Tobago senior team struggles in this 4-day format. So the likes of Sunil Narayan playing down there. Here is Harding from the far end. He's up to the wicket now. Bowls again. His delivery is pushed away on the offside. Hurried into the shot there, Hope, as it came on to him a little quicker than he anticipated. And there is no run. And down there we have our good friend Visham Lalman. So there was an issue at Clark Road this morning because a couple nuts went missing from one of the tripods. So I was forced to remark to Visham that we probably need to keep an emergency meeting because things are going missing. One guy went away with 2 stones last week, and this week one guy went away with 2 nuts.
Well.
This is pushed away on the offside, and there is no run. The score remains 33 without loss. And
some sticky hands.
Yes.
And heavy bags. Thank you, Mr. Mitch.
Well, the guy who went away with the stone, he redeemed himself because he brought it back. He brought back the 2 stones that they were using to keep the roller in place. So those 2 stones are safely back at Lewis Street in San Fernando, while the nuts are still out there. Here's Harding from the far end. Passes the umpire now, bowls, and this is a delivery that Hope just guides it away on the offside, keeping an off stump line, and the Hope remains there on 20. Young Cooper is on 8.
Yes, that's a good piece of fielding there by Brooks. Just diving around to his left to ensure that there's no chance of that ball passing him. And I really like what I'm seeing with Barbados Pride here. The bowlers have started really well. Well, I should say the first couple of overs was a bit poor, but they have redeemed themselves and bowled really well, and the fielders are backing them up really well.
Here's Harding. He rushes in and it bowls to Hope, who clips it away down to a long leg where a stout is posted, and they get 1. So that's 1 more. It's 34 without loss now, and it's the end of the over. That's the latest score at a very quiet Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yes, school is out. The school children's not here. So, except for in the commentary box. And it's pretty quiet outside there.
Yes,
it's not quiet out in the field. As the pointers making with the field, and the Barbados fielding has been really good. And except for that slip fielding, they had a couple drop catches there. But the fielding was exceptional. Players diving around the field, chasing the ball to the very end, and that's what you want to see, supporting your bowlers and putting pressure on the batsmen.
So here's Chima Holder again. He's running away from us. Number 40 on his back. He's up to the wicket now, bowls, and this delivery is a bit too straight. Worked away through mid-wicket. It may well go into the boundary for 4. Yes, it does. So 4 runs, a delivery too straight on that occasion, and Hope, without overhitting it, just coming into line and beating the lone man there at mid-wicket. That's into the boundary for 4.
Yes, the good thing about that shot is he played it lead. He watched it lead onto his bat, and just allowing the ball to come to him rather than reaching out to the ball. And we saw that in the first inning as well. He allowed the ball to come to him, play very lead, and he was successful.
So here's Holder again. He's going to try. Bowls. That's a good delivery. Right up in the block hole. Hope is across. Plays it down to mid-on. There is no run. The score remains 38 without loss. Well, they say that's a hallmark of a good batsman, when you could play as late as possible. But it's not the hallmark of a very efficient person when you arrive as late as possible.
That's true. There needs to be a balance between the two of them. But I'm very efficient, and I played the ball very late.
Yes, here's Holder is in again and bowls, and This time, this is driven away and no run there to hope. The score remains 38 with all. Yes, Ronnie, I've seen you and I can attest to that. You more often than not played very late, even later than when the ball crashed into the stumps.
Well. Seems like you're watching a different tape.
Yeah, is hold I say non-balls just outside the off stump and Hope, watchful this time. So he's the senior partner in this partnership here. 38 without loss. It means that there's 17 runs to the good. And Trinidad and Tobago, what do you think on this track could be a testing target, Ronnie?
If they could get anywhere past 200, I think it would be very difficult for the Barbados Pride. But challenging would be anything over 150 would be very challenging. But over 200, I think definitely the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would be in shout of winning this match. Trying to chase 200 runs in the last day in this wicket is going to be difficult. Mind you, it's the Jamaican Scorpions, they scored 300 runs on the last session of the fourth day and the last day's play to deny the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force a victory here at Brian Lara, but it was on a different wicket.
Yes, Olay Bowes again. Well pitched up, coming forward as if he's facing a spinner. And it is pushed away on the offside. Not to suggest that Holder is at that pace. And it's the end of the over. At the end of it, it's 38 without loss. Yes, you're quite right about the Jamaicans did stand up on the final day, but it was on a different track. And from day one, I was not very impressed with this track. I was just speaking to Imran Jan down at Clark Road, and he was telling me that anything can still happen in this game, and he's quite right.
Yes, it can go either way. Had a look at the track this morning. There are a lot of cracks opening up on the track, and the footmarks are really getting deep out there. So if you can get the ball into those footmarks, the spinners in particular, they're going to cause a lot of problems for the batsmen. But the track itself, there are a lot of cracks on it, so you're going to get a lot of uneven bounce. It's going to play up and down. The ball is going to do something. So it's going to definitely be difficult for batting later on this wicket.
So the score here 38, and these two would understand that they have to graft. It's one of those pitches where you have to graft, work hard for your runs. Here is Harding from the fire, and he goes in now, passes the umpire, bowls, and this is an on drive there by Cooper that goes to mid wicket, and there is no run. Speaking about grafting, I want to say, not that he ever grafted often, but he did it once, at least that he remembers. I want to say very happy birthday to Sir Vivian Richards out there in Antigua. He's 68 today, and he's looking like 48. But I remember having a conversation with him, and he told me that he scored a century against Pakistan at Multan in 1981. And he said the ball was jumping all over, and he took a number of lashes around the body. But he said that century against Pakistan at Multan was probably one of his best because he grafted. This is pushed away back on the onside by Cooper, and then there is no run.
Yes, that's he's really an amazing player. I'll say happy birthday and congratulations to him. I wish him all the best, and I hope he enjoys his birthday and has many more to come.
Yes, well, he is one of those guys who you think can live forever. The way he moves, and he's really taking good care of himself. Congratulations to him on that as well. Here's Harding from the fire, and he comes in and bowls outside the off stump, and Cooper allows that to go by. 38 without loss, and what a character, what a man to be around. Ronnie, you would have been around him at the Queen's Park Oval, and I'm sure that you would have been glued to his deliveries.
Yes, definitely. The stories he has from his experience playing at the West Indies level, it's really amazing. Learned a lot, to be honest, from him, and I enjoyed that spell I had with him there. And I hope I can have more experience with him and get more information from him.
It's hard, and he comes in again and bowls outside the off stump. There's a hint of movement away from the right hander. He has nothing to do with it, and like Ronnie has nothing to do with Pepper, and that goes through to the wicketkeeper. The score remains 38 without loss. Do you remember the day that he beat a hasty retreat out of the press box?
Yes, that was, and he said that was the fastest he ever moved.
Yes. I think there was someone, I think it was one of Vidya Rampal's friends,
Mr. Avinash.
and Miss Avinish's
Good
favorite
friend,
friend, very good friend, was I think he was bothering the fifth. Let's wait. After this delivery, here is Harding, who on that occasion seems to have been struggling to get up to the crease, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper. It's 38 without loss. On that occasion, Avinash's very good friend, and there is the footmarks that Mr. Bikram Das has been speaking about, starting to get pronounced. And it's going to get worse as the day progresses and as the match progresses as well. And go to camera work there from Shakil the Barrel John, our man out there this morning. Here is Harding again as the ground attendant goes across, moves a flying object from the side of the ground. Here's Harding, he comes in on, beats him outside the off stump. Cooper is indicating that one left him, and yes, it did, into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. So back to the story with Sir Viv. Avinash's good friend was in the press box, and every time Sir Viv came off air, he normally would come by us to have a discussion. We will continue our dialogue. And this guy was coming all the time. Sir Viv, being very polite, simply left. He came back, the guy came again. Sir Viv left again. And I don't know if you remember when I told him, Ronnie, I said, Master, you didn't run from Lily, you didn't run from Thompson, but you are running from this guy.
Yes, definitely. And at one point in time, he wanted to finish his discussion with us, and he was hiding behind a wall. And some other guys, some other journalists, just to finish the conversation.
When I told him that, you never ran from Lillian Thompson, but you're running from this guy, he said, man, this guy's rapid. He's rapid. Happy birthday to the great man. I'm sure he's on the golf course there in Antigua. This one keeps a bit low, and Hope squirts it out just far of square for one. Score is 39 without loss. Recently I was speaking to him, Ronnie, and I was asking him about his golf. And he told me, he said, man, listen, man, these men cheat on the golf course.
Well, when you're a good player, a lot of people cheat on you. So maybe he's a very good golfer.
Yes.
Or he claims to be a very good
No, he is. He's pretty good as a golfer. Actually, back in the day, he was a very good footballer as well. So here's Chima Holder. He runs away from us up to the wicket now, bowls, and this is a good delivery. And Cooper nicely forward, wins the approval of Mervyn Dillon, who's just underneath us there. Pushes it on the offside. The great Sir Viv, I remember across in Dubai when at the end of the first test match, the first day-night game that the West Indies would have played, day-night test match, guys were coming around him for autographs, and he was signing, and there were a lot of them. Here is Holder again, he bowls, and this is driven down the ground. Can't beat mid-on, and there is no run. The score remains 39 without loss, and he was telling me that we were actually waiting to go somewhere, and he was saying, you know what, we will go just now because the day they don't come for these autographs and stuff is the day that something is wrong, and you must oblige. When we reached the third test at Sharjah, he was hiding because they were running him down. He just couldn't get any space for himself. I think he thought that being in Dubai and Sharjah, this is whipped away, lovely shot through the onside there for 4 by Cooper. That'll give him a lot of confidence. Overpitch delivery by Chima Holder, and Cooper just plays it through mid-wicket for 4, 43 without loss.
Yes, he was a little time there on 8. He was unable to score, was unable to rotate the strike, but this time he got a good delivery where he could whip through the mid wicket and he picked up an easy boundary. So as you mentioned, that would bring a lot of confidence to him, and he hit another good drive through the covers, but it went straight to the fielder Myers. So hopefully that would encourage him to play a little more, not be aggressive, but be a little more assertive.
So he's again a Chima holder. He runs away from us, passes the umpire on all balls. That's a good delivery, better delivery. Watchful is Cooper, and it goes away to cover for a single. So that's one more. I don't think Holder was very impressed with the fielding on that occasion. And the score goes on now to 44 without loss. Yes, I think that the issue with Surviv on that tour was that he didn't think, being in a non-cricket playing country like that, I will say non-cricket playing country, it's not a major country. Pakistan did adopt that country to play their matches. He didn't realize his appeal was so great there. I think his appeal is great even in countries that traditionally don't play cricket. Such is the power of the man. Here's Chima Holder. He runs in again, an angular approach. Up to the wicket now, bowls, and that delivery makes some height. Well played in the end there by Hope. Just taking the bottom hand off the bat. It's the end of the over. 44 without loss. The TNT Red Force in their second innings. Remember, Barbados in their first innings this morning bowled out for 260. Trinidad and Tobago would have posted 239. It meant that the TNT boys were in a deficit of 21 runs going into bat the second time. They've batted proficiently so far. They've reached 44 without loss, which means they're 23 runs to the good. And if I may say one last thing about Surviv, I will borrow a comment from Visham Lalman, our very own. He's a quintessential Caribbean man.
Quintessential Caribbean man. Interesting. Yes, well said. And it's really good. He's a wonderful character, a wonderful ambassador for cricket. Not just the region, but in the world. And he's known anywhere he goes. Everyone wants to get an autograph, wants to get a picture of the great man.
Well, Ashley Nurse has come off the field. One hopes it's for no lengthy period of time. Well, our assistant here, Tony Hanif, and pointed out that Ashley Nurse was coming off the field, and I was sending him to find out to ask him where is he going.
Maybe he needs a bathroom break.
One hopes it's just that, and that Nurse could go back out there. He's had a good game, 81. He loves playing against Trinidad and Tobago, it seems. As here's Harding from the far end again. He comes in, goes past the umpire now, bowls. This is whipped away, through mid-wicket. I think the fielder will get around. Yes, he does. And only a single. Cooper is angry with himself. He probably thought that he played that a bit too square. And he got just a single for it. 45 without loss. He goes on to 14.
Yes, played a bit too early there with Cooper. And he was able to play it squarer than he wanted or he liked. If he had played a little straighter, a little wider, he would have picked up an easy boundary. But he moves along nicely. He looks a bit more comfortable at the crease, playing the ball a lot more easier. And it's all good now. The partnership on the 45. Remember, they had a 59-run partnership in the first inning. So they are doing really well for the Red Force.
Here's Harding. He comes in on balls, and this is down the leg side. Hope can't get it away. A tumbling save by the fleet-footed Dorridge, and there is no run. 45 without loss. The score remains. So there's a slip, a gully, mid-off, cover, point on the boundary. That's pretty interesting. They're also looking to set him up with the short ball because there's a deep backward square right on the boundary and a square leg. Probably about 10 meters to the left of the umpire, back on the boundary, and he is probably looking for that top edge. Let's see. Harding hasn't tested him with that just yet. Here he comes in now, up to the wicket bowls, and this is down the leg side again. Harding, to me, Ronnie, seems to be tiring.
Yes, he has. Well, they had a similar field setting for Hoop in the first innings, and they had those two fielders out on the boundary, but they didn't bowl him any short deliveries. They kept bowling outside that off stump. There were a couple one or two short and wide outside the off stump, which Hope got an edge to. It went to that third man region and he picked up a couple boundaries in there. But this time they are doing the same thing, and there's no one at the third man boundary.
Yeah, he is Harding. He comes in and bowls. Hope gets one that he comes down quickly on, so that kept a bit low. Pushes it up the mid off, and there is no run.
Yeah, so the fielder, as you mentioned, at the deep point boundary, he should be a bit more to the third man area. If that is your line of attack, the third man would be more relevant than the point fielder.
Quite right, Ronnie. So the coach in Ronnie's coming out here this morning. No nonsense coach. One of his players was man-carded a couple of seasons ago. Yeah, it's hard. His delivery is popping on him, right? And he was looking to play what might have been a tennis shot. In the end, he was lucky that he pulled out of it. And it goes up the mid-off, and there is no run.
Well, I don't think he pulled out of it. It came to him a bit quicker than he expected. And it went lucky for him. It got enough, got enough bat onto it, and it went straight to that fielder at mid-off. And he really wanted to hit it to the fielder at mid-on.
Delivery that made some height as well. So just as when we thought Harding was tiring, he produced that. Yeah, he is again. He comes in and bowls, and this time he's forward, pushes it up the mid-off, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. Umpire Ramdani gives him his shades and cap. Sorry, his hat. And he walks away. 45 without loss, and we want to urge all our viewers here in Trinidad and Tobago to come down to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy to see some really gripping cricket. This match promises to be very exciting. At the end of the day, Trinidad and Tobago, they're fifth in the standings. They're playing the leaders, Barbados, and I think so far it's even Stevens.
Yeah, definitely. I would say Trinidad Red Force have done really well. This opening partnership, if they can continue, I think they would be nudging themselves ahead in this match. And just to say something, a point I wanted to make is that when you mentioned about the mistake, where you said when he thought the bowler was tiring, he did something to prove you otherwise. Well, our good friend Mr. Ramfal, he was on commentary while Stolt was bowling, and he keep mentioning Stolt looks a bit tired. It's time to change him. And the very next ball, he got a wicket. Oh, you don't remember?
Well, I see Mr. Ramfan is at the back of the press box. There's a change in bowling. Myers comes in, and this is just outside the off stump, and pushed away by Cooper. So my good friend Vidya Ramfan, he's catching up on his daily news, reading The Guardian.
Very awake today.
Yes, and he's catching up on all the major news. He's actually looking to see what is showing in the cinemas this afternoon. And just a stone's throw from here is the C3. I think you can have about 8 cinemas there. This is pushed away on the offside. There is no run. Of course, I wonder if his daughter Sarah is playing golf this weekend. Is she? Definitely she's playing, so she is definitely going to be well featured in The Guardian, I'm sure. Today I see our very own Vishan Lal man is featured. He was actually given a quarter page for his photo, and he was more than a quarter page. He's very impressed with it. And I told him this morning at Clark Road that normally they look at the size of the photo and what's in the photo, and it's called an economy of scale. This is pushed away on the offside, and there is no run, so hence he got a big photo.
Well, I was about to see that. Given the dimension of the character, he would require a full page ad.
Yes, he actually got more space than the president of the board, and it was really a big match.
Literally a big match.
Yes. So at the moment, you're not missing any action as Myers goes in again and bowls, and this is pushed away by Cooper. No run. Score remains 45 without loss. You know, it's funny that Myers is bowling from the northern end. He's bowling at the end with umpire Tuckett, who used to bowl a similar type um, action, and his philosophy in bowling was similar to that of Carl Tuckett.
That's really good. And Myers, he bowled really well in his first spell in the first innings. He picked up and he immediately strikes. As I was about to mention that he bowled really well in his first spell in and picked up the first 3 wickets for the Barbados Pride. He immediately strikes in picking up the wicket of Cephas Cooper. Again, looking to work that one into the leg side, but not to the pitch of the delivery. He hit it a bit in the air, but straight to the fielder at that short mid-wicket position, and he has to go. So Mayers striking in his his second over. Yes, it's his third over. My apologies. He strikes in his third over. He gets the breakthrough for the Barbados Pride as we have drinks on the field, and the players will get a bit of refreshment for that wicket as we see Cephas Cooper walking out there a bit dejected. He was starting to get into his work, and he eventually played one a bit airy-fairy, as our fellow commentator Kennedy would say, and he paid the price for it. So it's 45 for 1. A good breakthrough there for the Barbados Pride and Mayers. He picks up his first for the second innings. It's 45 for 1. And it's a timely breakthrough, I would say, for the Barbados Pride. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force openers were looking pretty solid, and they were looking to really build a big partnership here. But Cooper eventually succumbed to that shot. He played 2 wonderful on drive through that mid wicket area, and this time he played a bit aerial I should say, and he is out. And Isaiah Raja walks to the crease. I had a chat with him this morning, and he was saying that I'm telling him it's time for a big one. He has some good starts, and it's about time he get a big one. And he's saying yes, it's coming. He's getting more and more scores. He's pretty consistent, but he needs to get that big scores. And he said it's coming, and he's gonna get that big score. And he is a wonderful guy, and I wish him all the success. And I know he's gonna get that big score, and he's gonna do well. So he's there now at the crease. He's gonna partner Kyle Hope, and let's see if these two gonna really build something here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and take them into a position of ascendancy. As I welcome my good friend Vidya Ramphal.
Thank you very much, Ronnie. And so the first wicket down for Trinidad and for Barbados. They're taking the first wicket, 45 for 1, Trinidad and Tobago. They've now wiped out the deficit, and they've now gone to 24 run lead. Cooper out 14. Kyle Hope is still there on 26. He's hit 5 boundaries already, and but he has slowed down. Definitely, the Barbados have bowled a lot better to him. He's been able to get some exquisite drives. He flicked one through in front of square, and he has been joined by Isaiah Raja, another young player who is his place in the team a little bit under pressure. Got 33 in the first innings. Hope got 40, and both will hope to better there. And as we watch, the weather situation has changed slightly here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The bright sunshine has, well, it's still very bright. Good conditions for cricket, but a lot more clouds around now. Some dark, puffy clouds away to our left. And if we were to check the number of clouds in terms of octaves, Vinod Mamchan, it'll be 7/8. Yeah, it'll be 7/8. It's a lot more pleasant for the cricketers now. It was a very, very hot earlier. You were walking in air conditioning, and there were beads of sweat on your face.
Well, at the moment, we hope that the rain doesn't arrive. We look at where we normally check is by the end by Mr. Gobin's farm. Here is Myers around the wicket. He comes in on bowls to Raja. Raja is across, plays it down to mid-on, and there is no run. So a little shuffle in the batting order.
Yes, well, Isaiah Raja actually he came in the first innings also at number three, but you would remember that in the last match he would have opened, and it's happened all the way through this series for Trinidad and Tobago. As we mentioned in the first innings, 22 players tried. It's definitely a case, it seems, at least the critics can make a case that perhaps the TNT selectors have not figured out their best team yet. But supporters would point out that, look, we've had players out there on injury. Anderson Phillip has returned. He's taken 6 wickets in the first innings. We also had Imran Khan return. He took 7 wickets in the first game that he played. He took one in the first innings here. So yes, there were players out with injury, but you would not have expected that many players. And also at the top order, we had Kyle Hope coming in the first game. He was banished to the sidelines after only one game. We've had several. Joshua De Silva was also trussed up to open. So it's a case that TNT selectors and perhaps the coach still just feeling their way out, not knowing their best 11.
Well, here from the fire in his heart, and he comes in now and bowls the Hope. Hope drives a beautiful shot down the ground for 4. They say it's one of the hardest shots to play in cricket, and it's a non-drive that screams into the boundary for 4 now, and takes the score to 49 for 1.
When you see him hit shots like that, you wonder why he wasn't on the team for 5 games. But he really had gone through a very awful period in his career. He was outstanding for Trinidad and Tobago in the first seasons when he came into the first class setup. Many would have said, why Kyle Hope? But when they started to see what he could do, then they realized why he got on. He got into the West Indies team, and I think the disappointment of being dropped for the West Indies team affected him, and he went into a little bit of a slump after that.
Well, he did the right thing. He went back to local cricket and started to rebuild. Here's Harding into him again, and he's forward. He's looking very confident at the moment, and he goes on to 30. The score is 49 for 1. He lost Cephas Cooper in the last over.
And Cooper falling in the teens once again. He did have a good start yesterday, and once again he's wasted a little bit of a start there, but outfoxed by Mayers, who just bowled a little slower one to him. He was through the shot already, and when he tried to pull out of it, had already spooned the catch to mid-on and was out caught.
So here is Harding. He leans forward and runs it. He bustles in. Up to the wicket now. He bowls, and at this time, a beautiful off drive is met with that delivery. No run. Up to mid-off. I want to say a very good morning to all the folks in Barbados. Of course, it's Saturday, so everyone will be preparing to go down to Oystins later on today. And the South Coast would be buzzing as well. Have you been to the boatyard, Vidya?
No, I haven't, but I've heard it's quite a thing to see.
Yes, it is. Here is Harding. He's up to the wicket again, bowls, and this time Hope is forward, equal to the task. Pushes it to mid-off, and there is to cover. Signal no ball there by the umpire as well. And the score goes on by 1. It's now 49.
There was another no ball earlier today when Shamar Holder in the first over seemed to have Hope trapped in front, LBW, but it was a no ball, and it didn't prove, well, it may still prove to be a very expensive overstep from him. Didn't look very comfortable at all from the southern end in the first innings also. He's now been switched over to the northern end. Let's see what he can do from there.
But here he is, Harding. He comes in now on bowls outside the off stump and on the up driving. No run by Hope. He can't beat mid-off. Mid-off is very, very square, in fact, very wide. And Hope would have preferred going a little straighter down the ground. He could have gotten 4 with that. It's something that they know about Hope, because that mid-off is very, very wide.
Yeah, well, they would know, wouldn't they? He would have been part of the Barbados setup youth level. He would have played club cricket in Barbados. They know all about his game, and they're just working on those specific areas of knowledge, just trying to see if they can prize him out. They know what he's capable of. He's already gotten 30, he got 40 in the first innings, and they will want to see the back of him very, very quickly.
Here's Harding again. He comes in and bowls, and Hope is forward. No fuss there. And just plays it back on the onside. So I look to my left, and it's looking pretty calm. One hopes that the rain stays away. I'm sitting next to a meteorologist. He might be able to tell me.
Are you referring to Avinash?
Well, I'm looking at my left. Avinash
your
is
left.
our.
Okay. He's on the right. He's on
Yes.
the other left, in fact.
Yes, Avinash normally tells us if when the rain is coming, and it never comes.
Well, the problem is that he relies on his left ankle.
This is on the pads and clipped away what should go into the boundary now for 4. So body line there by Harding. We've seen that this morning going down the leg side at times, and Hope just helps it away. That's the half century for Trinidad and Tobago. They're now 54 for the loss of 1.
And a very good shot there by Hope. And we've seen a few of these already from him for the morning. There was one earlier from Shamar Holder, which he put onto the pads and just flicked it away well. He's very strong off the pads, as you would expect a top-class batsman like Kyle Hope. And he continues to look good here. And his scoring rate had actually gone down to 55. Now it's up to 62. So a little bit of an acceleration for him here.
Well, this academy is now being used. It's a multi-purpose academy. It's not only for cricket. You can see there is a wedding that's taking place there this afternoon at this facility. So you get invited to the wedding, and you also get to look at the cricket as well. One hopes that it's that the bridegroom and the bride has no issues with it, because you want people to look at you at your wedding, not at the cricket. But they also use here as well for carnival fetes, which is good because they're able to generate revenue to upkeep this massive facility. Outside the off stump, and Raja just leans into this one from Myers, plays it to cover, and there is no run.
And they host carnival fetes, much to the chagrin of our colleague Ronnie, who's always kept awake because he lives quite close by. There was actually earlier this season when we were here for the not the Jamaica game, the second game against Leeward Islands, there was a breakfast fete which was there.
Yeah, you can see Vasper Drakes taking a look from the southern end as Myers is up to the wicket now, bowls. This time there's a loud appeal for like before. He's not going to get that. He's bowling around the wicket. Raja falling across and looking to work it on the onside. And I sincerely hope that Isaiah Raja digs in here this morning and, give us a long innings. I'll tell you why. He seems to be such an elegant looking player.
Certainly is. When it comes to aesthetics, there are few better players than him on the Trinidad and Tobago team. But efficacy is what we need.
Yes, there he is. Just lunges forward. Do you see a bit of David Gower in him?
Well, I did.
Or is that a lofty comparison?
That's quite a comparison, because many feel that the David Gower cover drive was one of the most beautiful that you could ever see in the history of cricket. I did see David Gower at the Queen's Park Oval in 1986. Same game we were referring to Roger Harper on the first day. And it wasn't the David Gower that many remember.
Here's Mazzy's in again, and forward he is. Raja plays it up to mid-off, and there is no run. I remember that there was a joke going wrong that a guy told his wife that the only thing better looking than you is a David Gower drive, off drive, cover drive. And he was
not sure how much compliment it should have been by that.
Well, they said the reports that came in after that was that the wife played a massive pull through mid-wicket with his bat. This is down the leg side and not out, says the umpire. So she would have probably taken up his willow and cracked him.
David Gower, of course, would have captained that England team that was trounced 5-0 in 1986 here in the Caribbean. And saw that victory at the Queen's Park Oval, which Roger Harper would have played in. And that year there was also a famous calypso here in Trinidad and Tobago done by the former government minister Gypsy. Winston Peters, his correct name.
Yeah, is Maz is in again to Raja, and he's watchful. Plays it on the onside. There is no run.
And that calypso, for listeners around the Caribbean, is called Captain, the Ship is Sinking, which was a criticism of the then NAR government here in Trinidad and Tobago. They had come in, and the economy was in the tank at the moment. Some people did not agree with the policies, and Gypsy's song just seemed to sum it up perfectly. However, when England came, that song was played all over the Caribbean. So when England lost the final game in Jamaica, Gower started his comments after the match by saying, "Now that the ship has sunk." He had a wonderful sense of humor and still does.
Yes, David Gower. Just met him recently at the World Cup. and he still has a great sense of humor. And white unkept hair, that's his trademark. Yes. And our government came in and they had instituted a lot of austerity measures that did not go down too well. Government probably saved them on that during that period because the attention was focused on England. This is a drive again from Hope, so he's getting a bit frustrated because he's picking the fielders on the offside, and he may well want to go back to something that Brian Lara told to Darren Ganga some time back. He asked Ganga, what's the first thing you do when you go out to bat? He said, I take my guard. He said, what's the second thing you do? He said, well, I look around to see where the fielders are. And Brian told him, that is where you went wrong. You normally take your guard and then you look to see where the gaps are. Very profound. Here is Harden. He comes in now and this is, he finds the gap. Beautiful shot down the ground for 4. I keep saying that the mid-off is very wide and he needs to go straighter, and all of a sudden he went down the ground for 4. The score goes on to 58-1.
Not for the first time, and that is another very good boundary here by Kyle Hope. It is his is that his 7th or his 8th now? I think that's his 8th boundary, and his scoring rate continues to fire up here. Yeah, it's a profound statement by Brian Lara, and Lara, who was known to be a real student of the game. There was a story told. I'm sure he would have heard that from one of the great England players. I think it was Colin Caldry, who would have said that a lot earlier than when Lara was around.
So here is Harding again. He comes in now. He goes past the umpire, bowls, and forward is Hope. Harding shies at the stump. Hope makes sure that he's out of the way, and all's well that ends well. The score at the moment is 58-1. So you have to keep taking 21 out of that, which means that the lead is 37, not 108, as Carrick is saying. It's 37.
Yes, arithmetic is a little awry.
Yes.
You'll have to do some remedial work on that. But Brian Lara was known as a very great student of the game. I remember a former West Indies player telling me that he had asked Lara about, as a 13-year-old, if he had given him a book on Mike Braley's The Art of Captaincy.
Yeah, is Hardy. He comes in now and bowls outside the off stump, and this is a cutaway down behind a point into the boundary for 4. So it was a bad delivery. It was short and wide and more of a guide into the boundary for 4. 62-1. Hope goes on to 42, and he's really looking the part now.
He certainly is. It's a great shot. There is a man at deep point, and if he had cut that a little bit earlier, it would have gone straight to him. Just waited a little bit and caressed it through that open area between third man and backward point, and picked up the boundary. And just to go back to the story, Brian Lara was offered as a 13-year-old the book The Art of Captaincy, and he told the former West Indies player, I've already read that. And he went through a list of famous cricketing books at the time, and Lara had actually read them all.
Wow. Great student, as you said, of the game. This is pushed away just to the left. Let's keep playing a bit later to get it away from the fielder, and he gets a single. So one more. He goes on to 43. It's 63-1. And remember, this is Trinidad and Tobago in their second innings, and for the benefit of my good friend Andrew Mason out there in Barbados, just to recap, Barbados 260 this morning in response to Trinidad and Tobago's first innings of 239. So TNT battling a second time around, and at the crease at the moment is Isaiah Raja and of course Kyle Hope, a native of Barbados. Here's Harding, he's into Raja. Raja is forward, just fielding a few onto the bat, Isaiah Raja, and there is no run. The end of the over, and at the end of it, the score is 62 for the loss of 1.
Good position here for Trinidad and Tobago. You really feel that the target will be certainly one closer to 250. Anything over 200 is going to be difficult to chase down with the pitch deteriorating as it is. Even from the distance, just about 100 yards away, you could see the deterioration. The cracks are beginning to form, Where the bowler's foot marks are looking a lot more pronounced. It's like the way acne spreads across the face of a teenager, and very much so in this particular pitch. And when you look at the strategy of the two teams already in this one, Trinidad and Tobago did not face a single ball from Ashley Nurse in the first innings. Jomel Warrican bowled 10 overs. Outside of that, the Seamers bowled something like 60 overs in there.
But here is Mars now, a new over, and this is pushed away on the offside. There is no run. So Myers, the man striking today. Vince, you were about to say something about
Yes, what I was
Myers.
saying is that in the first over, 76 overs were bowled by the Seamers and only 10 by the spinners for Barbados. Are they loading up for the second innings here?
Well, here's Myers now in and pushed back on the onside again. That one a bit uppishly. It caused a little bit of excitement amongst the Barbadians. But Trinidad and Tobago will be looking to hope here as the experienced man at the top of the order. Also Jason Mohammed, who's yet to come to really guide them through what could be some choppy waters here.
It certainly could be. I mean, in any cricket match, once it's played over a 4-day or 5-day period, your strategy for the match, the personnel that are selected for the match, really is based upon your assessment of the pitch and the way the pitch will deteriorate over the 4 days. And you get the feeling after seeing Ashley Nurse not bowl a single ball in the first innings, when you saw Trinidad and Tobago also hold back, Jed Gooley and Isaiah Raja not used. Imran Khan bowled only 13 overs, 5 overs for Brian Charles. You're wondering if the teams would have felt we'll have to load up for the second innings and unleash the spinners as the pitch deteriorates.
Probably that was the thinking. But here's Myers, he bowls again. But I think what would have played in the minds of both captains was the fact that the Seamers were actually getting the ball to do something, and they were doing the job.
Yeah, in addition to that, because the Seamers, given the up and down nature of the pitch and this vicious crosswind here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, yeah, very much so. But also, I mean, it wouldn't. Yes, Warwick bowled 10 overs, but not a ball for Ashley Nurse, one of the top spinners in the region.
Here is a delivery that comes into the right-hander, played away to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Well, Ashley Nurse is a man who is now warming up. So I don't know if the skipper would have heard you there. He's at first slip. He's warming up. He may well have a bowl before lunch.
Well.
Yeah, you was speaking about the massive crosswind. I think for this game, we have seen that massive crosswind amplified. I'll tell you why. I think here is Maz. He's in now on bowls, and that's a beautiful delivery that beats Hope. All ends up. It moves away from him, dies on the way to the wicket keeper, and there is no further damage. Vids, you're looking to our left, the hills. They're cutting the hills. There was a hill across there, just to the left of the right of the scoreboard, and they're cutting it down to build the access roads. Of course, the vegetation has gone, the hill is gone as well, and that's the general direction from Mr. Gobin's farm where the wind comes, and probably that is why it's been amplified.
Yeah, that's the eastern side of the ground. Just looking out there, you'd see the Princestown, Cedar Hill, and some of the other villages in Trinidad in that region. Princestown, next delivery, of course, played a true square there, Vinod.
Yes, and that's a single, so Hope comes down to the non-strikers, and he will keep the strike actually because it's the end of the over. 64 for 1. Yes, Princestown. You would know a lot about Princestown. Actually, I think you would have taught at St. Stephen's College.
Yeah, very regrettable teaching career. Yes, very, very short indeed. Yeah, Princestown, and it was a town that it's actually princes, as in plural of prince. People say princess, here in Trinidad, as if it's a female royalty, but it's actually named after two princes, the grandchildren of Queen Victoria, who would have come here to Trinidad and Tobago. They were taken to the town called Mission at the time. They planted a pui tree, which actually still exists, and there's a sign under it. And just before they left to see the Devil's Woodyard, which are the mud volcanoes away in central Trinidad here, they planted the tree. a sign was erected, and that tree actually still exists outside of the Anglican Church in Trinidad. One of those boys went on to become King George V.
Wow. And they said that both princes fell in love with Princess Town.
Yeah, they named it after Princess Town, or Mission, as it was called then, fell in love with them too. They renamed the town itself after the two young princes.
Well, we still await to see whether they would name Pepper Village after Carit. So it's Ashley Nurse from the southern end. You were calling for it and you're going to get it.
Yeah, so let's see how he fares here. The off spinner in action. He'll be bowling to Kyle Hope, the ball turning into him. I may have thought that they would have tried him from the northern end, where even with the turn towards the off stump, maybe amplified also by with the wind itself.
He's going to get the ball to drift away from the right-hander, and on pitching it would then be turning in. So this is going to be very interesting. There's a forward short leg in place as well as the first slip. Here is Ashley Nurse from the far end. He's in bowls. Forward is Hope, plays across the line, and just to mid-wicket there is no run. Do you know that Ashley Nurse and his mom, a lovely lady, I was very fortunate to meet her recently, they actually run a cricket club in Barbados.
What cricket club is that?
Guardiola.
Guardiola, in fact, yeah.
Yeah.
Named after Pep himself?
Well, I don't think so, but it's Guardiola.
That's spelled the same way.
Yes. Here he is now, he bowls, and this is on the legs of Hope. Worked away down to the backward square for one. Score goes on to 65 now for the loss of one. Yes, and it's just a stone's throw away from St. Catherine's Cricket Club. And Ricky Jai Paul from Trinidad and Tobago actually plays for the club.
And Jai Paul had some good returns recently. A little bit surprised that he hasn't been selected, or maybe not around the team for this regional series.
Another surprising omission over the years, I would say, as he has Nurse, he's in bowls and allowed to go by Raja. He shows impeccable judgment, even better judgment than Anil Raja, and that's allowed to go by. And there is some talk in Trinidad and Tobago that Kavish Kantersingh should get a look in.
Kantersingh also had a good day yesterday, playing against Queen's Park.
6 wickets?
6 wickets, in fact. The left-arm orthodox player wrecked Trinidad and Tobago's hopes a few seasons ago.
Yes, here he is now, and this time it's driven nicely by Raja. He's going to get one, and it beats the fielder out there. Isaiah comes back for two. He moves on now. In fact, he's off the mark. He's been there for quite a while, but he's now off the mark, and he's shown great patience thus far.
Yeah, aesthetically pleasing left-hander, and they always say the left-handers look far better than the right-handers. There was a story about Paul Collingwood, who said he was running in the gym one time and he saw this batsman, a left-hander, who was batting so beautifully, and then he realized it was himself, but he was seeing it in the mirror.
Raja again allows it to go by. He has to be careful here with the wind allowing drift for Ashley Nurse. He allows it to go by. Hope may want to have a little discussion just to let him know how it looked from his end. So it's the end of the over, 67 for 1, and at the end of it, I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Mr. Bikram Das. I think he wants to discuss what is left and what is right together with you.
So we continue here, and Raj has left that one to go through outside the off stump. New over coming up, and this one will be bowled here by Kyle Mayers, and Mayers has already bowled is that 3 overs, 1 for 9. Yeah, once again, it is that little pixel, those pixels that are missing on the scoreboard is giving us enormous trouble to figure out what number it is. It could be 5 or 3, but I'll confirm that for you. It is 5, in fact, confirmed by Mr. Sitaram. Here is Mayers into the next delivery to Kyle Hope, who's driving it back to him. There is no run. And Ronnie Bikram Das, nice to have you back with us.
Yes, thank you very much. Nice to be back in your company. It's always a pleasure.
When you compliment me, I look at you very guardedly. But anyway, as we watch Mayers, around the wicket. Over the wicket, in fact, bowling to Hope. This one squeezing past the gully and is running away down to the boundary. It's not going to get there. It was a slow delivery from the bowler Mayers, and in the meantime the batsmen have crossed for 2, and Kyle Hope here, who got 40 in the first innings, has now moved on to 47 and in sight of his first 50 of the season. And that is good. This has been a very good game for Kyle Hope, averaging over 40 in this game and justifying his return to the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yes, definitely justified. I got 40, as you mentioned, the first inning. Looked pretty solid, looked pretty good. And he's continuing that good form here in the second inning. And this would do a whole lot for his confidence. And he would want to really get a big score here to cement his place as such in this Red Force lineup. He has been in and out of recent and in and out of form as well. So this would be a good return to form and the team for him.
Here's Mayers slipping a gully in place, and Hope is playing this one straight to that very, very short mid-on. In fact, they've put, is that Warwican they've put, he is actually standing in front of the non-striker. I'm not sure how legal that is. Raja's just inside him. If Warwican were to take a step to his left when Raja goes for a run, he's going to trip him up. That's how close they are. In fact, if Raja were to reach his right hand across, he could pick Warwican's back pocket. As we watch Mayers, he's running in now to bowl to Hope, and that's played to cover. There's no run. So they're looking at Hope here. They feel that he's going to put one in the air there. Ronnie, have you spotted anything of that sort?
Well,
They would know his game, certainly.
Yes, definitely they would know his game, but he seemed to be pushing a bit hard at those deliveries, and he tends to push hard. And yes, Avinash's head is almost hitting the table, trying to indicate that his head is falling over, and that's causing the problem. The problem, the issue with your head falling over is because your foot is not getting to the pitch of the delivery. If you're not moving your foot to the pitch of delivery, your head tends to go first, and that's where you tend to fall over. One batsman in particular I would mention, the great Kevin Peterson. He mentioned that he don't really tend to, or he don't get his foot to the pitch of the ball. What he does, his
Flicked away for 4. The next delivery down the line of the off stump, and Hope has flicked it away, and that is his 50. He raises his bat, and what a moment here for Kyle Hope, getting a 50, dropped off to the first game after a run of very low scores, and now getting one down the leg side. The last ball of the over from Mayers, and he just flicks it away for 4, and he just raised the bat once, as if to suggest, you often, if batsmen celebrate too much, you get a little bit worried. But he is quite aware that the job is not done here for Trinidad and Tobago, and he is willing and able to battle on to get that next 50 for TNT. 73 for 1, Ronnie, and it's a much better position for Trinidad and Tobago here. But you were mentioning Mr. Peterson.
Yes. And he said that, the technique is to get your front foot to the pitch of those deliveries, so you could be in a stable position. But what he does is he tried to get his head towards the delivery, and his hand will follow and complete the delivery. So he gets his head in line.
The first delivery of the new over from Ashley Nurse. Rogers just playing this one. True third man. That's a good diving stop there. He was racing across the turf to make the stop. And that is a good stop by young Drakes. Almost at Vasper Drakes. I'm not sure Vasper would be diving like that at his tender age. But young Drakes moved across very quickly to make the stop. That could have run away for 4. Isaiah Rogers now moved on by 1. He's up to 3 now.
Yes, and that was his take on that front foot issue. So his head actually leads when he's batting.
Yes, Nurse over the wicket now, bowling to Hope, who's playing it back to him, and there's no run. He wasn't the type of batsman that you'd find a lot in coaching manuals. He had his own technique. He worked out, highly idiosyncratic.
Definitely, he is. And he was one of those most successful batsmen.
Very much so. Next delivery, Hope is driving back to Nurse. There's no run. Of course, he had very little clue how to play those left-arm spinners. Teams would just be stocking up left-arm spinners every time he came in. As we watch the next delivery from Nurse, puts a lot of spin onto that one, but Hope is equal to it, plays it out to Craig Braffett in that extra cover position. There's no run.
Yeah, just to give you some information, with Kyle Hope, the last time he scored a 50 for the Toronto Red Force was on the 14th of March 2019.
2019. So that is just about a year to the to the day, and he's now had another 50 here. It sounds a lot worse than it does because, of course, the season would have ended in April last year. The next delivery steered through mid-wicket, one for Hope, and he's on to 52. Raja back on strike, 75 now for one.
Well, the last 8 innings, his highest total was 47.
First delivery outside the off stump. Raja allows it to go through to the keeper, and Dowridge has walked up to the other end because that is the end of the over. Ashley Nurse bowling his second over. TNT Red Force are 75 for one. Hope is on 52. Yes, he's had a poor run. That's all to say. But
if you want to say a poor run, but it's his last set of scores: 9, 8, 33, 16, 47, 34, 4, 5.
yeah, hasn't been a great run. If you're an opener, that's not the kind of scores you want to see. And that came after he fell out of the West Indies team, which can be very deflating for a player. I remember Riyad Emrit talking about when he was called up for the West Indies team before the 2007 World Cup, just played those two matches against India. And what a what a match to be called up for. There's Tendulkar, there's VVS Lakshman, there's Mahendra Singh Dhoni, and everybody was roughly treated that day. And when he came off the team, he went into a little bit of a slump because for the next 2 seasons he didn't do too much in terms of taking wickets.
Yeah, that tends to happen. Now his, you say Kyle Hope, his first class career, his average is 28, which is not good. He would really want to improve that if he wants to make himself available for selection on that West Indies team. So this innings, thus far he's on 52, but it will go a long way in giving him that confidence to go and get big scores.
And he needs to get some big scores. If you are to catapult yourself into the West Indies team, that's what you really need to do. Here's Stout, and he has been brought into the attack. Stout over the wicket, and this one is flicked away by Hope straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And so now the man with the golden arm, he bowled very well yesterday, taking 3 for 30, and he's now back on the attack. But it was a situation where Harding was bowling well at one end, Holder was also bowling well at the other end, and the batsman attempted to attack Stout, and he replied by bowling on a good line and length, and he took the wickets. That's how it happens sometimes, as we watch Stout on the line of the off stump, and Hope is driving this out to bid off. There's no run. One remembers that famous innings where Jim Laker took the 10 wickets and then 9 in the second innings back in 1956. Poor Tony Locke, who was bowling at the other end, took 1 wicket in the entire match, and he bowled very well, but the fact that Laker was just unplayable at the other end. As we watch the next delivery from Stout, and this one's on the line of the leg stump. He swung at it, missed it, hit the pad, but even as Hope was trying to adjust his feet, it hit the pad way outside the leg stump, so no appeal from the fielders.
Yes, just to quote my good friend Mr. Philo Wallace, all there in England, and he will be back with us pretty soon. He says to make it that, to get back into the West Indies or to get the West Indies team, you need to not have good scores, you need to get hundreds. And that is what Kyle Hope needs here.
Outside the off stump, Hope allows this to go through to Dowridge, and then sort of plays a phantom cut shot at that. There is a gully in place, there's a backward point, there is a deep cover point, and an extra cover. So there are some spaces there for him to exploit. But he's still just getting used to what Hope is bringing here to the table for this particular innings. And that's Stout, in fact. And Stout, back at the top of his mark, just ambles in about 10 paces or so. And another delivery on the line of the off stump. He's not express pace, Kevin Stout, but he's very consistent, just keeps the ball on a good line and length. And if you make a mistake, he hits.
That's exactly what he did in the first inning, and he picked up those 3 wickets. And just getting back to the point, as Mr. Philo Wallace said, a lot of players in the region, they get good scores. But good scores are not going to get you anywhere. You need to score hundreds, as you see in other teams.
Stout to Hope. Hope drives out to mid-off. There's no run. Thought about the single coming down the track. And this is exactly what we've been accustomed to seeing from Stout, Kevin Stout. and no runs off the first over that he's bowled. A maiden for him. TNT Red for 75 for 1. Raja is 3, and Hope is 52. And not many hundreds, at least not enough here from the players at the regional level. Since 2014, there was a change to allow more cricket. There was the argument being made all before that there simply was not enough first-class cricket. It was extended to the double round-robin situation, and it's been discernible. There's been a change in the quality of the batsmanship.
Yeah, definitely. You need to get more opportunities. And with more opportunities, you get more practice, you get accustomed playing at that level, and it's all good for the cricket.
There's Taraja playing off the back foot, too deep cover, and there's no run. And it is. Nobody has threatened the big score. Gordon Greenwich is actually the top scorer in this competition over the years, 9,956 runs. So somebody, I don't know if anybody's going to get close to that in our lifetime. The next delivery from Nurse is playing on the onside. There's no run. Just in case you're wondering, Courtney Walsh, 419, would have been the record holder at first-class level in this competition also. The next delivery to Raja, playing this one square of the wicket. He thought about the single. He was racing off down the pitch, but then he was sent back very quickly, and rightly so, because Jomel Warrican, who is a very good fielder, was moving in swiftly and picked it up at point and was ready to throw down the stumps. Here's Ashley Nurse round the wicket to the left-handed Raja, cutting this one straight to cover once again, and there is no run. So Barbados starting to build some pressure here. And there was a maiden in the last over, and with Stout on one side and Nurse on the other, they'll be hoping to try to build that pressure well. Now this is a shorter delivery from Nurse, which Raja is just playing into the ground hard and straight at that short extra cover, and there is no run. So, scoreless for more than 8 or 9 deliveries now. Raja forward to the next delivery. Plays it square of the wicket, Warrican fields, and there's no run. End of the over. Consecutive maidens here by Barbados, and this perhaps the start of a period of pressure they're trying to apply to Trinidad and Tobago. And there's a lot of talk about building pressure in cricket. The great Australian player Keith Miller was saying there's no pressure in cricket. Keith Miller, who would have flown fighter planes in World War II, said that pressure is having a Messerschmitt just behind your backside. And a Messerschmitt, in case you don't know, is a World War II plane that Germany would have used during that time. There's another one, but I won't try to pronounce that on air. You know which one I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it has a very... it sounds like one of the 12 words you shouldn't use on air. Next delivery from Stout is played to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And what a character he was, Keith Miller. No pressure in cricket. He actually flew a fighter plane over Bonn in Germany because he wanted to see the town where his idol, Beethoven, was born. Not sure if you are a fan of Beethoven or the Ninth Symphony of or the String Quartet number 14, Ronnie?
No,
you're not a Beethoven
I'm
fan.
Not a big fan. I would listen to it. Yes, it's interesting, but I'm not a big fan of it. I do
Beethoven.
apologize to all
Beethoven fans. Well, there goes your invitation to the annual Beethoven convention. You will not be invited to Bonn this year, Ronnie, but hopefully you can redeem yourself next year.
I could still do it an invitation. That's fine.
I'm sure Keith Miller's ghost will be there too. Here's Stout outside the off stump, and he chops at that Hope into the ground. It's a very ungainly looking shot. Gets it out to short extra cover. There's no run. It's the kind of shot you play when you're trying to kill a snake in a phone booth. That's the way it looked like to me. 75 for 1.
Kill a snake in a phone booth. That's very
That's how he
interesting.
chopped down on it. Yeah, it looked like that to me. Here is the next delivery from Stout, bowling to Hope. That's a good delivery on the line of the off stump, and well played by Hope, straight out to extra cover. And Stout is doing the business here as the temperature starts to rise here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy because the sun is back out in all its glory. A lot less cloud cover now, and the sun has come out from behind of those puffy white clouds and is now letting its presence be known here in Tarouba, South Trinidad. Here is Stout, and this one is a false shot here from Hope. It's beaten the fielder, and they're going to get one. It was outside the off stump. He was looking to play a defensive shot. It came off the inner portion of the bat and went through mid-wicket, and a misfield in the outfield, and that has allowed Hope off. But that is the first run scored in 3 overs.
Yes, and you could see Stoll very disappointed. He wanted to continue to bowl to Kyle Hope. He had Kyle Hope in some problems there, getting that ball to nip back into him, and he gets that ball to nip away as well. So he had Kyle Hope. He was bowling well to Kyle Hope, and that's what you want. You want to bowl at least 4 or 5 deliveries to a batsman to try and set him up, to try and get him out. And he was actually in the process of doing that, and that single actually let Kyle Hope off the hook.
And Kyle Hope is very happy to be off the hook. And he's at the non-strikers and looking a lot more relaxed now because he doesn't have to face up to Hope. Here's Hope round the wicket to the left-handed Raja, who's playing this one comfortably back down to mid-off, and there is no run. And that is the end of the over. Good over here from Hope, just 1 run conceded, and a little bit of pressure being built up here by Barbados. Certainly, it's not a free-scoring situation now, as the TNT Red Force are 76 for 1. They are 55 runs ahead. It's just about 25 minutes to lunchtime here. So what a good morning session we've had. It's been very good cricket all the way through. And you wonder, when you see TNT at 5th in the table, and you look at how they performed here against a very powerful Barbados team, you're wondering why they're in that position.
That's a very good question, and that's a question we are trying to get an answer for, and it's difficult at the moment to get an answer. Just to give you some scores from the other matches playing at the moment, Jamaican Scorpions against the Windward Islands. The Jamaica Scorpions, remember, they were bowled out for 381. And the Windward Islands, they are batting 169 for 6. The Windward Islands lead by 212.
Here is Ashley Nurse, first ball of his new over. Hope is forward to it, plays it back to the bowler, and no run. So Jamaica have the upper hand there. What about the other game, Guyana?
Yes, my apologies. The Windward Islands trail by 212. In the other match, the Guyana Jaguars against the Leeward Islands, the Guyana Jaguars, they were bowled out for 261. And the Leeward Islands, they are currently 141 for 2.
That one played, next delivery played out to mid-wicket. There's no run. So Guyana in some trouble there. And certainly the crown is on the line here. Hope plays the next delivery back to Nurse, and there's no run. 5 consecutive titles, and it looks like Barbados will be running away with this one. And I'm sure that they're looking very closely at what's happening in Guyana there. Guyana in all sorts of trouble in that one. Hope is cutting the next one away, but it'll go down to deep backward point for a single. There's a fielder out there now. And you wonder, with what is going on in Guyana right now, there's the situation in Guyana with the political situation, there are clashes between rival parties, how much that is affecting the team itself.
Well, definitely it would be affecting the team. They are part of the situation with respect to that election. So it will play on the line.
Certainly will, as here's the next delivery, which is played by Raja out to that short mid-off position, and there's no run. Ashley Nurse picks it up. It certainly will affect. They're not aliens after all, the players. They are affected by the same conditions that are occurring there. They live in the country after all. Next delivery, Raja's playing square of the wicket. There's no run, and that brings to an end Ashley Nurse's 4th over. At the end of it, the TNT Red Force are 77 for 1. And yeah, it's inevitable that they would have been affected by it, because the situation seems to be a bit dire with some aspects of the election being questioned. We're not politicians, by the way, but we know that it is going. You're not. I'm not either. I have no aspirations for political office.
Yes. Well,
at the moment. But in Guyana, it's a hotly contested election, mainly because one of the reasons why Guyana is standing on the brink of untold riches that the country has never seen. It's a country that was always minerally rich, and the government that comes in will have the responsibility of guiding Guyana through what could be the most productive period in the country's history.
yes.
That's why it's so important, yeah.
Yes, it is. That's with the oil. There's also we had a trip to Guyana, and we had a meeting with the Ministry of Energy, and with respect to energy, hydropower, it's going to be a big thing in Guyana pretty soon. They already have plans in place for 2 hydro plants.
And with the waterfalls there, certainly the place.
Correct.
Land of the rivers. Here's the next delivery from Stout, which is driven past point. That's poor fielding. Got through the hands of the fielder and is running away towards the boundary. It's picked up though, and that is 2 more to the total. 2 more to Hope, and Hope looking good here. 79 for 158. So, all the same, we hope that the situation in Guyana is resolved, and hope that good sense prevails there. In the meantime, the poor cricketers are trying to focus on what they're doing for their country, and you really feel for them because they have their families are out there, all that's going on in the country, and they're also trying to focus on the cricket, but wondering about the safety of their families also. Next delivery on the line of off stump, defended, and there's no run.
Yes, the safety aspect, it's pretty dull at the moment in Guyana, and we wish everyone all the best there. We hope that it works out for the best, not just for the people involved, but the country on the whole. And we know they are going to be successful and they are going to do well.
Here's the next delivery from Kevin Stout, and that's outside the off stump. Holt plays it out to extra cover, and there is no run. And Guyana's hold on the crown, which lasted for 5 seasons, seems that it's going to come to an end, and this amazing Barbados team looks like they're going to add title number 22. Going to have a lot of space in that Barbados Cricket Association for the trophies, because it might be coming their way once again. Next delivery is driven out towards the mid-off region, and there's no run. Barbados actually the country with the most titles in the region, 20 with 1 shared with Trinidad and Tobago. Trivia question for you listeners. Can you remember what year that was? TNT and Barbados would have shared the title. We'll answer after the over, of course, Ronnie. Here is Stout coming into bowl to Hope once again. And Hope is playing defensively on the onside. There is no run. I like what Stout is doing here. He's not trying to do too much. Playing, he knows his game, keeping it on the off stump and to the batsman.
Well, that brought him success in his first innings, and he's actually keeping to that. And we saw yesterday morning the Barbados Pride started with him in the same not an end, and they were successful.
It's Stout again, and this one is not the kind of shot we expect from Hope. He was trying to play it off the back foot through the cover region. It came off the inner portion of the bat and went down to mid-on. There's no run, over comes to an end. Another good one from Stout here, 79 for 1. And just in case you were wondering, the year that TNT and Barbados would have shared the title, 1976. So it would have counted as one of 5 titles won by TNT. Barbados would have won 21, including that one. And the TNT captain, Prince Bartholomew, who would have been part of the Joey Carew side that won in 70 and 1971, would have captained the side to victory shared with Barbados that year. So a little bit of trivia there, and I'm sure you would remember that, Ronnie. You knew that already. I know you were. Here's the first delivery from Ashley Nurse, and he's trapped him in front, LBW. It was, I think, the arm ball. Raja was forward to it and missed it completely, striking him. He wasn't far forward, but it is LBW, and Raja is gone here. And Ashley Nurse has struck Raja out for 3. Trinidad and Tobago red for 79 for 2.
And there we saw the coronavirus handshake. Well, foot shake, foot touch, as you would see. No handshakes being initiated because of the coronavirus, and we saw the Bajan players just tapping each other on the toes. So it's a sign of things to come. But anyway, a good breakthrough there for the Barbados Pride in picking up that wicket of Isaiah Raja. He goes for 3, looked pretty solid, but this one again mentioned the arm ball. Going straight on, and he played around that one, and he was adjudged LBW. So Raj has to go for 3, bowl LBW Nurse. So you had called it for Nurse to come into the attack, and he brought the wicket for them.
Well, the longer it went on in the first innings and there was no Ashley Nurse, you felt that they were holding back some of their players. It was going to be the spinners coming into play in the second innings, and that has proven to be the case here. He's not turning it a lot, Nurse, but he's a bowler that he's been around a long time. He's been very experienced. He's played that for the West Indies. Also, he's played for several seasons for Barbados, and showing his experience here. And Raja outfoxed by that one, just adjusted his line a little bit and struck him plumb in front. So Raja gone for 3. Kyle Hope out for is there for 56. TNT red for 79 for 2. and that will bring to the crease Jason Mohammed. And Jason Mohammed went first ball in the last innings. And tell you what, he also made a duck in the innings before that. So he's on a run of some poor form here. And I'm sure he doesn't want to go to another duck here. He had a duck in the second innings against Leeward Islands Hurricanes and a duck in the first innings here. First ball too. It's what we call it, a golden duck?
He's on a king pair.
King pair, in fact.
Yeah,
So he's taking his time, takes the bails off, does his mark. Ashley Nurse, I'm sure, will be reminding him that was your score in the last innings? What did you score against the Leeward Islands again? You know, bowlers love to do that sort of thing. Here he is now, Ashley Nurse, bowling to Jason Mohammed. There's a slip in place down the leg side. Mohammed is sweeping at that one. It comes off the legs of Braffett and it's picked up by the forward short leg. So he's not going to get that king pair. But he still is yet to score here now. Here's Ashley Nurse into Jason Mohammed. Mohammed, he plays that powerfully straight at the fielder at forward short leg. He didn't know too much about it, but he stopped it from going to the boundary.
Yes, definitely. And he would be looking to get off the mark here, Jason Mohammed. And this one.
And he's driven that one powerfully through extra cover for four. It was in the air. There's a fielder stationed there for it, but it was to his left. And it went to the boundary in a flash. And Jason Mohammed off the mark here. First runs in 3 innings for him.
Yes, a bit of a sigh of relief there for Jason Mohammed. When he was a bit worried when he saw that one going to that fielder there, the captain Braffett. But lucky for him, it went wide of the fielder, and he is off the king pair and on 4.
If I was as cynical as our friend Afinish there, I would say that he may not have been too worried if he saw Braffett catch in the first innings. Here's the next one that's down the leg side to Mohammed. It's taken by Dorrit. But Afinish is a nice guy. He tends to be a little bit cynical.
Tends to be a nice guy.
Yeah, he tends to be. If he were to take a lantern and walk around at noon asking for an honest man, just like Diogenes, he's a little bit of a cynic. Next delivery is on the line of the stumps here. May have just struck Jason Mohammed outside the off stump. Big appeal for LBW, turned down by the umpire, and that is the end of the over. Nervous moment there for Jason Mohammed, but it ends with him 4 not out.
Yes, and the score remains on 83 for 2. And Ashley Nurse was sure that was out. He was running towards the fielders and his captain in particular. But the umpire has a final say, and he says not out. Just to give you some information on Jason Mohammed, his first class career is he has played 81 matches. Is it a high score? Am I seeing right? 220, an average of 29. So his average is not as he would expect. He would want to improve that. And you mentioned, I had an interview with him in the North South Classic when he was injured, as we'll get it after this delivery.
Stout, first delivery of the new over, is just outside the off stump, driven by Hope, and there's no run.
Yes, and he said he wants to get into this West Indies red ball team, senior team. He plays the one day for them, and he's using this season to really enhance his reputation to get back into that senior team.
Here is the next delivery from Stout, and plays it from outside the off stump Hope, and there is no run out to cover. But there are players ahead of him in terms of averages on the Trinidad and Tobago team. He's averaging 33 for the season, and there are 4 players ahead of him in the rankings just on the TNT team, not to mention the other teams.
Yes, well, he had a good Super 50. He scored a couple hundreds, a couple 50s, and he started well. He started with a 59, I believe, yes?
66?
66,
66, yeah, he missed the first game, yeah.
Right.
Next delivery from Stout, another tightly lined delivery outside the off stump is defended, and there's no run.
Yes, he started with a 66. He scored a duck and 33 in the second. He scored 100 in the next match, and he was with that 100. He's looking towards scoring more, getting more hundreds to get back into it, but it fell away from him. Then he scored 11, 5, 30, and then a couple ducks.
Yeah, so here is the next delivery from Stout, and Hope drives A lot more convincing this time, out to mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, he ran into Barbados where he had that 11 and 5, and perhaps the confidence shot a little bit when he played against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 30 and 0, and here against Barbados, 0 and 4 not out. So he still has some time. 3 games in one inning here to rescue his season. Already over 250 runs. Next delivery from Stout outside the off stump. Hope plays it to extra cover, and there is no run. Yeah, so he is looking to get his way on, but as I mentioned, there are several players ahead of him in the rankings just on the TNT team. 3 of those players averaging over 50 coming into this game. De Silva, Bravo, who is out with the West Indies team, and Terence Hines, who is out of this game through injury. Next delivery on the line of the off stump, played out to mid-off, there's no run. End of the over. At the end of the over, TNT Red Force are leading Barbados by 62 runs here, 183 for 2, and we are 10 minutes away from lunch.
It's 83 for 2. They haven't scored 100 yet. It's 83, not 183.
83, sorry. Did I say 183?
Yes, you did. But
I was hoping,
we'll
perhaps.
let it slide. We'll let it slide. Don't worry.
Perhaps I was looking at Jason Mohammed's strike rate, which is 400, or is it 100 at the moment?
Yes. So it's a decent start for them. 62 on the board. You could say it's relatively 62 for 2 at the moment, and they would want to at least take this year onto the lunch break. It's just about 7 minutes to that lunch break. And if they can, this pair can take it to that lunch break, and they could reassess and see how they're gonna attack in the second session of play.
First delivery of the new over from Nurse. It comes off the pad of Mohammed. There's no run in the last 8 overs. What a change in fortunes here for TNT. Last 6 overs, in fact, 8 runs scored and 1 wicket, and that was the wicket of Raja. And Stout has conceded only 2 runs all that time. What a performance here from Stout. And here is Nurse. Jason Mohammed is forward to this one, plays it out on the onside. There's no run, and we talked about the build-up of pressure there. It certainly did tell, getting the wicket of Raja, and these 2 batsmen will have to negotiate this period of the game very carefully here. Here's Nurse, more effort, flashed at that, tried to cut it away there. Jason Mohammed is taken by Dorridge. There's no run.
Yes, the shot was on there, trying to cut it away, but he pulled away from the shot rather than try to get into it and cut. That's a problem we see with a lot of young players.
And here is the next delivery. Slower delivery here from Ashley Nurse. Played out to Craig Braffett in that extra cover position, and there's no run. There's a massive gap between Braffett at that extra cover position. There's also a deep point in place, and there is no one on third man. But Mohammed is flicking this one off the legs beautifully, and that is going to run very close to the boundary. The fieldsman just able to catch up with it and pulls it back. In the meantime, Mohammed crosses for 3, and he will move up to 7. The TNT Red Force are 86 now. 86 now for 2.
Yes, definitely. That was a good shot there by him, working that one onto the leg side. And now we see that fielder from that short square leg position. He goes to that deep mid-wicket boundary now, and it's just a bit of protection, and he should have been there from the start of the over. You need that sort of protection for an off spinner.
Next delivery, faster one from Ashley Nurse on the line of the off stump, defended by the set batsman Kyle Hope, and he will stay on 56 not out at the end of the over. Jason Mohammed is 7, and the TNT Red Force are 86 for 2. They're leading Barbados Pride by 65 runs. This match has turned into a second innings match after TNT were bowled out for 239. Barbados bowled out earlier today for 260. Just to summarize what has happened today, Barbados would have started the day at 250 for 9. The last man to go was Holder, out without scoring. 14 for Warrican, 6 wickets for Anderson Phillips, 6 for 55, the most successful bowler in the match so far. And since then, TNT have lost the wickets of Cephas Cooper, caught after bowling of Myers for 14. Isaiah Raja was trapped in front LBW by Nurse. That is the first wicket falling to a spinner for Barbados in the innings, and it is the first spell by Ashley Nurse in this match. And Kevin Stout, who's conceded 2 runs in his last 3 overs, now continues here. And this one is driven straight at extra cover. That was hit powerfully, and that is a good stop indeed. That was really traveling, and if it had gotten past Harding, that would have been crashing into the rope at this time.
Yeah, definitely a good shot there from Jason Mohammed. Had it been, as you mentioned, a meter to the left or right of the fielder, it would have been 4 runs. And the good thing about it, he didn't try to hit it too hard. He was just looking for placement.
Here's Stout into Mohammed, and Stout outside the off stump. Mohammed just shuffles across and allows that to run through to Dorridge. And this is what we've seen from Stout. 4.1 overs, none for 3. So he's bowled 25 balls and conceded just 3 runs. Doing a very good job for Barbados here.
Yeah, and that's what as we mentioned, we keep mentioning it. We saw what he did in the first innings, and that's what you want from your fast bowler.
Here is Stout. I'm sure he'll be complimented that you called him a fast bowler. He's outside the off stump, played by Jason Mohammed, and there's no run. And we're just minutes away from the lunch break here. Just about 4 minutes, I make it. And the Barbados Pride are battling here for the title. A good result for them will certainly, I feel, put them a big step towards the title. And it will be their 22nd, as we mentioned, overall. In case you're wondering why are they called the Barbados Pride, it's actually a flower. As we watch the next delivery from outside, just on the line of the off stump, and Jason Mohammed plays it defensively on the leg side. I actually saw the flower itself, the Barbados Golf Club, in the southern side of the island. Some of the houses around the golf course, there are a lot of the that particular flower there. Beautiful, very beautiful flower indeed. And I'm sure you've been to Barbados a lot. It's a lovely country.
Yes, it is.
Actually, very, very nice indeed. Cut away powerfully by Jason Mohammed, and that goes down towards the boundary. The fielder has missed it, just a misfield on his part, and he sends the ball in powerfully. In the meantime, the batsmen have crossed for 2, and that is 60% of the runs scored in that ball that Stout has conceded in the last 29 deliveries.
Yes, this time it was just short and wide. Previously, those deliveries, the batsman were leaving it alone, letting it go to the keeper. Jason Mohammed, he really latched on to that one.
It was a little bit shorter too from Stout, who's into Jason Mohammed, forward to the next delivery, plays it on the onside, and there is no run. The over comes to an end, and Stout's figures have been absolutely destroyed now. 5 overs for 5 runs. Yeah, it's a good bowling by Stout here, really doing a good job for his team. Hope is on 56, Mohammed is 9, and that's going to be lunch there, yes. So it's, I thought it was just about 2 minutes to go, but the umpires have decided that is the end of it, and perhaps I need to reset my watch, as TNT Red Force have faced 30 overs. They've gotten to 88 for 2, and it is not the greatest of situations, but it's not the worst of situations either. Hope is 56, he's the set batsman. Mohammed is 9, and the TNT Red Force are leading by 67 runs. So let's just summarize very quickly for the listeners and viewers here, Ronnie, what has happened today. Barbados Pride resuming at 250 for 9, and certainly they would have been looking to get somewhere in the region of 300 on a very good game, but they only added 10 runs.
Yeah, definitely. And 2 not all batsmen. That's, I think, Warrican and Holder. And Holder didn't really last long. Anderson Phillips, he picked up that wicket, and he ended with 6 for 55 from his 18.2 overs. An excellent spell of bowling from Anderson Phillips, and return to the Red Force, and that what a return for him. And that was the end of the Barbados Pride first inning. They were eventually bowled out for 260.
An innings dominated by 96 from Dorridge and 81 from Nurse. A massive partnership of 159 in the context of this game. 6 for 55 for Philip, 1 for 66 for Mohammed, 1 for 26 for Charles, none for 52 Akil Hussain, and 1 for 48 for Imran Khan. TNT came in with a deficit of 21 runs. Kyle Hope came out with Cephas Cooper. Cooper was the first to go, out for 14 of 37 balls with 2 fours. He was caught. Shamar Holder bowled Kyle Mayers. Rogers stayed around for 28 balls, but then got us the arm ball from Ashley Nurse. He was LBW for 3, and he was gone there. Jason Mohammed came out and he's looked very positive, 9 of 15 balls. And Kyle Hope has faced 102 deliveries and he has scored 56 runs. The bowling figures for the Barbados Pride here in the early stages: Kemar Chamar Holder, in fact, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16. Kyle Mayers, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 15. Keon Harding, who did not take the new ball today, 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 35. And Ashley Nurse, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13. The first spell that he's bowled for the match, which could be significant. They've obviously saved him up for the second innings. So TNT closing at lunch. They have closed at 88 for 2, and they are leading the Barbados Pride by 67 runs here in the second innings. That's the situation. Thanks very much, Ronnie. And on behalf of Ronnie and the rest of the crew, we'll be back with you in just about 35 minutes for commentary on the period after lunch here in this match, TNT Red Force versus Barbados Pride at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yes, afternoon and welcome back to this third day's play in this match. Red Force, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force versus the Barbados Pride. The situation of the match, remember the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force captain Imran Khan won the toss and elected to bat. They batted first, they scored 239. The Barbados Pride in reply, as we see Ashley Nurse take up the attack and he bowls this one down the leg side to Kyle Hope, and it's well collected by Dorridge, and there's no run. Yes, and the Barbados Pride in reply, they got to 260 all out as Nurse bowls. This one is on the off stump. Kyle Hope is on the back foot, pushing this one down the ground to the fielder at long on. They stroll through for a single. Yes, 89 for 2. So, as I was mentioning, and 60, an overall lead of 11. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in their second innings are currently 89 for 2. Already wipe off that lead. They lead 68. Yes, as this one is on that off stump line again, and it's just pushed down the wicket by Jason Mohammed. And the score remains on 89 for 2. So Shinus continues from the southern end, picking up a wicket already. And this one is driven straight to the fielder at cover. Bit of misfield there by the captain himself, Keegan Brathwaite. And there is an easy single. So Kyle Hope, sorry. No, my apologies, Jason Mohammed. He gets his second session of play on the way. He moves on to 9. Nurse to Hope. Hope drives this one. A misfield there again by the fielder at short mid wicket. And there is an easy single for Kyle Hope. So the Barbados Pride starting a bit poorly here in the field at the moment. A couple of misfield giving the batsmen easy singles. So easing that pressure off here as it's 90 for 2. It's Nurse. Jason Mohammed is well forward to this one, pushing it back to the bowler. And that's the end of a good over, a good start here from Ashley Nurse, and a nice bit of run in there between the wickets by Kyle Hope and Mohammed. As I welcome my good friend Vidya Rampal, who seemed to have a very good lunch, didn't want to come back into the commentary box.
Well, it seemed that 40 minutes traveled a little bit faster than I thought. I was just having a very interesting conversation with one of the PRO of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. Very much awake and alive at the the ticketing booth, and just talking about that Al Pacino film, The Irishman. Some similar, but no mafia conspiracies here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Very interesting film if you've never seen it, about the story behind the death of Jimmy Hoffa.
As the comment I would normally give is Mr. Mamchan. That was way before my time.
Oh, that's way. Well, it came out last year, so if that's way before your time. Yeah, it came out in November, December. So if it's before your time.
Yes, it's before my time.
Okay. Well, the killing of Jimmy Hoffa, a very famous story in American history, and it was a very good movie. Certainly I watched it with great interest last year. Here's Stout. He will continue here, and very good spell from Stout earlier today. Ronnie. And let's see, I hope he can continue. If he's had a good lunch, let's see how he shapes up.
Yes, as it's Stout, and this one is again on that off-stump line by Stout, as we saw before that lunch break. Is keeping that nice line and length outside that off-stump and making it difficult for the batsman. Kyle Hope is pushing that one down the ground, and he gets through for, there's no run. The score remains on. Right? Yes, it's 91. Yes, as it's Stout again as he bowls, and this one is off the pad, and it's worked away onto the leg side. It runs away into the boundary. Well, there's some bat onto that as the umpire signals 4 runs, and that's 4 more to Kyle Hope. He moves on to 57. It's 95 now for 2.
Yeah, that was a badly lined delivery from Stout, and so unlike what we saw from him in his spell earlier today. He had conceded some, 9 runs earlier? 5 runs, in fact, throughout his spell, which was 5 overs and 1 ball. So 31 balls. He conceded 4 runs and 5 runs, in fact, and has now conceded 4 in 2 deliveries here. So not sure what he had for lunch, but it hasn't suited him at all.
Well, this one was again on that off-stump line, and Kyle Hope is on the front foot, pushing that one into the offside, and there's no run. The score remains on 93 for 2.
Yeah, so started back at the top of his mark, and his role is going to be very important for Barbados Pride in this period after lunch here, because if he can tie up one end, they can apply some pressure at the other.
Yes, and this one again on that middle and leg line, worked away into the onside, but straight to that fielder at short mid wicket, and the score remains on 93 for 2. And yes, that's what he does very well. Just ties up one end, makes it difficult for the batsman to score, keeps the runs down, and at the other end, the bowlers seem to get the wickets.
Yeah, Ashley Nurse did in fact pick up the wicket earlier.
Yes, and this one again is a fuller length delivery on that off-stump line, and it's pushed away into the onside by Kyle Hope. The fielder at point tidies up nicely, and there's no run.
Different approaches from the 2 batsmen towards him, though. Hope is more circumspect. He's just playing him square of the wicket. He's trying to drive him through the offside. But Jason Mohammed just giving himself just a little bit of room and trying to slash it through the offside. He's been more aggressive towards Stout.
Stout again. This one outside the off stump. Kyle Hope just on the front foot, pushing that one to the fielder at short cover. And there's no run. At the end of that over, another good over by Stout. Tight over, not giving away much runs.
Outside of the boundary, that is. Yeah.
Other than the boundary.
One bad ball he's bowled.
Correct. And that's the thing. He bowls 1 or 2 bad balls, and he gets away with some of them. But more often than not, they would tuck him away. But at the end of that over, it's 94 for 2.
Yeah, the one bad ball he bowled in his spell so far, which is now 6 overs, put away by Kyle Hope. The problem was that he bowled it to the set batsman, who is Kyle Hope, on 62. Jason Mohammed is on 10. He's looked far more aggressive, and Ashley Nurse is back on here. Let's see how they approach Ashley Nurse in the post-lunch session.
Yes, and this one is driven down the ground, but straight to that fielder at that short mid-on position.
Well, he's gone back a few paces now.
So it's Nurse to Mohammed, who attempts a sweep down the leg side, but did he get bat onto it? Yes, he did.
Well, actually, they're signaling buys. Yeah, the umpire signaled buys, so there was no touch on it, and it looks like the keeper, Dorridge had already gotten up. You really if you're going across to collect the ball on the leg side, that anchor foot, the left foot to the right hander, has to skip across, but he didn't stay low. He was getting up as he moved across, and that's why he couldn't collect it.
Yes, and this one again down the leg side by Ashley Nurse, worked away to that fine leg position, and they get through for an easy single this time. Jason Mohammed moves on to 15. The score moves
leg
on
by
to
has also been signaled.
96 for 2. That's a leg by, signaled by the umpire.
So 79 runs now, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force lead. If they can push that up to around 200 by the end of the day, it's going to be a challenge tomorrow.
Yes, and this one again on that targeting the legs of Kyle Hope here is Ashley Nurse, and he works this one into that mid-wicket region, and he gets no runs. The score remains on 95 for 2 again, and this one is wide and cut away by Kyle Hope. He's gonna get one. The fielder on that deep point boundary runs around, and they're gonna come back for another. So it's 2 runs to Kyle Hope, 2 runs to the total. The score now, it's 102.
Yeah, that's the 100 up for the TNT Red Force of 32.4 overs. The run rate at a very healthy 3.11 so far.
Yes, and it's Ashley News again to Hoop. Hoop is driving this one, but straight to the fielder. And there's another misfield, but lucky for him, it doesn't result in any runs. And the end of that over, it's 102 for 2.
Well, now that the batsmen have come out, they've faced the two bowlers this afternoon. Hope has looked like he has not changed any strategy. He's approaching both bowlers in the same way, but we're seeing a little bit more of an aggressive approach towards Ashley Nurse. I think they realize he's not turning it very much, and if they can play him more like a medium pacer, just drive him in the V, they can pick up runs here. Now, Barbados have responded by ensuring they're trying to strengthen up that V to cut off the angles to keep down the runs here, and it's going to be an interesting battle shaping up in this session. If Barbados can pick up 2 or 3 wickets in this session, it's going to be advantage to them. Let's see how it pans out as the game progresses here.
Yes, Stout continues from this media end as he bowls to Mohammed. Mohammed getting a delivery that is lifting a bit on him. Hit the top of the bat. Lucky for him, it dropped just short of that fielder at short mid wicket, and there is no run. The score remains on 102 for 2.
So let's see how Jason Mohammed approaches Stout. We saw Hope play out the entire over the last time round, and Stout just a very short run up, maybe about 10 paces or so into the batsman.
And this one is again pushed into the covers by Jason Mohammed. He looks really good here. Delivery that is just outside off, some full length delivery, and Jason Mohammed getting on that front foot and driving that one straight to the fielder at cover. The score remains on 102 for 2. As Stouts runs in again to bowl to Mohammed. This time Mohammed is hitting this one a bit harder this time. Straight to the fielder. He couldn't hold on to this one, and it passes through his hands. Jason Mohammed gets through for a single. The score moves on to 103 for 2.
Got to Harding a lot faster than he was expecting, and the youngster went down in the approved fashion, the long barrier, but somehow the ball found its way through him and went past him to get the single there. But a more aggressive approach you're seeing already from Jason Mohammed towards Stout, and that'll make Stout think a little bit about his line and length here, and it could I think there's also a change in thinking, because they're trying to curb what appears to be a more aggressive intent from TNT towards Stout. Now what they've done is they've asked Dorridge to come up to the stumps, and it's something that we've seen in the past, the keeper coming up to the stumps of the medium pacer.
Yes, Stout. And this one is past the outside edge immediately. The tactics have worked for them. That one zip past the outside edge. Dorridge collected well, whipped the bails off in a flash.
Yes, he's a good keeper, Shane Dorridge. Some feel he's not the best in the region, but he can put forward his argument there for that. Not sure if he collected that cleanly, because he was holding on to the right, the heel of the hand there. Wonder if he got a little bit of a blow there.
Yes, Stout again to Hope, and Hope just allows that one to go by to the keeper Dorridge, who collects cleanly this time, and the score remains on 103 for 2.
Yeah, it's always an interesting tactic to have the keeper up for the medium pacer. You're not going to see too many stumpings here. It's going to be something very, it has to be outstanding. But I think the reason was perhaps Hope had just started to bat just slightly outside of his crease to the medium pacer.
Yes, and this one, Hope looking to drive a wider delivery from Stout, and Hope looking to drive that one through that cover point area, not making any contact. The keeper collects well. The end of the over, it's 103 for 2.
Well, usually when you see the keeper come up to the medium pacer, it's usually an indicator that the batsman is batting outside of his crease, just to get the bowler off his line and length. And I think they noticed that, and they were noticing that perhaps Hope and Mohammed were looking a little bit more comfortable towards Stout. So they've decided to call Dorridge in, and it's good to have a keeper who can actually do that, keep to the medium pacer. Now, he's not express pace, but it is going to be a lot more difficult for him there.
Yes, as you can see, he's still favoring that hand, that left hand of his. As you mentioned, it seemed like the ball hit him there, and that take. But he's still favoring that arm, but he's still there. He's doing the job. As it's a change in bowling from the southern end we see Warrican. He comes in for his first spell in the second innings. Ashley Nurse, he had a spell. First, it's his spell. Came to an end. Just 2 overs he bowled after this lunch on break, and he's replaced by Warrican. So maybe they feel that Warrican might be more successful to the right-handers.
Well, Warrican turns it away from the right-hander, so with the 2 right-handers on, it's a good call here.
Yes, definitely a good call as he bowls to Jason Mohammed, and Mohammed is well forward, pushing this one to that fielder at a very short cover, extra cover I should say. And so there's slip in play, backward point, short cover, mid on, mid off, and this time he's sitting high over the infield. 1 bounce, 2 bounces into the fence, and that's 4 more for Jason Mohammed. The score moves on to 107 for 2.
Yeah, it's a nice loosener there from Warrican outside the off stump, and Jason Mohammed, his eyes lit up there as he just lifted that one over extra cover for 4. There's a short extra cover, there's an extra cover in place, a mid-off, and there's a man at, I believe he's a deep cover. In fact, they've now adjusted him around to deep extra cover for the protection, and they've adjusted him again, just as we said. So he's now moved a few paces to his left. So they're looking to protect that boundary because Mohammed is looking very aggressive, and that's good to see. He had the 100 just about 4 innings ago, and he's going to take the attack to the Barbadian bowlers here.
And this one is again played through that same area, but this time all along the ground. There's that field, as you mentioned, stationed there for that particular shot, and Jason Mohammed just gets a single. It's 108 for 2.
Well, if he had been in the position he was previously, that would have gone for 4 again. So the Barbadians seeing here, he has telegraphed his intentions, Jason Mohammed, and they've now plugged a gap here.
Yes, so it's Warrican into Kyle Hope now, and he wasn't really ready for that one. Well, he slams the ball into the stumps, and we don't know what's the reason.
Well, the umpire just having a quick word with him because the ball is on the ground. I didn't see that. Did he? He slammed it into the stumps, you said?
Yes, he did. So he pulled out of his delivery stride, turned around, took the ball, hit the stumps, left it there.
A little bit of petulance there shown by Warrican, perhaps?
Yes, and the umpire did have a chat with him as this one is full-length delivery, played onto the onside. The fielder at backward point tidies up, and there's no run. This time it's Warrican into Hope, and Hope drives straight to the fielder at cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, wondering if the match referee Michael Raghunath might just take a little note of that. He would take notes of all actions like that. Maybe have a quick word with him later on.
Yes, and this one is on the leg side, worked away to that square leg region by Kyle Hope. He gets 1, gets 2. The fielder at short leg chases, and he eventually got there, and they get through for 2 easy runs. That brings an end to the over. At the end of that over, it's 110 for 2. Kyle Hope, he's there on 66, and Jason Mohammed with him on 16.
Well, Warrican hasn't done the same what Ashley Nurse would have done earlier, just keeping the ball tight on a tight line and length. Strayed slightly there, Warrican. He bowled in the first innings 10 overs, 5 maidens, none for 22. Most of the runs coming towards the end of his spell. But let's see how he will fare here over the next few overs. Is there going to be a change from the southern end also? No, Stout is going to stay on here. He's bowled well, just conceded that 1 boundary. So he's now bowled, I make it 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 10. That's still very good figures here. And there's a more aggressive approach here from the batsman. And Jason Mohammed has sort of brought that into the game since he's arrived to the crease. St. George is still up here.
Yes, as Stout continues. And this time, this one is just short of a length, and it's pulled away nicely through mid-wicket by Jason Mohammed. He looks very aggressive, as you mentioned. He moves on to 20. The score moves on to 114 for 2.
Good shot there by Jason Mohammed. Saw the ball a little bit shorter and got back into his crease well and pulled it all along the ground into the mid-wicket boundary. And so he continues to take the attack here to Barbados. He's on to 21 and he's scoring quickly. His strike rate is 75. in the context of game that this game that is quick. Two boundaries of Stout since he's come back in.
Yes, and again, there's a better length and line delivery from that Stout. And Jason Mohammed just pushes onto the front foot, push that one back to the bowler, and the score remains on 114 for 2.
Well, this is quite an old tactic that has been used in cricket, where the medium pacer will have the keeper up. The great medium pacer, Sir Alec Bedser, who played for England for many years with great distinction, would have used that tactic. Of course, he had a keeper, one of the great keepers of all time, Godfrey Evans, who was up to the stumps to him.
Yes, and this one is a bit wider by Stout. Jason Mohammed looking for that square cut. He's really good square of the wicket, but missed totally. And good work by the keeper again, Dorich, to really collect that one. The score remains on 114 for 2.
I'm sure Godfrey Evans would have been happy with Shane Dorridge with that particular take. Of course, things were a lot different in those days for keepers. Wicket keepers, their gloves. Shane Dorridge, his glove is so huge it looks like it's covering his entire forearm.
He's a small guy, so
well, maybe that's why. In the old days, you would hear talk, and in fact, the umpires are conferring maybe something about the ball. I think they're examining the ball now, but in the old days, the inners, it wasn't the same protection it offered to the hands of keepers as it does these days. There was talk of keepers using steak in their gloves to take the blow, to soften the blow a little bit.
Okay, that's good. It's very
It's a
interesting.
waste of steak, though. And I know we're just after lunch here, so Vinod is sitting there thinking, why? I could have some of that steak myself instead of putting it in some keeper's gloves.
Yeah, definitely. He's always thinking about food.
Don't we know it?
Yes, it's Stout into Mohammed. This one comes back into the right-handed Mohammed. But Mohammed, he's there for a bit. He's able to negotiate that one nicely. Pushes it into the onside. The fielder Mears there at mid-wicket fields. And the score remains on 114 for 2. Stout runs in to bowl. And this one is wide. Cut away. Past that fielder at backward point, and it races into the boundary for 4. So again, short and wide. This time, Jason Mohammed didn't miss out. He hit that one pass. All he had to do was beat that fielder at backward point, and it's 4 more to Jason Mohammed.
And this is all Jason Mohammed here. This is the change in tactics here brought on by this outstanding batsman. Earlier we did see from Hope, from Cooper, and from Raja, they were more content to just play out Stout. They were very respectful of his bowling. But Jason Mohammed is giving himself room, and he's taking the attack to Stout and by extension the Barbados team. So that's 3 boundaries now. After 25 balls with just 2 runs scored, now we've seen 3 boundaries of the last 2 overs he's bowled.
Yes, and it's Stout again. This time straight down the ground. A lovely shot from Jason Mohammed. As he hit that one down the ground, he stood there and looked at it, and it races into the boundary for 4. It's 122 for 2.
4th boundary now. So they're taking the attack to Stout. The man who was tying down one end has now been roughly treated here in this over, and boundaries also conceded in the last 2 overs. So the change in tactics here, TNT fighting back. They're trying to get control of this game, and the lead over Barbados Pride now up to 97. Of course, as the great Jeffrey Boycott says, if you think you're in a good position, add 2 wickets to your score, and you'll see how good a position it really is. TNT 122 for 2. Jason Mohammed looking good here on 29. His strike rate now moving up to 87. He has 5 fours. Kyle Hope has now gone into a little bit of a shell. He was up to the 60s in his strike rate, now back down to 55. And he can now feel a bit more comfortable with Jason Mohammed taking the attack to the bowlers.
Yes, and I will tell you something. That partnership of 43, you would not believe, but Jason Mohammed has 28 of those.
I'm not surprised at all.
Yes, and this time Warrican bowls to Kyle Hope, who drives this one straight to that fielder at long off, and they stroll through for an easy single. The score moves on to 123 for 2.
mismirrors the situation that we'd have seen in the first innings. That's where Barbados Pride had Trinidad and Tobago at 60 for 3, and they sort of let things slip here with dropping some catches.
So this one is pushed onto the offside there by Jason Mohammed. And the fielder Mayers there fielding, and the score means 123 for 2.
Drop some catches and allow Joshua De Silva and Raja also to push the scoring rate along and allowed TNT back into the game.
Yes, it's Warrican into Mohammed. And Mohammed is well forward, and this one peels off the outer half of the bat. Lucky for him all along the ground. And the fielder at that backward point covers nicely, and they get through for an easy single. It's 124 for 2.
Good fielder is Craig Braffett. Very surprised he dropped those 2 catches yesterday. But he removed himself from the slip after that and went out into the outfield. And I'm sure it's a measure of that, the fact that he's constantly having to go over his plans, trying to keep 2 or 3 overs ahead as a good captain does, and just not focusing when the ball was coming to him.
Yes, it's Warrican into Kyle Hope. This one, and he's bowled him. He has been bowled. Kyle Hope pushing forward to this one. It beats the outside edge of the bat, knocked back the off stump, and he has been bowled by Warrican. And that's the fall of the 3rd wicket. It's 124 for 3. Kyle Hope, he has to go for 67. He really seems disappointed there. He was looking to go all the way in this innings, and he has to depart for 67. A good breakthrough there for the Barbados Pride.
Very, very good breakthrough for the Barbados Pride, and getting Kyle Hope out for 67. I'm not sure if he really understood what happened there, but it was a good delivery from Jomel Warrican. I think he was playing for spin, and perhaps that was the arm ball from Warrican coming in. It knocked back the off stump, and Kyle Hope has gone for a well-played 67. It was noticeable that his scoring rate had started to decelerate sharply with Jason Mohammed out there. Mohammed was not exactly dominating the strike, but he was. Kyle Hope was starting to decelerate in terms of his scoring rate, and Barbados were able to bowl a lot better to him, and eventually they've gotten the wicket here with Hope being bowled by Warrican for 67. Now the TNT Red Force are 124 for 3. Joshua De Silva is there. He's had 250s in his last 2 innings, so if he can combine forces well here with the very aggressive Jason Mohammed, this could be the partnership that TNT are looking to push them towards that total of that lead of over 200.
Yes, well, Jason Mohammed, he's looking really good, and he's at the moment on 29. And as you mentioned, as we were talking about that, and that the lead has stretched to 103.
Not enough at the moment. You need at least 100 more. And with 3 wickets down, 3 of their frontline batsmen down, we're now well and truly into the middle of the middle order. So who's still to come here as we watch De Silva? There's Gully, who has not had a big score at this level. There's Imran Khan, who did score 23 in the first innings. There's Akil Hussain, who has struggled to get runs in this tournament. He's had 30 wickets, but he hasn't had too many good scores in this innings. So this is the last recognized pair for Trinidad and Tobago here. So it's Barbados will be very keenly aware of this. If they can get another breakthrough, they will be well and truly in control.
Yes, definitely a wicket here, and the wicket of Jason Mohammed would be really good for them. Could see them bowl out the Red Force very cheaply here and be well on the way. And then Avinash Sitaram could be right. He said at the beginning of today's play, the game could finish today.
Well, he has to be right at some point.
Well.
If you keep throwing darts, you must hit the ball at some point, right?
At some point in time. That is very true. That is very true.
No, I think we're being uncharitable. He has a very good cricket brain, our analyst Avinash Sitaram. And he gets a little upset with us when we don't get it right. So let's. He's kept us in check well throughout the few days.
I thought you were going to say he gets a bit carried away sometimes.
Was that too? But we won't talk about that too much.
Okay, well, back to the game here. It's De Silva. He's on strike. He's up to face his second delivery here. Warrican. into the right-handed, and he swept this one away down the leg side. There's no one there, and acres of room. It runs into the boundary now, and that's four. So what a way to get off the mark here for De Silva, Joshua De Silva.
77 of 177 deliveries in the first innings. The typical type of approach to batting we've seen from Joshua De Silva, and what a series he's had. He didn't do too much with the bat last year when he made his debut for Trinidad and Tobago, but he's had two consecutive 50s here in this particular series. He also had 113 and 80 in the first two matches that he would have played here. And interestingly, outside of that 79 against the Leeward Islands, which was played away from home, two of his 50s and 100 have come here.
Well, he loves this ground, I would say, because he has at 200s here on this ground.
And that was at the under 23, that's right.
Correct.
And remember, he also scored, I think he also got some big scores for the West Indies emerging players here during the Super 50, also produced some good runs here. So he's enjoying his time at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And in the meantime, there's another change. Stout, after being roughly treated in the last few overs, he has now been removed from the attack, and on in his place, it looks like Shamar Holder is back on.
Shamar Holder is back into the attack, and
so I'll pick up the play-by-play here. Shamar Holder is in now. He's back into the attack. 6 overs, 1 for 16, and here he is outside the off stump, cut away by Mohammed straight to backward point, and there's no run. There's a slip in place. There's a gully backward point, as we mentioned. There is a deep cover point, extra cover mid on, mid off, and there's also a mid wicket in Captain Craig Braffett. Out there with Jason Mohammed is Joshua De Silva, who's walking down the track, and he's having a close look at the pitch here, trying to get accustomed to the conditions. And it looks like the pitch is really breaking up. There's a lot of loose material that De Silva is moving away with his bat as he watches Shamar Holder, 40 on his back, tall and slim young man, running into bowl to Mohammed. Strikes him on the pad. There's a big appeal for LBW, but if there had been an extra set of stumps after the leg stump, it may have hit the leg stump of those. That's how far down the leg side it was. Leg by called, 129 now for 3.
Yes, that one was definitely going down the leg side. Well, they would have been really joyful after that wicket of Kyle Hoop. So they would have feel the adrenaline pumping in their blood. And this, with that appeal there, you can see definitely it was a bit hopeful, but hope has already been dismissed.
Hopeless, in fact. So here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, it is once again Holder into De Silva. Didn't know too much, almost played it on. He looked around in alarm to see where the ball had gone. Played the French cut down to long leg and picks up one. That line just outside the off stump with the ball moving in with the breeze and moving in from off the seam, certainly troubling him. And Shamar Holder, who looks a lot more comfortable bowling from the northern side of the ground, now looks energized. Maybe looking a little bit lethargic yesterday, but today he looks full of energy here. We did see this from him when he played for West Indies A against India A. He looked really up for it in one game. The next game he looked a little bit tired. Here he is in now, running into bowl a ball that's on the line of the off stump. Mohammed plays it away to Craig Braffett at mid-wicket. There's no run.
Yes, Holder, he would need to do a job here for his team. He would like to continue the good work that Stout did. Stout bowled really well, I must say. Apart from that last over that Jason Mohammed took a liking to him, he bowled really well. And maybe you were right in seeing that he started to tire a bit. And this change should be good for the Barbados Pride.
Here is Shamar Holder on his way to Mohammed. Fuller delivery, which he drives back to the bowler, who does well to stop that on his follow-through. And makes a stop and then runs down the track to collect the ball. This is the type of thing that you would want to see the fielders running. Let your fast bowler walk away, pick up the ball. Don't have him bending over to pick up those deliveries. Meanwhile, away in Mumbai, the India Legends have defeated the West Indies Legends by 7 wickets with 10 balls remaining in a match out there. West Indies Legends 150 for 8. Shivnarine Chandapal 61. Are you surprised by that? No surprise there at all.
No surprise there.
As Chimar Holder is on his way again from the northern end. Here he is bowling to Mohammed, who's playing defensively out to cover, and there's no run. Brian Lara, 17 of 15 deliveries before he was stumped off Pathan. Not much else. Tino Best getting 11. Ridley Jacobs 2. Powell 1. Carl Hooper made 2. So Pedro Collins also played in that game, as well as Suleiman Ben. 150 for 8 in their 20 overs. The over comes to an end here. At the end of it, Red Force 130 for 3. And now India A, they got 74 not out from Virender Sehwag. And that was off 57 balls, 11 fours. He looks like he's in good form still. Sachin Ramesh Tendulkar, 36, 14 from Mohammad Kaif, and Yuvraj Singh chipping in with 10 not out at the end as India Legends defeat the West Indies Legends by 7 wickets, 151 for 3.
Yes, that's a good encounter, very good encounter. Some very good names you call there, as you say, legends of the game. And to hear these guys still among the runs, that's really amazing.
And they actually dragged Simon Toffel out to do some umpiring.
Well.
First delivery of the new over from Warrican, who's round the wicket to Joshua De Silva, who plays it on the onside, straight at the fielder. There's no run. 128 for 3, 130 for 3, in fact, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It's Warrican round the wicket again. De Silva's forward to it, plays it out in front of him. It's fielded. There's no run. And breakout season here for Joshua De Silva, and certainly is putting up his name for a place perhaps in the West Indies team as a wicket-keeper batsman. Warrican, this one is turning away from De Silva, who plays it well out to extra cover. There's no run, and the incumbent is the man just behind him. Interesting battle going on.
Well, both of them scored runs in the first innings, so
off the back foot, he plays it out to short extra cover and no runs. So I'm sure that Dorich might remind you, I scored a bit more than you, didn't I?
He definitely.
As we watch Warrican round the wicket again to De Silva on the back foot, trying to work it past that mid-on position. Can't do so. But if you are to compare them in terms of their glove work, you would have to say that Dorich has the edge. By some margin too. Here is De Silva playing one on the onside again, straight to the fielder. There's no run, and Warrican has bowled a very tight over here, and the TNT Red Force have been kept to 130 for 3, 5 for De Silva, 29 not out for Jason Mohammed. Yeah, you would think that Warrican would have the beating of De Silva. De Silva has to score a lot more runs, but he really has to improve his keeping. There were some missed chances here. So I think Vinod is going to come on. Vinod Mamchan is there's a double change coming up, so once Vinod gets away from his cappuccino, I'm sure he's going to come on in a moment. Here he is. He's
cappuccino or steak?
Cappuccino and steak.
Oh, and steak.
This is the Mamchan, you know.
Oh,
after all.
Yes, it is.
So Vinod also putting on his glasses. I'm trying to get accustomed to seeing him in glasses after all these years. Here's Shamar Holder starting his new over. He is over the wicket, and this one Mohammed is allowing to go past and true to Dorich. How are you, Vinod?
I'm good, Vince. Thanks a lot for your wonderful work. You continue to work well. You and my good friend Ronnie Bikram Das, as we continue to take in the action here. Trinidad and Tobago 130 for the loss of 3, Ronnie. And joining me is Farid Ali. Farid, noted attorney at law here in Trinidad and Tobago. And to show you how versatile the people of Trinidad and Tobago is, after Farid will be the former comptroller of customs, Amar Samaru. So we have it all here at 360. This delivery pushed away on the offside by Mohammed, and there is no run. The score at the moment, 130 for 3. Remember, we have to keep taking minusing 21 out of that, because that's the deficit. So TNT, they're actually 109 to the good. 7 wickets in hand. Good afternoon, Farid.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mamchan.
How are you?
It's good to be here. It's good to be here.
Well, I think it's a little more pleasant than the courtroom. This is a tickle away around the corner by Mohammed into the boundary for 4. So as Farid comes in, he brings luck to Mohammed. And Mohammed, who has been very aggressive since coming in, he pushes on nicely now onto 30. It's 134 now for the loss of 3. And Trinidad and Tobago batting well here, Farid.
It seems so. What we need to look at is, could you account for why the crowds aren't here today?
Well, I'm already being cross-examined. Well, Farid, I think a number of people are at the market. They are the groceries. It's Saturday, and a lot of work to be done in and around the home before you come to cricket. Here is Ola. He's outside the off stump, and Mohammed looking to go down the ground. Just can't get it past mid-off, and there is no run. So 134 for 3, yes, and the crowd has not been the best, but over the last 2 days, we saw a number of school children coming in, and of course accompanied by their parents.
You're anticipating a bigger turnout after tea?
Yes, I'm sure that once Trinidad and Tobago continues to bat, normally when Trinidad and Tobago, when they're batting, you find the fans are coming out, and it will be late afternoon. Mohammed drives a bit uppishly down to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So, what do you think is keeping the players away from, the fans away from the sport?
Well, we can always go to the old school theory that since the West Indies cricket isn't what it used to be, generally there's a damper in the spirit of West Indian people towards the game. But I guess I can counter that argument to say that with the rise in the T20 cricket, matches of this nature tend to draw less interest.
Yes, well, speaking about interest on the live, there are a number of people, there are thousands of people taking in the action, and of course listening to your comments, Farid. The last delivery in that over was just back of a length. Mohammed getting back, rocking back onto the back foot, and then he was not able to get it past mid-on. That's the end of the over. The latest score here at the Barbados Cricket Academy, the TNT Red Force in their second innings, 134 for 3. Remember, they trail by 21 runs on the first innings. I have with me Farid Ali as we continue to discuss cricket here in Trinidad and Tobago, and we continue to discuss as a whole cricket in the Caribbean. And Trinidad and Tobago handily placed, you think?
I think we were safely in the driver's seat for now, but in cricket things change.
Yes, and Mohammed and De Silva in there at the moment. Here is De Silva going deep into his crease. He clips this behind square, and he sets off for 1. He's going to come back for 2. I just saw his mom and dad. They were in the stands. They're always here supporting their son. And it's so important, even at his age, that the parents are here lending that support.
Support is always important. I would imagine that much investment would have been placed in these youngsters and facilitating their development in the game. So
this time he's down the ground.
Reaping the benefits now.
That's a massive hit, and it goes one bounce into the fence of 4. So coming into his arc there was Warkan, and De Silva went down the ground for 4. So Trinidad and Tobago, they take their score now along to 140 for 3. De Silva he has moved on to 11. Mohammed is on 34, and you were making the point for it.
Well, I'm saying that so much investment parents would have placed in their children, particularly within the last decade or so. You would see that it's in their interest to come out and support the kids.
Yes, of course. And you look across at the stands. I know you were in the stands early on today, taking in the action, just getting a feel of the venue. This time he drives. De Silva finds cover. There is no run. So the score remains 140 for 3. Warwick operating from the far end. He did send back the opening batsman Kyle Hope. And here he is again around the wicket. He's into De Silva. De Silva is forward. Plays it away again to a shortish mid-off. And there is no run. So Trinidad and Tobago not having the best of seasons, but obviously looking to take advantage of their home support and their home facility. De Silva goes back, looks to cut. And that's a very dangerous shot in the circumstances. It's fielded at first slip along the ground by Ashley Nurse. That brings the over to an end, and the score is 140 for 3. Uh, what do you think could be done to bring the crowd back to cricket? That's outside of the T20.
That is such a loaded question. If we look at the history of the game in Trinidad and Tobago, there is no doubt that the crowds in the T20 and the shorter forms of the game are there. I just think that in terms of the longer form of the game, more younger people, or if we may put it this way, the school cricket, the support that is derived out of the schools would sort of inspire not just school cricket, but vice versa.
Here is Holder. He breaks into his run, passes the umpire now, and that's played away down to mid on. There is no run. So Mohammed has really looked good. He's on 34. Yes, there's always this debate as to what needs to be done, what's the correct thing to do to get people coming through the turnstiles. I think the T20 lends itself, but the 50 over, the crowds are also not so good in the 50 over game. Recently, well, I shouldn't say recently, about 2 seasons ago, I was down in Brisbane, Australia, taking in a game between Western Australia. As here's a Holder again, he bowls just on and about the off stump, played back to him by Mohammed. I was taking in a game between Queensland and Western Australia at the Allen Border Oval, and you had 4 spectators, myself and a dog. So it's not a Caribbean problem at all. It seems to be a worldwide.
What is being done out there? Do you have any idea in your dialogue with them at the ground there, in your capacity as commentator? What sort of injections are they making to ensure that the love of the game is spread in the shorter form?
This is Mohammed driving again down to cover. There is no run. Well, you know, I see some initiatives coming to hand at the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. Mr. Samru is here as well, and later on he might be able to add his 2 cents to it, because he's from the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. And I see certain initiatives being taken. The school children, they were brought in for 2 days. One day you had secondary schools children, the other day you had primary schools children, and they were really making a lot of noise there. There was an atmosphere actually when they were here. Here's Holder bowls again. Mohammed watches this one closely, plays it down to mid on, and there is no run. The score remains 140 for 3. And the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board has been looking to partner, with schools and zones, but it's up to the school to accept the invitation. It's up to the headmaster to really get the children organized. I'm sure that there's not a kid who would not want to come to a cricket match but stay in school. This is a no ball, and he's bowled off a no ball. So Holder continues to have the problem. Carl Tuckett, the umpire, signals a no ball. Mohammed bowled neck and crop. It's the second time today. Well, the first one, the jury's still out on that he could have gotten hope like before. He was struck adjacent to the stumps earlier on this morning, and it was signaled no ball. And that was from the southern end. And now from the northern end, Chima Holder sends the middle stump reeling here. And he saw the outstretched hands of the former West Indies medium pacer Carl Tuckett. So it's 141 for 3. And what is normally a pleasant sight for a fast bowler was a sorry sight there. Our technical people guys here in the commentary box says it's definitely a no ball. Here is Holder. He runs away from us again, passes the umpire, bowls, and Mohammed is nearly bowled again. That one nearly snuck through. I just got the bottom of the bat onto it. So I think despite the no ball, Holder is in the midst of a good spell here for Reed.
Well, let's see how he carries from here on. So you're saying earlier that the principals are supporting the cricket?
Yes, definitely. They are trying. I think as well, you have to mix in that the social atmosphere these days, where a lot of kids, they're indoors, they're on their PS4 and what have you. This is whipped away, Down behind square, Mohammed gets one, and that takes his score on to 142 now for the loss of three. Kids are not like kids before. They're now being fed everything. So they're home, they're on their iPads, they're on their phones. Even Karit, our assistant here, he came to me yesterday, Farid, and told me his phone fell down and Facebook fell out of the phone. So to get guys playing cricket again, to get guys coming to cricket, they rather sit behind their iPads. What do you think, Farid, as a noted attorney and a man who is very versed and experienced in social issues, could be done to get them away from the iPad and into not only the cricket ground, but the sporting arenas?
Free food at the grounds. What do you think about that?
I think it will help.
If we
I
can
know the
get,
parents would love free drinks.
if we could get sponsors,
Yes.
if we can get Mario's and Joe's Pizza and so on to donate free food to the youngsters.
That's an excellent point. I'll tell you why that's an excellent point. We have proven that. And just after this delivery, here's Walker, and he's in bowls to Mohammed. He's forward, squeezes the way on the onside. And there is no run. It's 142 for 3 at the moment. Yes, 2 years ago, I held a MAC North-South Youth Classic at this ground. We wrote to the Ministry of Education, and the CEO, Mr. C. Charan, was very supportive. And he sent letters out to all the schools inviting them to come. We had about 3,000 kids here. Mario's was not, no, Pizza Hut was on hand to give free pizza. We had KFC, we had SM Jaleel and all these different companies. I don't want to call too many companies on the West East Cricket Board stream, but a number of companies came. You had free dental checkup, there were free medical checkups, and it brought people to the cricket. Every child on entering the ground received a bottle of water and an apple. Here is Work, and he comes in again, bows to Mohammed, and he's forward. And that was a Cricket 360 initiative, and it brought over 3,000 kids to the ground.
So we had a winning formula, and we went against the grain of that eventually.
Well, it's not really going against the grain. I think it was just a 360 initiative that, normally we were just giving back. We had held a game, and I got it sponsored by my associates across in Miami, and so it was apart from the Trinidad Cricket Board did give it its blessings, as well as the Secondary Schools Cricket League. And so it's the end of the over. At the end of it, 142 for 3, Mohammed 35 and 11 to De Silva. The Trinidad Cricket Board is separate and a part of that, whether they looked at it and wanted to follow suit. What I saw coming out of it, that was a North-South Youth Classic, and you'll remember, Farid, how popular the North-South Classic over the years have been.
Mm-hmm.
We then brought that back after many years. You had a Youth Classic. Now I see this year, the Trinidad Cricket Board, they have a Under-13 North-South Classic, Under-15 North-South Classic, Under-17 North-South Classic, and an Under-19 North-South Classic. So it did work to an extent. And I'm sure next time that we host that North-South Classic, I'm going to make you a part of it, since you have all these brilliant ideas. So at the moment, it's 142 for 3. Holder, who would have played for the West Indies under-19 team in that winning World Cup effort. That was in 2016 in Bangladesh. Runs away from us now, passes the umpire ball, and this is edged where the second slip was, down to the boundary for 4. It's as if De Silva wants to tease him. They had just removed the second slip from the previous over. The second slip was posted, and that's into the boundary for 4. So 4 runs there to De Silva. He goes on now to 15. It's 146 for the loss of 3. And we continue the coverage here of this game at the Barbados Cricket Academy. I have with me Farid Ali, and Farid, fortuitous stroke.
The first slip made no effort whatsoever to get closer to the ball.
Yes. But I think
you think he was asleep?
I think second slip would have gobbled that, but second slip was not there, and suffice it to say he's going in now. after the horse has bolted. In fact, he goes into a gully position. Holder, who is the nephew of a very dear friend of mine in Barbados, Wayne Holder. He runs away from us as he's leading this attack here for Barbados. Passes the umpire now, bowls, and this time he's edging, and in fact he's bowled.
Yeah.
The Silver is bold. He played down the wrong line. The ball just swung away from him and it kissed the off stump. He's on his way. The Silver bowled for 15. It's 146 now for 4. A beautiful delivery there for Reed.
The Silver never looked comfortable at any point in time. You'd agree with me?
Yes, well, definitely so. He didn't look himself. He was not solid as he normally is. He did look better though against the left arm spinner Warwican. But Holder, as we were saying before, he's in the midst of a really good spell. What a brilliant delivery. It just touched down. It moved away from him and took the off stump. So the Silver goes and Trinidad and Tobago loses another wicket. It's now 146 for 4. When you take out 21 from that, the overall lead now is 125 with 6 wickets in hand. Not looking so much in charge now for Reed.
You think we can get to a 200-run lead?
Well, it's possible. A 200-run lead will mean that they have to get up to 221. I don't see why not from this position. It's 146 for 4. Still a lot of batting in the tank. And Jid Gooley, who played for the West Indies at the 2016 World Cup, so he will have played together with Holder when they won the title. He is going in now. He's the Queen's Park middle order batsman. And he is in form in domestic cricket. Didn't get off here in the first innings, getting only 7, but he would want to improve that. I think what will help as well out there is that you're not going to have a left-hand, right-hand combination batting. And you know that could put off bowlers.
Well, let's see how Holder copes with it.
146 for the loss of 3. First time here at the press box at the Lara Stadium, Farid.
First time.
What's your thoughts?
Well, the outfield is a lovely outfield.
So first time at the stadium.
Yes, indeed, first time at the stadium.
Well, we're gonna get your overall views. Let's hear you, Farid.
I have no complaints about what I'm seeing on the outfield. But for such a new ground, there is some work left to be done to the structure of the stands.
Work in terms of what type of work? Maintenance, so you think that it was not constructed?
Maintenance is always good. When the rains come, I mean, you have been here when there were showers before. Is it safe to say that you can be sitting in areas where the rain doesn't dampen the supporters?
Well, that's a very good question there, Farid. And what I will say, as that fan is reading the nation's favorite newspaper, the Trinidad Guardian, around the wicket now is a Holder. This one is pushed away by Gooley down to backward point, who is 3/4 of the way to the boundary, and he gets 147 for 4. You're quite right. The stands here, they normally don't protect the fans from the rain. This is why I confine myself to the commentary box. I've never gotten wet up here, I can assure you of that. But it's a design that I saw in Dubai, where the rain falls twice a year.
Oh, so this is actually a weather perfect stadium. You built a stadium where it's hardly unlikely that rain would be falling at any point in time.
This is outside the off stump and pushed away for a single by Mohammed. Farid has been cheeky with his comments. 148 for 4. He may get a call from someone at Udicott who might want to give him a further explanation on the design. Of interest though, as you can see, they're preparing for a wedding at the other end of the ground. Normally, they use the facility the facilities for function. So that's a wedding there, Farid. I think later on we'll try to get in so we can have some dinner, and we will tell them we came with the boys' side. But they're using the facility to generate some income as well to help probably with the maintenance. All the carnival fetes. I don't know if any letters from any of the residents landed on your desk as a lawyer, as an attorney. And of course, I know you're very noted, so they will prefer to go to you because a lot of carnival fetes takes place here, but not on the ground, in the massive car park to the back.
Mm-hmm. Well, there were no complaints on my end. I would imagine that people here are quite pleased with any sort of soca ringing out in the background.
Well, not
regardless of the hour.
This is a full toss pushed away by goalie to a wide-ish mid-off. He takes a few exploratory steps down the ground, goes back. There is no run. The score remains 148 for 4, and that's the end of the over. I think the umpire is signaling for the water break. And the gentleman who was sitting next to you, one of our technical guys, he actually lives across the highway, and he has a lot of issues with it. He's not a party man like you and I, Farid. He's a quiet going guy.
One way to keep him quiet is to invite him.
Well, that's a good point. Let me draw something to your attention. If you look to my left, you would see construction taking place. There's a road being built. This venue has not been approved by the International Cricket Council for international cricket. Reason being, there's only one access road into and out of the ground. That would have been the road that you drove down in this morning when you came to the facility. The issue that the ICC had was that they needed, for security reasons, for safety reasons, more than one access road in and out of this ground. Hence the reason the government is now constructing, UDICOT is constructing that road that takes you out of Feeder Road, closer to Gasparilla side. And after that is finished, the Trinidad Cricket Board then have to make representation to the West Indies Board, who will then take it to the ICC, and then you can have a test match here.
Any luck this will happen before September of this year?
No, definitely not. As you can see on our screen there, Prakash Ramsumer, the head assistant here at the venue, just supervising, ensuring that everyone has their beverage of choice. I know he will have his beverage of choice at the end of the day's play. Hopefully he returns to the venue tomorrow. But it's 148 for 4. Trying to be going a spotter butter. I continue my discussion here with Farid Ali. But generally, Farid, if I have to ask you to give me a mark from 0 to 10 on the facility after your initial foray into the venue this morning, what will be? I know you seem to be a hard taskmaster, but I still ask your opinion.
I think it's an easy 6.
An easy 6.
Yeah, it's an easy 6.
Farid, you're a tough man. You're a tough man. So at the moment they're having water at the drinks break there at the easy 6. With me is Farid Ali. I'm sure I'm gonna get a million comments after the end of this interview. So the Trinidad Cricket Board here hosting the games. Normally what happens is that the Trinidad Cricket Board would rent the venue from the government in this instance, and if there's a match at Queen's Park Oval, they rent it from Queen's Park itself, because that's a private club as well, and then they will bring their staff in to do what they have to do. So it's 148 for 4. I want to thank Farid Ali for his comments and his analysis so far. You're gonna hear him a little later on today. Hopefully his law offices allows him, but they tell me he's the boss, so he can probably stay for the rest of the day. So he's gonna be back later on. Thanks, Farid, for being with us.
Thanks for having me, Mr. Mamshan.
Well, so Farid makes his exit just to the back of the comm box. I'll be joined by my good friend Amar Samaru, the former comptroller of customs in Trinidad and Tobago. So very serious man here in the box today, and he is going to come in to join me. He's also a member of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, and I'm sure after his stint on, He'll be cross-examined by Farid at the back of the com box. Farid has some really stinging questions, but some good concerns. Do you think, Hamar?
Some great concerns, and I say good afternoon to all viewers and listeners who are looking at the cricket or listening to the cricket coming live from the Brian Lara Academy in Tarouba, Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, Trinidad and Tobago 148 for the loss of 4. You take 21 out of that, and it's now 127 to the good as Warkan continues, and Mohammed pushes away on the offside in a spot of bother.
In a spot of bother, given that the pair at the wicket could be considered the two last of the recognized batsmen for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yes, this is driven away by Mohammed down to long off. Imran Khan may have a different view for you, Mr. Samaru, because he has a first-class 100, the captain, but he's not one of the frontline batsmen on this team, so you're quite right. So Mohammed has been aggressive. Do you think, given the fact that now 4 wickets have fallen, that he should change his approach?
I feel he should change his approach, because if Trinidad and Tobago is to reach a competitive total, Mohammed has to be there.
Yes, he's batted well. He has looked in form. He is on 36, which is not a very popular number in Trinidad and Tobago. You don't want to move away from 36 pretty quickly.
Certainly.
Yeah, is a goalie driving through the offside. A lovely shot. He's going to get 4 runs for this. Wonderful shot from the big left-hander. Just leaning forward and playing through the line. And that will bring him a lot of confidence. 150 up for Trinidad and Tobago. They're now 153 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, as they move along, my personal view is that a 250 on this wicket, given the pride, 250 to go out would be a competitive score on the last day.
You're quite right. It may well be a winning score too, because this track is going to play low. And as the match progresses, here is Guli playing this one down to long on. He gets one, brings Mohammed back into strike. Mohammed is on 37, and Guli is on 5 at the moment. These two looking to rebuild, hold the middle order together. Trinidad and Tobago will need to get up to around at least, I want to agree with Amar, 250, give them to around 230. And that could be competitive. Mohammed sweeps and it allowed a for leg before. Umpire Ramdan is not interested, and it's going to go slowly but surely over the ropes for 4. Let's wait on the umpire. He taps the right leg, and he's not raising that leg too high because it's the end of the carnival season. So that's 4. It's 157 now for 4. I think Trinidad and Tobago Amar would take it anyhow to get it at this point in time.
That's correct. That's correct. Runs on the board are runs on the board.
Yes, I know you were upstairs this morning at the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board booth. Their box up there on the southwestern side of the ground. I know you're also a member of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. And were there concerns of the performance of the team this season?
There are some concerns, because we felt that, last year we came around.
Last year we actually came fourth. Yes.
And we feel that this year there should be better performances, to move out from that 4th position to a higher position. Right now, before this game, we are lying at position number 5.
Yes, and we had a very good start to the season. Trinidad and Tobago, they had the better of a draw against Jamaica here, and then defeat the Leeward Islands here, and then left these waters, and things went all the way downhill.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. But we hope for improved performance here as Holder comes in and bowls.
Yes, Holder just outside the off stump, a good delivery. And the young man Holder from Spooners Hill has been in the midst of a very good spell this afternoon.
Very good spell. Very good spell. I am advised that Holder is one of the fittest West Indian cricketers at the present time.
Wow. Well, you can see that. He's hustling back to his mark. I can't say the same for his uncle, who is a very good friend of mine, Wayne Holder. Here he is now outside the off stump, and this is pushed away on the offside. There is no run.
What I'm advised, the minimum fitness standard is 40 points. And Chemar Holder has reached 67 points.
I heard that as well. That's the yo-yo test, they call it. 40 is the mark that you have to be at. And I was told he was 67. Here he is now. Holder, he goes in around the wicket bowls, and that's a good delivery. Just coming forward and playing it back along the track. And there is no run. So my son, who actually is in the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board Youth B Mobile Academy, his mark at the yo-yo test was 31. So he has reached half. So I've since then invested in a personal trainer.
Very well, very well.
Yes, because he needs to be up to standard.
Standard to play the game.
Yes, here is Holder is in bowls, and this is a lovely drive down to backward point on the boundary. That's one. So 2 slips and a gully, waiting for shots like that should the ball just deviate any amount, and he gets a single. So one more, 159 for the loss of 4. As I'm here with Amar Samaru, and he is giving his analysis of the situation at the moment. Mohammed, the experienced man, should be guiding the rest of the batting.
That is correct, sir. He's a former West Indian player, and he should be trying hard, to get back into the West Indies team.
Yes, Holder, he comes in again, bowls to Mohammed. He's across the line, plays it to short mid-wicket. He needs to be very careful going across the line. But I'm seeing a change in his approach since the fall of the last wicket.
I'm seeing that also, he is going very patient now, and has moved aside from the aggression that he had showed early on.
Yes, he came in very positive indeed, and just probably wants to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago gets a lead that's workable, a target that's workable, something for the bowlers to work with. This is bowled by Holder again, played away to a very short mid-wicket. That's in position for the uppish flick on the onside. It's the end of the over. The latest score at the Barbados Cricket Academy, the TNT Red Force, in their second innings, 159 for 4. Remember, in their first innings, they made 239. Barbados Pride replied with 260. And now the Red Force, in their second tourney, they're 159 for 4.
Yes, and we have in the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board both former West Indies player, Mr. Roger Harper, who is a selector. So the selector is here looking at the performances, of the players. We have some test matches coming up in the future. West Indies will be touring England, and then South Africa would be in Trinidad and Tobago for one test. So the West Indies selector, Mr. Harper, is looking on very closely of the performances. As to, you had asked the question earlier on of some of the initiatives, of the board, to get the cricket going. As you mentioned, there's the North-South Classic, which played, sometime a few months ago. The board has also organized under 23 competition.
Here is Nurse around the wicket, and this is driven up on the offside. There is no run. Continue, Sama.
Yes, on the 13 competition, on the 15 competition, on the 17 competition, on the 19 competition, and there is also...
This time he drives on the offside again. Goalie starting to look good. There is no run.
Yeah, the school's cricket is coming to an end also. So there are a lot of initiatives undertaken by the board to improve the standard of the game.
Yes, it's time. It's a loud appeal for a leg before. And Nurse was celebrating, although the appeal was sent to the umpire, Ramdani. Not out, he says. Dorich looks very disappointed. His hands is on his hips as Guli lives to fight another day for Trinidad and Tobago, 159 for 4.
Yes. And the school supervisor for the southern area was written to encourage...
This is played back along the track. Yes?
Yes, to encourage these children to come to the game. That's why you saw children here on Thursday and Friday.
That was wonderful. They took the opportunity to come, and this is played down to the onside. It could be a run out as Gooley was going down the track, and I think he got back in. Umpire Tuckett is there, and he's unmoved. In fact, he's unmoved in terms of raising his finger. He uses his feet to go up to the stumps just to ensure that the repair work is done. Gooley played it down too long on. The call was his though. Mohammed did not respond, and the Gooley, after reaching 3/4 of the way down, he had to come back in. It would have been very sad indeed to have lost the wicket via a run-out route.
Yes, it would have been very sad, because the Red Force is depending on this partnership, to raise some runs. As we said, the last recognized pair inside right now. Yeah, as Gooley goes defensive for that last ball.
Yes,
of the
so,
over.
yep, Gooley. There was a loud appeal for like before, then he could have been run out. So I think Mohammed just needs to calm him down at the moment. 159 for 4. Yes, Amar, you are speaking about some of the initiatives of the cricket board.
Yes,
And it's quite a long list you have already spoken about, and you still have.
I still have.
Yes.
We have written also to the school supervisor again to encourage the children to come for the next game at the Brian Lara Academy.
Mm-hmm.
But a few of the principals indicated that there would be school tests next week.
Yes.
So we are still hoping to see the children. And the board is also interested in hosting cricket camp for youngsters over the Easter weekend.
Well, that's a great initiative indeed.
Young children under 12.
Yes, wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
That is really a top move, getting the kids out here at the Easter period to play and to learn the rudiments of the game. Played away down to backward point. That's one more to Mohammed. Mohammed now goes on to 38, 7 to Gooley. It's 160 for 4. Yes, so
Yes, so
Amar from the Tranabeo Cricket Board, and a man who is now transitioning into commentary as well. He's giving us
I must say thank you to Mr. Vinod Mamchan, international broadcaster, which I would comment at the end of this over on.
Yeah, his whole like comes in and bowls outside the off stump, and it's opening the face and playing it down to backward point on the boundary. Gets 1. Score goes on to 161 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, we have some good bowling from Chimar Holder.
Mm-hmm.
So far, 11 overs,
1 for 31.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, 1 wicket for 31 runs. But
Yes.
Mohammed is playing very good at the time. Apart from being bowled off a no ball.
By the said holder as he comes in again, and this is played away, and there is no run again. That one going on the onside. Mohammed is on 38, and he'll want to be there for quite a while to post a competitive score. Trinidad and Tobago, as you said earlier on, they lie 5th in the table.
Mm-hmm.
The Pride, they're on top.
Yes, sir.
Should Trinidad and Tobago defeat the Pride, that will give them, in my opinion, a massive boost for the rest of the tournament.
Certainly. And would certainly lift them off from that 5th place. Perhaps the 3rd, which will be 1 better than last year.
Yes.
And
But let's be frank, and I want to get your opinion on this. There has been some issues off the field with the Trinidad and Tobago setup. They have now used 22 players this season, and the selectors can't seem to settle on a core. This is one outside the off stump. It keeps low, and Mohammed is having a lie down. That kept very, very low indeed. I tell you something, not a Barbadian would be pleased to see that.
yeah, certainly. It kept low, and fortunately, it was just off the off stump.
Yes.
Yes. But the selectors have been trying. You would realize that 1 or 2 we have lost through injury. Terrence Hines,
Mm-hmm.
1 or 2 of the players we have lost who went on West Indies duties. Darren Bravo. You know.
It's good to see the riff apparently between Dylan and Dennis Ramdin has seemed to have been worked out, and Ramdin is now available for selection from the next game. Well, I want to thank you for your comments over the last period, and of course I know you're going to stay. You have a final comment to make, and I'm sure you're going to hang around with us. The score at the moment 161 after Amar's views and his final comments. We will be joined by Vidya Ramphal and Ronnie Bikram Das.
My final comments are, as I said, that should Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, give the Pride 250 runs to chase, it will be a very challenging total for the Barbados Pride. And finally, before I leave, I want to thank Mr. Vinod Mamchan for the viewers and listeners. Vinod Mamchan started his working career as a clerical officer at the Customs, where he developed very strong interpersonal skills and a passion for work. He was always a dedicated officer, and he took these skills into the broadcasting field. And that is why today, Mr. Vinod Mamchan is one of the leading broadcasters in this game. He's internationally recognized. So I thank him for the opportunity to serve here. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Amar. And the next over starts here from Warwican. Just react to that in a moment here as the next delivery from Warwican is played out towards the deep cover region. And that is another one to the total. Guli is on 8. Mohammed is on 38, 163 for 4. So a temporary clerical assistant referred to as a TCA in the Customs and Excise. That's where Vinod started his career. It's not where you start up, but where you end, they say. And it was a good start. I'll tell you something, Vinod. I also worked as a TCA at Customs and Excise in 1996. Yeah. 160, 63 for 4. Jason Mohammed is on 39 and has played this next one away to Warwican. One or two of the fielders on the field are just doing some calisthenics. It's gone a little bit quiet here. It's an attritional battle, and Barbados Pride will feel that if they can get a breakthrough or true here, they could be true to the tail of TNT. Jed Gully, the left-hander, forward to it, and there is no run. Now, since I was last on, we had, just before I would have departed there, we saw the loss of hope at 124 for 3. Since then, the runs have come very slowly. Jed Gully is driving this one, square the wicket. That's going to run away for 4, and that'll give him a lot of confidence here, the youngster Gully. Didn't have too much runs in the first innings, still trying to establish himself as a Trinidad and Tobago player, and that is a heartwarming boundary for him as the score has moved on to 167 for 4. And it's a hello and welcome back to Ronnie Bikram Das. How are you?
Not too bad, thank you very much, and good afternoon to all our viewers. It's good to be back here again. And listeners, my apologies. Yes, the Tobago Red Force, they were looking good at one point in time. Still 167 for 4 is not a bad position. 146 runs ahead. Remember, we spoke about that 150 mark, that we say it would be a decent position for them. They would want to get over 200 to really ensure that they have a good chance of winning this match. But we just heard from the representative from the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. He said they were looking to get 250. Do you think that's possible?
It looks very unlikely at this point. 167 for 4. It'll have to be an extraordinary partnership between Jason Mohammed and Jed Gully here to really pull Trinidad and Tobago up to that level. They are still about 100 and 33 runs away from that 250, from 250 to start with. 123, just about 100 away from that. So it's going to be an awesome task here for these two batsmen, but they have to put their nose to the grindstone here. It's Harding. This one is cut, and it's hit the hands of first slip, but it's gone still to the boundary for 4. It was slashed there by the batsman, and the first slip diving away to make the stop, got a hand to it. Oh, he could only push it around the post, but it still crosses the rope.
Yes, I thought you were going to say it still goes into the nets.
Well, it did. It did.
Well, I'm not seeing the nets really, but it did go over the rope.
Yeah, it did
But
go over the rope. Yeah,
yes,
that's the
it's-
important part.
Yes, 4 more runs to Jason Mohammed, looking really good, and he's looking to be a bit aggressive here. But he's not playing any rush shot, playing the good ball, keeping the good ball out, and dealing with the bad balls.
Harding to Mohammed. Mohammed steering this one through. Third man will pick up a single. The fieldsman coming off the boundary to do the fielding. 44 now for 45. That should be for Jason Mohammed. 172 for 4. When I was last on, Jason Mohammed was scoring at a rate of about 88 per 100 balls. His strike rate has now gone down to 61, and that has been since he's lost Hope for 67. Not Hope in total. He's lost the batsman Hope for 67. He's also lost Joshua De Silva for 15, but I'm sure that he still has the emotion, Hope, out there.
Yes, you're getting carried away with hope. Yes.
Well, some would say I'm hopeless, but that's another conversation.
You are right. It's another conversation.
Here's Harding round the wicket now. He's bowling to the left-handed goalie, who gets in behind it nicely and plays it back down the track, and there is no run. Yeah, there's still a lot of hope here for Trinidad and Tobago. If these two batsmen can fashion a big partnership here, it could bring Trinidad and Tobago back into it. But with only 151 runs to the good here, it's looking very dicey for the moment. Still 6 wickets to fall though, and that is an even position. This match is on a knife edge right now.
Well, definitely it is. But Gully is looking the part. He's ably supporting the Red Force at the moment. Sorry, the Jason Mohammed at the moment, and the partnership is on 26.
Well, Vinod has handed me a little note here. The next delivery is driven out to extra cover, and he wants to say good afternoon to Lord David Harris of the Barbados today. And he says that David Harris is the top karaoke singer in Barbados. Well, we'll have to put him against Ronnie Bikramdas to test if that is, in fact, the case. We'll have a Caribbean karaoke competition?
Yeah, he's going to have to come good.
Yeah. What's your favorite karaoke song, by the way?
I cannot divulge that information.
All
He would
right.
have an upper hand
You
on
want to
me.
keep it a secret here. Here's round the wicket is Harding. This is a delivery that is staying a little bit low, and Jed Gooley does well to cover the line of it. A very, very straight bat and plays it back to Harding. There's no run. Craig Braffett is making a change here in the field. He has asked Kevin Stout. Well, in fact, Kevin Stout was just moving towards the pitch. Now he's going back to that short mid-wicket position. Harding continues here. He was the trump card for Barbados in the first innings. It was his better line of bowling on the second day that led to the TNT collapse. Now he's bowling here again, and Jed Gooley is playing a defensive shot and hit powerfully back towards the bowler who fields on his follow-through. Over comes to an end here, 172 for 4. And knowing that you're a cricketing detective here, Ronnie Bikramdas, where is this game going? Barbados are plugging away. They have Harding at one end, and at the other end they have some spin. Could they do anything else here to try to prize out some wickets?
Well, first and foremost, they are not going anywhere. They're still playing at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for the next.
I didn't mean literal. We're talking about metaphorically, of course.
I do apologize, Vinny. I do apologize. But it's as you mentioned, it is on a knife edge at the moment. It could go either way. If the Red Force can get another 100 runs or so, I'd say in this session and next session, they would have a good chance of winning this game. But they need to get upwards of 250 if they are to really give themselves an opportunity to win this match.
Warrican round the wicket, and Mohammed is driving at this one straight to cover. There's no run, and the field is looking a lot more defensive now. Forward short leg has disappeared. There's a slip in place, backward point, a cover point, and there is a short extra cover. As Warrican comes around, and Mohammed is guiding it through the space between cover and extra cover. There's a deep extra cover who comes off the boundary to do the fielding. There's also a long off in place for Warrican if Mohammed decides to go straight or chip down the wicket and go for a big hit here. There's a long mid-on in place and also mid-wicket. Now the field changes over as we have Warrican now coming over the wicket, and he's bowling to the left-handed Jed Gooley. Guli is driving this one. That's a good-looking shot. They gets that through for a single, and he picks up one that is just about 10 paces to the right of Midoff, who had to move across sharply to make the stop. And Guli looking the part here. 13 he is, 45 is Mohammed, 174 for 4.
Yes, definitely. And as I was talking about, on the flip side of it, the Barbados Pride, if they can get this remaining 6 wicket before the end of this play, or before Trinidad and Tobago Red Force could get to a 200-run lead, I think they would have a shot of winning this game.
Yeah, it's certainly dicey at the moment. The next 50 runs could decide the course of the game. Next delivery is played out to mid-on. There was a thought about a single, and Mohammed was sent back. And Guli, in fact, was the one at the non-striker's end. He was sent back quickly by Mohammed, and both batsmen were very... they decided to stay in their respective creases. Here's Warrican again. He's round the wicket. Mohammed crouches and plays the ball in front of him just behind square. There is no run. So Warrican's over has come to an end. At the end of his overs, 8 overs now, 1 for 30, 1 for 40 his figures, 1 for 32 in fact. They've already put up the figures of Harding, who has none for 40 after 8 overs.
Yes, definitely. And Mohammed looking good here on 45, as you mentioned before. Yeah, he's looking for someone to stay with him, to give a partnership here. He was looking at De Silva. De Silva looked the part for a bit, but he was bowled by a wonderful delivery from Holder. And I must say, the Red Force, the batsman, Jason Mohammed in particular, they would be glad to see the back of Holder in terms of not bowling. He bowled a really good spell that changed the match for the Barbados Pride. He picked up a couple wickets, which could have actually made things difficult for the Red Force.
Yes, he certainly will, and Harding is trying to make it even more difficult. He's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Guli with a slip and gully in place. Here he is round the wicket, and Guli is playing this one elegantly. A nice-looking shot there, driving that one on the up through the cover region for 1. There's a man on the boundary now, and Craig Brafford is between. He wants to attack here. He's perhaps not getting what he wants from the bowlers, so he has to make the concession, but putting fielders out of the boundary. Doesn't have too many runs to play with, just a small lead. So while he wants to attack, he's also caught between the other alternative, which is that you must keep the runs down because you don't want to chase 200 and 250 on this pitch. As we watch Harding racing in now, number 77 on his back, and he's past the umpire on the line of the off stump. That's a good-looking delivery which Mohammed deals with competently and knocks it back to him. He's on 46, and his strike rate has now descended to the 50s, 58.97. So he's digging in now. After that initial period, he took the attack to the Barbados openers, has now settled in, losing 2 partners. He's now realized I'm going to have to change and temper my approach.
Yes, definitely. He has to do that. But he has to be positive too. They need to score runs. They need to look for runs for them if they are to get an outright victory here.
The lead is 154. Here's Harding into Mohammed, playing off the back foot, straight to mid-wicket. There's no run. Yeah, it's all the way with that for the fielders. You have these 2 alternatives that you have to work between. The batsmen also have the same dilemma.
And whether I'm going to attack, get quick runs, but the likelihood of giving my wicket away is very high. And if they score runs quickly and get out, they give the Barbados Pride enough time to chase these runs down, and that is another issue you have to take into consideration.
Here's Harding running into ball to Mohammed, who's cutting this one away. The fieldsman's coming around. Is he going to get to it? He does. In the meantime, Mohammed has taken 2. It was in the air for quite a long way, but there's no one at point. And that's a good bit of fielding there by Mosley, who came off the boundary, raced away to his right to make the stop. I tell you what, that was hit powerfully. I'm sure that he has some sprinting in him, Mosley, because he got there really fast.
Yeah, Jason Mohammed was off the ground when he played that shot. He was in the air to get over the bounce of that delivery and cut it nicely, square up the wicket.
Through the kitchen sink and the garbage disposal unit at that one. Here's Harding now over the wicket to bowl to Mohammed, playing on the onside, straight to mid-wicket. There's no run, and no half measures here from Jason Mohammed, picking up those runs. 47 now, 177 for 4. So we've had 2 good hands in this innings. One from Hope 67. We've also had Mohammed here heading towards another half century, which will be his second I Make It for the season. And Harding is back at the top of his mark. A young man still learning his trade. He's not the tallest man, but just about 5'10" or so, but he's slim and well built. Here he is in past the umpire, bowling to Mohammed. Down the leg side, that's going to run away for 4. Not sure if he got a touch onto it. He doesn't seem as though he did. It's leg buys all the same, and Mohammed must be thinking that should have been my 50. Came off the pads and went for 4. 181 for 4. He remains on 47 at the end of the over.
Yes, another good over there for the Red Force. They moved nicely on to 181 for 4, and it's all a matter cat and mouse game now, as you'd see. It's who's gonna make the mistake, or who's gonna take the ascendancy in this game and try to pry a victory out of it. At the moment, both teams looking in favor of getting a victory, but could the Red Force build a partnership here? It's already at 35 between Mohammed and Guli, and if these two can take the runs over 200, I think they would favor themselves of getting a victory here.
Well, the two batsmen will certainly be listening to you as the two attendants, the 12th and 13th man, are heading off. They brought on some fresh gloves for the batsmen. Jed Guli, number 5 on his back. He is now heading back to the striker's end. Jason Mohammed, who was at the non-striker's end, just getting a little break. I mean, some complain about this aspect of the game with the constant interruptions. But then when you consider that the last few years have produced some of the hottest months in the history of the world, there has to be some concession made, because these are not robots like yours, like Lefty, your robot that can bowl for the entire day.
Lefty, you see.
I think it's a good name. You think so for your robot, Lefty? There's already a lefty in Phil Mickelson. First delivery of the new over for Warwican. He's played it in front of him and there's no run. So you don't have a name for your robot yet?
Well, we had a name being shouted out by a very good friend, Mr. Mamjan. Crash.
Crash, oh, that's it. It's not a very good name, but they take a quick single here, and Jason Mohammed gets down there in a flash. That is good running by the two TNT batsmen. It was pushed to the left of the mid-on fieldsman, and Mohammed set off very quickly. It was a good call by Guli, and they made the single. 170, 182 now for 4, 15 for Guli, and Mohammed on 47. And the partnership has started to build up. It's 36 now, according to the scoreboard, away to our left. And as you mentioned, it's a tense battle here, and it could go either way at this point. 2 wickets could put Barbados in the driver's seat. Down the leg side, appealed by Dorridge, and he thought that that Mohammed had edged and tried to con the umpire there, but Mohammed was thinking that could have been a boundary, missed it, and that certainly, if he had tickled it round, that would have run away for 4.
Well, Dorridge was the lone soul there appealing for that caught behind.
Now Mohammed tickles this one around square, but he picks up only 1 as the fieldsman is coming across quickly to do the fielding. That is Stout, and he moves on by 1 to 47, 182 for 4. As you mentioned how close this one is, it reminds me of an incident that which would have occurred in the Caribbean back in 1962, the Cuban Missile Crisis, when the world was poised on the brink of atomic war, it seemed, between the USA and Russia, as Warwican, perhaps disturbed by that, decides to pull out of his run-up. He gets back to the top of his mark.
He probably heard you mention missile and pull out of that
well,
one.
he was hoping to deliver one of his own there. But anyway, as Warwican, next delivery is played out. And there was a famous line that came out of that. It was, who would blink first? And it was said that Nikita Khrushchev, the leader of Russia, blinked first. And the world banned, the two leaders backed down from that situation, would have led to nuclear war between the world's two superpowers. So Guli is playing the next delivery to mid-wicket, and the over comes to an end. Warwican has now completed his 9th over, 1 for 34. Red Force are 183 for 4. And I make it, they are 164 runs ahead of the Barbados Pride in this one. So who's going to blink first? That is the question.
Well, it seems like both of them are staring each other down and waiting for that moment to see who's gonna blink or who's gonna turn away or who's gonna flinch. And whoever flinches, they're gonna go down.
Stout is back on the action here. Had a tidy spell, roughly treated towards the end of his spell, but he's back on now to do the job for Barbados. And interestingly, that Cuban Missile Crisis had a sporting angle to it because an American analyst was looking over maps of Cuba and noticed that in places there had been baseball diamonds in a place called Cienfuegos in Cuba. He noticed that instead of baseball diamonds, they were being replaced systematically by football fields. Why would that be significant, you asked, as we watch Stout running into bowl to the next delivery to Mohammed, places behind square. Could this be his 50 here? It's running away towards the boundary, and will it get there? It does. That is 50 for Jason Mohammed. And below us, his teammates are exploding with applause. They're shouting out instructions to him. They're screaming with applause. And away to our right, the crowd, the small group of spectators are applauding Jason Mohammed for his second 50 of the season. He's now 52 not out, and the Red Force 187 for 4. This has been an innings of some character here from Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, definitely a wonderful innings from Jason Mohammed. He looked very positive when he came out to bat. He took that attack to the bowlers, and it paid off for him in the end.
Here is Stout, and an on drive here from Mohammed straight at mid-on, and there's no run. Just to finish off the story, you know why during that Cuban Missile Crisis, it all precipitated by an American analyst seeing these football fields. The fact is, what he realized is that while the Cubans didn't play football, Russians did. And the Russia went on to win the next European Championship after that. And when they saw the football fields, realized they were Russians in Cuba, and that started off the internal mechanism where they discovered the Russians had moved missiles into Cuba. So sports, interesting sporting angle to that. And the score 187 for 4. The next delivery driven back to Stout. There's no run. 15 for Guli, 52 for Mohammed. Here is Stout on his way once again. Comes back in sharply towards the off stump, but Mohammed, who's been there for a long time, is equal to it, plays it out to point. There's no run.
Yes, definitely has been there for a while on 52. That 52 scoring 7 boundaries. So 8 boundaries, I would say. And that's really good. He needs to really kick on here, not for himself, but for his team.
Stout outside the off stump to Mohammed, who just allows that to go through the Dowridge. That one barely got off Mohammed, because you sense that he is the one that holds the key here for Trinidad and Tobago. And with young Guli at the non-striker's end, it's Mohammed cutting that one over Gully, and that's gone for 4. He slashed at that, he went hard, and it went over the head of Gully. He had no chance to catch that. Before he got his hands up, the ball had already traveled 3/4 way to the boundary, and that is 4 for Jason Mohammed, up to 56. 191 for 4 now, the Red Force.
Well, it looked like the fielder there at Gully took more evasive action than trying to catch that one. It was hit very hard, as you mentioned, by Jason Mohammed. So he looks like he's going to get a roll on here. The lead is up to 170 at the moment. And if he continues in this vein, they could get up to that 250 mark before the end of the day's play.
Yeah, there was more self-preservation in that motion of the hands than cricketing technique. He was just protecting his face because that ball was really traveling. And the other thing is that the gully and slips are a little bit closer in than they normally are because the edges are simply not carrying to the slip cordon. We could even see a situation where Craig Braffett has had to perhaps put helmets on his slip fielders and gully fielders just so the edges can carry.
Well, it's a possibility because
I have seen it before, yes.
In New Zealand, the bowlers are bowling with helmets on at the moment.
Here's Warrican over the wicket, bowling to Guli. Forward to it, plays it out in front of him. There's no run. And for Trinidad and Tobago, just to give you a proper idea of the situation here, Mohammed is on 56, 15 for Guli. Now, after Guli, there's Imran Khan, there's Akil Hussain, Brian Charles also, as we watch Warrican. Guli is behind the next delivery, and there is no run. There's also Uthman Mohammed, who had 21. He looked pretty good yesterday, and Anderson Phillips. So not a great amount of batting there, you would feel.
Definitely, this one is worked him into the leg side by Gully. He picks up an easy single, and Gully is doing a job here for this team. He's working together nicely with Jason Mohammed. He's not looking to be aggressive. He's trying to get the single, rotate the strike as much as possible, and when in that, he's building a wonderful partnership here with Jason Mohammed. A partnership on to 46.
Here's the next delivery from Warrican round the wicket, and Jason Mohammed is forward to it, plays it back to him. There is no run. I just got a whisper in my ear from our producer who says that we will carry it up to T. Ronnie. I thought Vinod Mamchan was a producer, but obviously I'm wrong. Here's the next delivery played back down the track for Warrican to field by Jason Mohammed. And we mentioned how his scoring rate has increased, has decreased according to the situation. He's now up to 62 in terms of his strike rate. Faster delivery here from Warrican, which again Mohammed is able to defend well. And out to extra cover, there's no run. The end of Warrican's 10th over, matching what he would have done in the first innings. None for 30 in the first innings, 1 for 35 after 10 here, 192 for 4. Just to update you on the lead, Ronnie, 171 runs the TNT Red Force lead by.
Yes, definitely that is a good lead for them at the moment. Remember, they still have 6 wickets in hand, and as you point out earlier, not much batting per se to come. Yes, these guys, the likes of Imran Khan and Akil Hussain, could bat a bit, but they have struggled of late to score runs. So this pair in particular would have a lot of work to do here to see the Tobago Red Force into a good total.
Well, Khan is only in his second game. He had 10 and 29 in the first match that he would have played against Leeward Islands Hurricanes. But for Hussain, who's had a first-class 100, really has struggled with the bat this year. Down the leg side from... Oh, he's given him! That's a surprising dismissal here. Jed Gully has been trapped LBW here by Stout. Stout was coming round the wicket. Gully was long forward, and he's been given out LBW. Gully was... I don't think he's too impressed with the decision, but he didn't complain, and now he's walking off. But was that out?
Well, from our vantage point, when he played that, you could have seen the leg stump. So I think to me, it looked like a good decision. The only doubt in his mind would have been if it was pitched outside the off stump. But he did walk across the stump to play that one down the leg side. And when he was struck in front, you could have seen the leg stump. So it looked like it definitely was going to hit the stumps. So I would say it's a good decision.
So Gully perhaps did not get a long enough stride in to perhaps if the contact had come just outside of the off stump. So he's been given out here. Gully is on his way back, and that is the breakthrough that Barbados wanted. And now that is 5 down for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 192 for 5, and now seriously in danger of being bowled out here with still 5 wickets to go, and at just about 25 past 2 here, Eastern Caribbean time, still 15 minutes or so to go, 20 minutes in fact to go to tea, and TNT would have wanted to bat out the day. There's still 2 hours and just about 20 minutes to go here in the day's play today. So they also don't want to give Barbados Pride enough time to chase down the runs.
Yes,
occupation of the crease is important.
Could Avinash Sitaram be right here? It's 15 minutes to tea, and there's still 5 wickets in hand. If they could wrap this up before the tea break, it's going to be interesting. That's the last session. And maybe we can see the game finishing at the end of the day's play.
He's still throwing darts, isn't he? Right. If he is right, well, we'll see. We'll of course reward him accordingly. 192 for 5 here, the TNT Red Force. And as we mentioned, the next batsman that has come in here is Imran Khan. The skipper has had to do a job here for his team. 10, 29, and in the first innings he got to 23, so his average is just around that. So I think maybe in the teens his average, so he needs to stay around a little bit longer here to really give this one. Here's down the leg side from Stout, and it's taken by the keeper, and who had a shy of the stumps, because Imran Khan, who seems to be batting a little bit outside of his crease, was actually walking down the crease towards the ball. and the shy missed anyway. So 192 for 5. And that was a wicket Barbados certainly needed, but if they were to see the end of Jason Mohammed, that would certainly tilt it in their favor right now.
Yes.
Here's Stout. Oh, that one escapes from in, and that one goes towards second slip. It's called a wide. This is not often you see this in first-class cricket, but that one got away from him. It actually pitched almost on the return crease, and Dorridge did very well to dive across and make the stop in front of in second slip, in fact.
Yes, a poor delivery there from Stout. Just to look at Imran Khan, his first-class career, his average is 28. It's not bad. He has 113 50s.
So he can bat a bit. So he has to do that. Here's another one that's gone wide of the crease. What's going wrong with Stout here? He's been brilliant all the way through this match, and now he's produced 2 wides and 2 deliveries. That one almost landing on the return crease. And Dorridge also had to collect that one in front of second slip. Well, there's only one slip in place, mind you. So Ashley Nurse was looking very bemused here.
Well, our analyst is saying that he's setting up for the straighter one.
Well, he does produce the straighter one, which can drive through cover and picks up one down to deep cover. The fieldsman coming off the boundary. And 195 for 5. And Imran Khan is off the mark, and that'll bring Jason Mohammed back on 57. And Mohammed is just just trying to get those feet moving again. With the fall of each wicket, it does have an impact on the other batsman after the partnership has ended here. So Stout back at the top of his mark. I've usually seen Stout with the short haircut. As mentioned, he has the dreads now and the man bun on, so he's changed his personal style here over the wicket. And this one is cut away by Mohammed, square of the wicket. Fieldsman's coming across. It looks like Mosley who does the fielding, and he gets it in powerfully. That is a very good bit of fielding. Got across sharply to it and threw on the run, almost like a Keith Atherton, and got it right next to the stumps at the bowler's end. Wonderful bit of fielding.
It's a very good piece of fielding there. Jason Mohammed, as you mentioned, and you keep mentioning, a lot will depend on him here in this Red Force inning.
Oh, I did mention it, didn't I?
Yes,
next ball is outside the off stump, and it peels off the edge, goes straight to the backward point position, and there is no run.
Are you having a bit of memory lapse?
Maybe. Well, Ginkgo biloba might actually deal with that.
Well, our analyst is having a sugar rush at the moment.
Sugar rush. Well, we'll have to send him some St. John's wort, or is that there's one called horny goat? We might send that to him also. That's the name of the herb. That's what it's called. Or maybe a little echinacea. Next delivery, slashing at that one is Imran Khan, and Dorridge does very well because that ball was heading between himself and first slip, and he dives away to make the stop. So TNT Red Force at the end of another over, 196 for 5. They lead by 175. Khan is 1, and Jason Mohammed 58.
Yes, Jason Mohammed here, he would want his captain Khan to really stick around as long as possible. And a long could be 1 ball. It could be 10 overs. And Avinash said it's going to be 1 ball. But we're going to see how long he's going to stick around. But Jason Mohammed, he needs someone to work with him. It's similar to what happened in the Barbados Pride inning, where Dorridge was batting really well and no one was able to stick around him, except he found an able partner in Ashley Nurse. So he needs someone to really play that Ashley Nurse innings with him.
Well, talking about Ashley Nurse, he's also doing some more work for his team here, because as he was walking down the track, Jason Mohammed had a little conference with his captain, Imran Khan, out in the middle, as we watch Warwican getting ready to come in. And as Mohammed was walking back, Nurse was right behind him, just offering some words of advice to him. Warwican round the wicket. Full toss, tugged away. That's going to be 4. Pulled over mid-wicket. A rank full toss, and he would have been so surprised to see such a poor delivery out of the hands of Warwican. He didn't quite get a hold of it, but he still gets a boundary.
And that brings up the 200 for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 200 for 5 after that shot from Jason Mohammed, and it's brought on by a loud round of applause from his teammates and the dugout and the scramble of spectators in the crowd. You can really hear them out there. But that takes the lead up to 179. Let's see how much more they can get.
Mohammed faces up to Warrican, who's round the wicket to him. Faster delivery, plays it out towards the cover region, and there is no run. So, in answer to the question, who will blink first? It was Guli, missing one that was on the line of the off stump. Luckily, Jason Mohammed still there on 62, and he's forward to the next delivery. And if he can push on towards 100, that's about 38 runs away. It should push Trinidad and Tobago comfortably over a lead of 200. And that's going to be a difficult proposition on a pitch that is certainly wearing here. Warrican has bowled a no ball, and that's certainly not what you want from your spinner. Went straight at the fielder, and Craig Braffett there reacting to it. And the score has moved on by 1. It's 201 for 5. As Warrican again round the wicket to Mohammed, forward to it, and there's no run. And Barbados have bowled well, but there have been some indiscipline from them. There have been some no balls. In fact, there were 2 no balls that could have taken wickets. As Warrican again round the wicket, and he's bowling to Mohammed, who's cutting at this one and can't pick up a single. The ball is straight to cover, and both are from Shamar Holder.
Yeah, definitely, and he was in a very good spell there for the Barbados Pride. He picked up 2 wickets despite those 2 no balls.
As we watch Warrican, faster delivery, which is defended by Jason Mohammed, there is no run, and that is the end of another very tight and very quick over from Warrican. He really does get through them very, very quickly indeed. Yeah, Shamar Holder in the early overs, in fact, I believe it was the first over, really should have had Hope trapped in front LBW without scoring. Instead, it was a no ball, and Hope went on to score 67. Then he flattened the middle stump of Jason Mohammed, which is not an easy thing to do, and just knocked it over completely. Another no ball, and Mohammed is still there. He's on 62. He hadn't gotten to 50 yet.
Yeah, definitely. So they are ruining that opportunity of getting Jason Mohammed. Maybe it would have been a different situation. Maybe it would have been 200 all out at that point in time if he hadn't overstepped. But all that is being made is that he's still there, and they're 201 for 5.
Here's Stout to Can. This one not carrying through, dropping in front of Dorridge, who has a very difficult time to take it, and he eventually stops it from getting past him. Mohammed is 62. And so this game could have been over a lot earlier. In fact, Barbados also missed 4 chances. Craig Braffett dropping 2. There was also one drop by Graves, I believe, in the first innings. And some chances certainly went a-begging yesterday morning. Here's Stout in once again, over the wicket to Mohammed, to Khan in fact, and who's playing this one in front of Square on the leg side, and can't pick up the single.
Yeah, and also the Tobago Red Force, they rule some opportunities. As I had a chat with the captain Imran Khan this morning, and he was very disappointed in those chances. He said had you taken those chances, it would have been a different situation.
Yep, it certainly would have, as we watch Stout over the wicket, and Khan is forward to the next delivery. There is no run, and we know that Imran Khan can bat a bit. As you mentioned, he averages 28. Akil Hussain, who got 9 in the first innings, just to focus on him, he should be up next. His scores in this match, in this series, he didn't play in the first game: 10, 13, 5, 16, 28, 21, 5 and 3. Not great viewing there for Akil Hussain. Next delivery defended by Khan. There's no run, and I think Khan is keenly aware that there's not much batting coming up next, so he has to stay here. They have to occupy the crease and try to score runs.
Yeah, definitely, and not only that, there's just a few minutes again before that tea interval, so he would want to be there at the resumption of tea. He wouldn't want to give his wicket away now, just before the tea interval.
Maybe about 1 over to go after this one, as Stout just pondering what delivery is going to bowl into Khan, and that's just outside the off stump again, and Khan plays it out towards that cover region. There is no run. Now this is more like what he's been doing all the way through this game, just keeping outside that off stump. Not sure what happened in the last over when he bowled those two deliveries on the return crease, and Dowrich had to dive away to make the stop. Now, not sure he was trying something new. As he's in now over the wicket again. Bowling to Khan. This one keeps low, almost got through him there. Khan was forward to it, and it was on the line of the off stump. Stout thought he had him, but Khan got the bat onto that. So the over comes to an end. 11 overs now bowled by Kevin Stout, and the TNT Red Force are 201 for 5.
And that brings an end to the sessions play. It's tea. The umpires flick the beels off. It's time for a tea break, and it's a good session of play here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They have gotten to 201 for 5, but in that, remember, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force losing that 5 wickets. What do you say? What do you think? Who got the better of that session?
Well, certainly, when you look at the number of runs scored in a 2-hour session, Trinidad and Tobago scoring 113 runs, which is not bad. 50 runs per each hour, 50 plus runs per each hour, but they've also lost 3 wickets during that period. So that has been the difference here. TNT went into lunch at 88 for 2. Mohammed was 9. Hope was 56. Lost Hope after that for 67. Joshua De Silva had his stumps rearranged by Holder for 15, and Jed Gooley was LBW to Stout for 16. Khan is there on 1, and this is the partnership that's going to make it or break it for Trinidad and Tobago. And the captain, Khan, and his second in command, Mohammed, will have a lot of work to do when they return after tea.
Yes, definitely they would, and that we ourselves would take a little break here, get some tea. I don't know if our producer has arranged tea for us, but we'll have to wait and see.
How that happens. Well, so that's the situation. Join us in just about 15 minutes time. TNT resume at 201 for 5. Mohammed 61, Khan 1. The lead is now up to 179. And if the innings were to end right now, that's what Barbados will have to chase down to win this game. So, enthralling stuff coming up later on. The final session. Hope you'll join us for that in just about 15 minutes time.
So we're back here after the tea interval. As Warrican, he continues from the southern end. This one, Jason Mohammed is back looking to cut that one into the offside. It kept a bit low, but he kept his eyes on the ball and was able to play it onto the offside for no run. Warrican bowls to Mohammed. And Mohammed is well forward, pushing this one into the offside, and there is no run. The bowler himself fields, and the score remains on 201 for 5. Jason Mohammed, he's there on 61. Imran Khan, the captain of the Red Force, he's there on 1. Warrican bowls to Jason Mohammed. Jason Mohammed is forward to this one, pushing it onto the onside, and goes straight to the fielder at that cover point. And there's no run. The score remains on 201 for 5. Warrican again to Jason Mohammed. He's on the back foot this time, pushing this one straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. The score remains on 201 for 5. So Warrican here continuing from this southern end. He's doing really well. And this one he has swept away by Jason Mohammed, past the fielder at that short fine leg, and it goes into the boundary for 4. So that's a wonderful shot from Jason Mohammed, and he moves on to 65. The score moves on to 205 for 4, and the TNT Red Force, they get going here after the tea interval. As I welcome my good friend, Vinod Mamchan. Sorry.
Well, the man says that I'm his good friend and he forgot my name. Thank you, Ronnie, as I welcome Fareed. And Fareed made an assessment of the stadium earlier on today. Let me get right into it, Council. He made an assessment. He gave it a beautiful 6.
An easy 6.
An easy 6. I don't want to misquote him. And we have Azad Mohammed out of Orlando, who is looking on at the stream. And he's saying here, concerning the stadium, Ali is correct about the stands/weather as well as the slowness of the wicket. On the other hand, other than that, it's a strong 7. If the two factors were not an issue, it should be a strong 9.5. His delivery is played away on the offside, and Khan goes for a quick single, and that takes the score to 201 for 5. And I now leave it into the learned hands of Mr. Farid Ali to respond to Azad Mohammed.
Mr. Mohammed's view, if it's from some 4,000 kilometers away, you can understand the differentiation. But I'm right here, and I'm saying it's an easy 6. In fact, I'm being generous after reassessing my position through the course of the interval. If I were to bring the car park facilities into the play, and bear in mind that it's $98 million that was spent between 2017, between 2015 and 2017, I'm struggling to see where the 98 million went.
Well, Farid Ali bringing his thoughts to the situation. It's 200 in fact for 5. Well, it's 206 for 5. Our scorer will catch up soon. Well, you know, a lot of pertinent questions were asked by you that has really gotten our viewers on the stream asking and responding to things. There's another one that says, on the topic, what has TTCB done in place for the ongoing development of players from one level to the other? Club level pitches are another question. I think it retards the true ability of the players to express their true skill and make the game a bit boring. Excitement, success, and promotion will assist in crowd turnout. Need encouragement to attend. Well, he's saying that you bring excitement to the cricket and people will come. It's time, but this is played away for 4. So Mohammed continues to count the runs here, and he stands between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados. It's now 210 for the loss of 5 wickets. And a lovely shot there for it by Jason Mohammed.
Do you still feel we can't establish a 250 run lead?
Well, I think it's at the moment it's 200, and that should be achieved. It's now 189. 189 to the good. I think at this point in time, Trinidad and Tobago firmly on top. Here is Myers. He bowls the moment. He drives nicely straight up to mid-off, and there is no run. Just to bring Ronnie Bikram Das and the others up to date with things that are happening in my homeland, of course in Barbados, in Christchurch to be exact, at the Garrison. I'm gonna bring you up to date, Ronnie. Just hold on a sec. This is played away. You know, did you know? Are you a racing man, Farid?
It depends on what we're racing.
Horse racing?
No, not at all. I don't gamble, and I
Mhm.
wouldn't gamble on a horse.
Well, today is the Sandy Gold Cup in Barbados. A few Trinidadians are in Barbados for the race. The favorite is Renaissance Frolic, ridden by Rico Walcott. The defending champion is Celestial Storm, with champion jockey Rashid Hughes in the saddle. The other top horse races are other top horses in the race are Night Prowler, Ronnie would know about that, and Rising Star. Trini Aviator from Trinidad is also in the race. It has a purse of 214,000 Barbadian dollars, and over 10,000 fans are expected at the Garrison, and that action starts at 5 p.m. We want to wish all the best to everyone across there in Barbados for that race. At the moment, the Pride under some pressure here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, Farid Ali's favorite cricket ground. It's now 210 for 5, and Farid, they're closing in on that 200 lead that you asked for.
Well, I'll be more comfortable with a 250 run lead. I think with a day to spare, 250 on a feeding wicket, we should have a fighting chance.
Yes, that's quite right. So at the moment, it's Imran Khan, the captain of this team. He is in there with Mohammed. Mohammed has moved on to 69, and Imran Khan is on 2. Early on, Mohammed really took the attack to Barbados, and I think now he feels comfortable that he can continue taking the attack to them. There was a bit of lull in his play as wickets fell around him. Mohammed is forward. In fact, Khan is forward and drives up the mid-off. There is no run.
Mohammed seems safely poised at 69.
This is pushed up on the offside again by Khan. That's Mohammed, the right-hander. West Indies player. You'll be looking to attract the attention of the selectors. He tells me he wants to play test cricket. This is played away, just opening the face. Imran Khan, that's 4 runs. He just came onto the front foot, opened the face of the bat, and it went down to a wide-ish third man into the boundary for 4. So Khan getting into the act as well. He moves on to 6, and not an easy 6. And Mohammed is on 69. It's 214 for the loss of 5.
Mr. Mamchand, we were viewing that the preparations to the wedding on the other end. How is that shaping up there now? It doesn't seem that we're going to get much of a view. Seems that we may have to visit the wedding after.
We're definitely visiting the wedding for Rita. We're going to tell them we're from the boys' side. I think Mr. Bikram Das is running away from us now to go and bring you a close-up shot of the wedding. Another young man and a young lady tying the knot here today in South Trinidad. They seem to like weddings in South Trinidad. There always seems to be one at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. But on you quoted the figure that was spent in building the stadium, 98 million.
98 million to upgrade between 2015 and 2017.
Wow!
It would have been a lot more.
To actually build.
But what is your view? Can you see $98 million being spent in a 2-year period here?
I can't. This stadium has been a contentious one as we're looking into the wedding there now. Farid, that's after this delivery. Here is Myers just outside the off stump, and he plays it back. I'll leave it to the eagle-eyed attorney to tell me what's going on inside there.
Well, it's a lot of white roses.
A lot of white roses.
White roses signify what? Love or peace?
I think purity. Here is Myers. He goes in here now on balls, and Mohammed drives, opening the face down to backward point. He should look for two, and he's turning and coming, but he stops. And that's just one. So he goes on to 70. Back to the crickets. Mohammed is on 70. Khan is on 6. And Myers is continuing here from the northern end. In the absence of a name for this end, we call it the Gasparilla end. This is pushed away by Imran Khan for 1. And he's doing the right thing, Imran, here. He's giving strike to Mohammed because Mohammed is a set batsman. Farid.
We can call it the car park end.
But there's also a car park on the other end. I have to take you on a tour. If you look to the left, that road takes you to a massive car park on the southern side as well, Farid. Here is Myers. He's in again and bowls outside the off stump, cut away by Mohammed. And in fact, he's only going to get 1 as there's a fielder posted on the deep point boundary. So Mohammed goes on now to 71. He's closing in on a century. Stout 1 for 41. He's in his 13th over. Here he is again. And Khan drives as easy as that. 218. There's a scattering of applause. I know that you did go down to the most popular stand on this ground is the northwestern stand. Which is right next to us. I know you went down there during the break. What's the situation?
Well, the capacity crowd there doubled in the interim. When I got here this morning, I checked 15 heads. Now we have about 31.
Well, that one keeps low, and that is not going to look good for Barbados. That delivery kept very, very low. Let's be positive. There was 100% increase in attendance. And that last delivery tells a story that the Pride would not like. It kept very, very low. They have to battle us on this wicket. So, Farid, you noticed something very interesting there at the wedding, and there we go again. White roses. Let's get Vidya Ramphal's view on white roses. Vidya, we're saying that Farid asked a pertinent question. He was wondering, does white roses signify love? I offered purity. I don't know what it means.
Purity and friendship. Red would be love. Yeah.
Okay.
Color of romance.
What about yellow?
Yellow.
Yes.
That's cowardice.
Cowardice. And what about none at all? Well, you're getting a variety of answers.
Well, there was a murmuring in the background that says white signifies surrender. I wonder who's surrendering, the bride or the groom?
Well, we're going to be first hand to witness that this afternoon as we will trip across there. Stand forward is Khan. I'll tell you one thing. The attorney has brought a lot of what we call in Trinidad vibe to the commentary box. He has been very he's asked some provocative questions, if I may say. Here's the left-handed Warkan from the far end. He bowls the Khan and he's forward and bowled. He covered everything but his wicket there on that occasion, and Khan leaves dejectedly. He's bowled. The score is 218 now for 6, which means that the league overall is 197 with 4 wickets in hand. Do you still think Farid you can get up to that comfort of 250 lead?
I think comfortably we'll get to 250. As long as Jason Mohammed is there, and I think he would get to 100 the way he's batting. We'll get there.
He will need support from the other end. So at the moment, Khan leaves the arena for 8, bowled by the left-handed Warkan, man from St. Vincent. He was born in St. Vincent, has lived most of his life in Barbados. His dad is actually a lecturer at the Caville campus of the University of the West Indies. And now Mohammed will be looking for support out there.
Do you think what we're seeing of Trinidad and Tobago today reflects a marked improvement on the previous matches?
Definitely a marked improvement from what we have seen before. I think the difference of what we have seen today is fight. Well, at least in this match, is fight. The Trinidad and Tobago team, they were actually at one stage on the opening day 60 for 3. They fought back well, and through a partnership of 139 for the fourth wicket, and they were able to come back nicely and really. I think at this point in time, I'll still put them ahead given the nature of the track. 197 run lead with 4 wickets in hand, but the fall of Imran Khan's wicket, I think, could probably send Mohammed back into his shell. And let's see how play goes after this tea period. Trinidad and Tobago, for all you know, Barbados could start chasing this evening, because there's still 31.4 overs remaining in the day's play.
Given that there are low crowd turnouts for these matches, particularly in Trinidad here today, would you say that there's any crowd advantage playing Barbados playing in Trinidad or Trinidad playing in Barbados?
Definitely not. I think we have gone away from a crowd advantage when it comes to the first class franchise style cricket setup. I think it's more about home advantage. When you speak of home advantage, is about being accustomed to the varying tracks. The tracks in Barbados are quicker than what you will have here in Trinidad and Tobago, and I don't think, well, at least this track is a very, very slow. As Hussein gets off the mark, playing it down to long on. I don't think there's a track in Barbados as slow as this. The score is now 219 for the loss of 6.
In defending a total, let's say we get to 250, you think the spinners would have a stronger appeal than other bowlers on the final day?
Definitely, the spinners will come into effect as the match wears on, given the fact that the pitch will also wear on. That man on your screen there, Craig Bradford, holds the key for Barbados because he's a stubborn, obdurate batsman, and they will want to remove him early in the piece as Mohammed just places a short mid-wicket for 1. Takes the score now to 220, so they're just 1 run away from a 200-run lead. Akil Hussein is on 1, Jason Mohammed is on 72. And the spinners, as you're asking, they're definitely going to come into effect here as the match progresses. It's going to keep slower and lower. The ball is not going to come onto the bat as the batsman would like. So it's going to be difficult to time the ball. They'll have to graph. I think if Trinidad and Tobago gets up to that lead that you're suggesting of 250, it may well be a matter of survival for Barbados.
What may factor into the equation is if we can have Barbados face 10 overs before the end of today's play.
Yes, that'll be ideal. Here is Warkan. He's in, and this is clipped away by Akil Hussein into the boundary for 4. Over mid-on, he just got to the pitch of it and lifted it over the infield. A lovely shot indeed. And Akil Hussein, the man from Lavanti in Trinidad and Tobago, gets 4 runs. So you see there are good things coming out of Lavanti as well, Fareed.
Let's not go there, Mr. Mamchan. Let's not go there. There were always good things. I think Desperados just won the Panorama.
Yes.
So there were more than one good thing.
And Akil Hussein is a shining example of what is good coming out of that area. It's done well for Trinidad and Tobago. Are you a Panorama man, Fareed?
I haven't missed a Panorama semi-final in 5 years. I was very skeptical over the years of being there live. And used to listen on the radio, but to answer your question very directly and succinctly, yes, I'm a Panorama man.
Lovely. I've never been to Panorama. They tell me once you go once, you'll always go. It seems to have, the box seems to have bitten you. Outside the off stump from Stout, and Mohammed drives loosely, beaten, and into the gloves of Dorich. The score remains 224 for 6.
What I can say is once you've been to the greens, once you'll always go and never pay to sit in the stands.
Yes. I tell you something, I did play Juve this year for the very first time in Port of Spain, and I had a ball. I'm definitely going back next year. In fact, I'm going to play on Tuesday as well. I'm going to play Mass next year.
I'm not a fan of Juve. Every year, when I return to my office on Ash Wednesday, there's mud and paint all over the tires of my office front.
Yeah, it's stout, and this is driven back up on the offside. There is no run. Well, then you should play Juve and ensure that it's you who are putting the mud on your office and not others, not revelers.
Actually, it's. I usually get a few WhatsApp messages on Ash Wednesday, persons accepting full responsibility for the mud and paint on my tile wall.
Well, I'm sure the only ones who do that are your friends. This delivery keeps low from Mohammed again, from Stout, and Mohammed forces it out on the onside. That sudden end, the ball is keeping pretty low. So you're saying, Farid, that your friends are coming clean?
Well, friends in that very wide sense of the word.
Mm-hmm.
If they were my friends, they would have at least cleaned it and then say, well, I dirtied it, I cleaned it, and it was me.
Here is Stout is in, and this is pushed up on the offside. There is no run. So we have with us attorney at law Farid Ali. Very noted. Where did your love for cricket come from, Farid?
Actually, I was a student at Hillview College in the mid-80s, and I started playing class cricket. In fact, I was a right arm leg spinner.
Yes. Pushed away again by Mohammed on the offside. There is no run. The score remains 224 for the loss of 6.
And then I went on to play youth cricket with a team, a Paradise Youth Club in Tacarigua. So things evolved from there. It started at school, but Hillview wasn't noted for any towering cricket achievements in those days. It was the mid-80s.
Yes.
It's only within recent times, in the past 10 years, we've started to dominate the youth cricket, the school cricket.
Yes, Silvio, they've done very well. It's the end of the over. The final delivery driven to cover. Mohammed remains unbeaten on 72 with him Akil Hussein on 5, and the score is 224 for 6. Yes, Hillview College, they've dominated secondary schools cricket. This season, though, it has been a bit indifferent, and there you can see the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board corporate box. I'm seeing Rajendra Mangali, the former national cricketer, and he is, of course, chairman of the sponsorship and marketing committee.
Seems like he's sending you a WhatsApp message, Mr. Mapchat.
There's another gentleman there with him. Well, they're taking in the action. So at the moment, the score here remains 224. The lead is 203. And Trinidad and Tobago would not be comfortable with that just here. They want to get up to 240, 250. And fight from there. It'll be all up to their bowlers from that point in time.
Are you aware of what's the next phase of development at the ground here, structurally?
Well, the only development I'm seeing, and I think that was the only one earmarked, were those access roads. They're actually doing 2. One as you come into the main artery, and this one to the eastern side of the ground. I have no idea as to what else that can be done or will be done here at the venue. I can tell you one thing though, as here is working, he comes in, bowls to Hussein. This is Hussein on the back foot and cracks this one down to long on for 1. I can tell you one thing, since the advent of this facility here and the arrival of it, we've gotten a lot of cricket. Almost on a daily basis, you find this ground being rented out for cricket.
Does the cricket board get a more economical rate here than the Queen's Park cricket ground?
Definitely so, because of the fact that this is a government-run facility. It's cheaper for the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board to acquire this facility as compared to Queen's Park Oval. As an NGO, the TTCB will enjoy certain benefits from the central government. Here is Workan, he's in again, bowls, and Mohammed is right forward, plays it back to him. So it's very quiet here in the afternoon. Mohammed poised to get 100 here. He is on 72. He is just 28 short. Hussein is on 6, and he's just 94 short. 225. Here he is again, going around the wicket. That's a quicker delivery from Warrican. Mohammed is equal to the task. So Jason Mohammed has really batted well here for Trinidad and Tobago. I think he has been the man for Reed, standing between the two countries.
Certainly so. Allow me to ask you something else. Do you think, or is there a policy that regional matches can't be played at other local grounds here in Trinidad and Tobago?
Yes, there is an agreement that was signed by, this is Mohammed driving through the offside, runs here for him, he takes one, and he's going to come back for two. Lovely bit of fielding down there, with the approval of Ashley Nurse. Yes, the decision was taken by the West Indies Players Association, and in the last MOU, in fact not the last one, the previous MOU that was signed between the West Indies Cricket Board and the West Indies Players Association, included in it was that regional cricket must be played at venues that are up to test standard, because the next step from regional cricket is international cricket. So you want your players play on the best surfaces. I know you'll give the surface here 10 out of 10, and this is why you had no cricket at Clark Road. Back in the day, probably 10, 15 years ago, Avinash might have those figures. You had cricket played at Clark Road. Curtly Ambrose, I remember, running in and at Clark Road to bowl against Trinidad and Tobago, and the Leeward Islands played at Clark Road, and the ground was packed out. But then again, if you import the 31 people that you are suggesting are here into Clark Road, it may also look packed to capacity, because you have one or two stands there that are very small. So you cannot take cricket. This is why these regional matches are not being played even at the National Cricket Centre.
But maybe with corporate investment we can get some of these grounds, the standard of the grounds, to improve. But if you're saying it has to be international standards, or internationally approved cricket ground standards, then we may be falling short despite corporate assistance in the regional ground.
Yes. I think the only benefit of taking the cricket out of these facilities is to take it to the community.
Right, and then when community gets involved, it will assist in the development of the game, and it will assist in the promotion of the clubs.
It also helps the little areas, there is a tournament called the US Open in Florida, as here is Myers, he bowls, and this is outside the off stump, driven away by Hussein, down to third man, and it's going to go into the boundary for 4. So that's 4 more. Trinidad and Tobago continues now to pile the runs. It's 227 for the loss of 231 for the loss of 6. The lead is now 210. There's a tournament called the US Open that's held in Fort Lauderdale, Sunrise to be exact, as there's just a scattering of fans. So the fans have heard you, Fred, and they're coming in. Good to see the young man there. He's watching in the wrong direction, though. He needs to look at the cricket, and for that bug to bite him, and he'll want to get involved in the game. Yes, and during the US Open, which is played, US Open cricket, which is played over a 5-day period, it's a massive economic stimulus up there, because you have the last figures I got from it, because I'm involved there. The last figures I got from it read something like you had during the period 486 hotel rooms are booked for a week. This is played away to mid-on by Hussein, a tumbling stop, but not a clean one. and they go back for 2, they want 3. So you see the urgency in the Trinidad and Tobago batting at the moment, 233 for the loss of 6. Yes, so you have a lot of business areas in business places in the area, because you have 500 plus cricketers coming into Lauderhill for that period of a week. Then again, it's kept around close to Christmas time, so the shopping is also good, and a lot of people take advantage. This is down the ground for 4. A dismissive shot, if I may say so, over pitch delivery, and Hussein driving it straight down the ground for 4. 237 for the loss of 5. So even if you go into the communities here in Trinidad, you won't really have hotel rooms being booked, but what you can have is that carry from Pepper Sauce Village in Rosilac could come out and sell his local fare, and the snow cone man, the nuts man,
The doubles man.
the doubles man. So there are benefits to taking the game into the community.
Does the same policy apply for youth cricket? Meaning
No.
the regional.
Absolutely not.
So we can see regional under 15 games being played on the community grounds.
There's the option of doing that. They normally play it at Gilbert Park in California. You have cricket played at the UE Spec. There's also under 15 games at the National Cricket Center. In fact, the only venue of, let's say, international standard that will host those matches will be right here at the Brandon Cricket Academy. There's definitely none at the Queen's Park Oval. The score is 237 for 6, and here's Myers around the wicket again. Bows to Hussein. Delivery that comes back into him, cramps him a bit, plays it away to a straightish mid-on, and there is no run. So 237 for 6. I think TNT very heading towards a position of strength.
Increased strength, that is. So we're perhaps looking at what, 275 now?
I think you're pushing it there, Fareed. You may soon ask to 300. Here is a delivery down the leg side, flicked away, and the fielder can't catch up to that. That's 4 runs, badly lined. It was angled into Hussein, but it was starting somewhere around leg stump. He just got into his wicket and clipped it away around the corner, and that is 4 runs. That takes the score along now to 241 for the loss of 6. The overall lead is now 220. I see a smile. It's now a dawn on the face of Fareed Ali.
275 it is.
Aliateri is pushing hard. Definitely would not like to be involved in any matter with you where I'm on the opposite side. You would leave me, as they say locally, broken. Penniless.
I think it's important that Barbados face 10 overs today. If we can get 2 wickets, at least they'll be entering the field tomorrow in a different psychological state.
Well, I'm gonna leave you for a short stint with Vidya Ramphal. I've answered enough questions here, Vidya. You need to help me. Council has been on fire.
Thank you very much, Vinod. Hello, Fareed. How are you?
I'm good. It's good to see you again.
Nice to be alongside you here as we continue. Red Force 241 for 6. The next delivery ball by Ashley Nurse is turned around the corner. They go for 1, they go for a second, and that is good cricket by Trinidad and Tobago. It was a sharp double there, and they get it through pretty comfortably in the end. So they're looking a lot better here now. Barbados are looking a little bit ragged at the moment. Hussein is 20, Mohammed is 76. This has been an outstanding innings here by Jason Mohammed, and he did promise to make some runs this year, and certainly has fulfilled that, at least in this innings. Here is Nurse over the wicket. Here he is into ball to Mohammed, who's driving this one straight out to extra cover. There's no run. And Fareed, you mentioned that you enjoy your cricket, you're here for it, and I know that among the legal fraternity in Trinidad, there are a lot of cricketers who enjoy the sport too, as we watch the next delivery from Nurse, which is turned behind square, and they don't go through for the single. Justice Prakash Musai would have been part of that Trinidad and Tobago team that won the 1985 title.
Yes, I remember as a child viewing that tournament. Justice Musa is now a Court of Appeal judge, and he is still very active, though be it in another capacity. He played a major part in the lawyers cricket team. There's a lot of people don't know that there's a lawyers cricket World Cup that is being played every 2 years. The last was held in New Zealand, and before that it was Australia. Trinidad and Tobago will be hosting the next lawyers cricket World Cup.
Oh right, when is that?
That would be in the year 2022. So it's just about a year and a half away. And the matches will be played in the community grounds, different community grounds. We are supposed to have a team from India coming in June of this year to view our preparations, the physical, structural preparations that we've been having in terms of preparing grounds for the tournament.
There's a little bit of a hold up in the play there while Fareed was talking about the Lawyers World Cup, which we will look forward to, and I'm sure we'll be Vinod will be in negotiations with you to carry that on this network. But in the meantime, there was a discussion about the ball. The two umpires conferred, and I think Craig Braffett took the ball to the umpire, but no decision has been taken. They're going to continue with the ball. Next delivery is played in front of the wicket. There's no run. Jason Mohammed continues on 76. Akil Hussain is 20. TNT Red Force at 243 for 6. Certainly will be interesting to see that Lawyers World Cup here. Here's Nurse again. Just on the line of the off stump, which Mohammed plays to extra cover. There's no run. And also Justice Kokoram here in Trinidad, big cricket fan and avid player also over the wicket. This one is flighted, hits that over extra cover. It's not going to go for 4. There's a fielder out in the shade under the stands there, and he picks it up in front of the boundary. That's one more to Mohammed. 244 for 6. Mohammed is 77. Yeah, so quite a few, and the over comes to an end, by the way. 244 for 6. Justice Kokoram enjoys his cricket. I saw him. He has a pretty straight bat to everything.
Yes, he's a very fit, active player. He trains a lot. He runs a lot of 5Ks, and the Lawyers cricket team practices a lot at the National Cricket Centre. So we're quite fit in that regard.
Yeah, a lot of the parliamentarians also involved. I saw one of the MPs here in Trinidad, Fitzgerald Hines, play in one of those Lawyers matches. And there was also a parliamentarian match at one point. The ex-Minister of Sport here in Trinidad, Manohar Ramsaran, scored 100 in that game. I think he's the only parliamentarian to ever score 100.
It was a one-off game.
It was a one-off game.
One-off game.
So his record remains intact. And as we watch here, the Red Force 244 for 6. They have batted almost 67 overs already. Jason Mohammed on 77. Akil Hussain, this is close to his top score for the season. His top score is 21, I believe, and he has batted well so far. And TNT Red Force now lead by 223, which is already a difficult target. But don't put any target as too high for this Barbados Pride team. They're not the number one region in the team for no reason. As we watch Hussain, right-hander facing up to the left-handed Warwican. That one keeps low. He does well to keep that out. Jason Mohammed, in fact, was the man there. That one, he was looking to stay on the back foot to play it, and it kept low. And I'm sure you must be a little bit disturbed here, or pleased if you're a TNT supporter to see that.
Certainly so. The ball is keeping very low, and it's progressive. The pitch seems to be progressively deteriorating. That's what I've been saying earlier. If it is, we can get Barbados out there for at least 10 overs before the end of today's play. We can see a totally different picture on the final day. It would affect their psychology going into the final day, knowing that, they're facing not just a dry wicket, but if they can lose 2 wickets from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective, it is a psychological advantage for us.
Warwican continuing along that line of the off stump. The next delivery is played back to him. There's no run. And a 10 over spell at the end of the day. If TNT can prize out a wicket or 2, it would certainly be a psychological blow to the Barbadian attempt to win this game. Next delivery played back to Warrican. There's no run. The Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and the shadows are starting to lengthen across the field. The lighting masts across there throwing a few long shadows. They've come in about halfway through on the onside of the field at the moment. The next delivery is played out to mid-wicket and there is no run. The over ends of the TNT Red Force 244 for 6, 20 for Hussein, 77 for Mohammed. And in your I guess your travel through the legal profession, have you seen any links between what you've learned in law and in cricket? Is there anything that could apply to both? Any lessons you learned?
Yeah, there are no friends in cricket and there are no friends in the legal fraternity.
Couldn't have put it better. There are no friends in either. And I have no friends in here either. I mean, let's say Ronnie Bikram Das is always looking a little cut-eye at me here. In fact, we're all friends here because it is one of the wonderful companies to work for as the TNT Red Force, quite unlike the legal profession. 244 for 6, 77 for Mohammed. Akil Hussein is 20.
There's a saying in the law that your client is your best friend and your worst enemy.
The client is your best friend and your worst enemy.
Yeah, when like things go his way, he loves you. And when it doesn't, he blames everything on you.
There's also a nice saying I've heard that if you have Farid has a lot of friends, maybe not in the legal profession. He has a lot of friends though. As we watch the next over about to start, it's Ashley Nurse, and he's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Hussein, who's driving this one out towards the mid-off position and picking up a single, running as he played the shot, and he will move on to 245 for 6. There's also a lovely saying I hear about a man who represents himself has a fool for a client. I like that one.
Yeah, you could never be objective when you're representing yourself. You could never see things as we see it here from the commentary box in a panoramic way. You're only seeing it from your perspective, from the shoes in which you stand. And objectivity is important.
Very much important. As the next delivery round the wicket here, and interestingly, Ashley Nurse to the right-handed Mohammed has continued round the wicket to him, so a slight unusual angle, and Mohammed has adopted a slightly more open stance to him. Now he's sweeping at this one. Dorich has missed it. It's running away down towards the boundary and will go for 4 here. So that is one down the leg side, and that is what happens when you try that particular negative angle. The keeper has to be aware that if the ball gets past the batsman, if he doesn't move that left foot across to cover the line, it's going to be an easy boundary, and it is. 249 now for 6, and the 250 almost up for the TNT Red Force. Very good position now for the Red Force.
I'm hoping we can get to 275.
275 is the magic number for you.
Yeah, if I'd feel safe at 275 and Barbados facing 10 overs
When you say
today.
275, you mean the lead?
The lead of 275 and Barbados facing 10 overs today.
All right.
I think we can get 2 wickets in this with this pitch.
The next delivery by Mohammed flicked out towards that mid-on position, and there is no run. The fielder does well to stop it from getting past him. So attorney at law Farid is asking for 275 lead for TNT and perhaps 10 overs to bowl at Barbados this afternoon. Next delivery is turned out towards mid-wicket. There is no run. The over comes to an end. Ashley Nurse and Jomel Warrican continuing here as they try to prize out a few more wickets. They really need to get the wicket of Jason Mohammed, who has been out there for some time, and his strike rate now 53, so he's batting within himself, just trying to get himself towards that 100. Now I've been looking, Farid, at what has happened in this match so far, and the way that things have changed in terms of the way the captains have used their bowlers. In the first innings when TNT batted, all 10 wickets went to the seamers. In the second innings, that's when Barbados batted, 7 wickets went to seam, 2 went to spinner. There was a run out. Now in this TNT innings so far, with 6 wickets down, 3 to seam, 3 have gone to spinners. So this would suggest, I guess the evidence would, you're very familiar with evidence, it would suggest that the character of the pitch has changed and the tactics should also change.
Certainly so. I think the wicket has become drier. It certainly has deteriorated in the last few days. it means to say the approach to this wicket would have to factor into our tactical side of the game in terms of trying to bowl Barbados out. Um, that's why I'm hopeful that we can at least take 2 wickets today and see if we can take another 4 before lunch tomorrow and have them
that
under
one
pressure.
keeps low from Warwican. Almost got through. In fact, it hit Dorridge on the toe. That's how low it kept. And he is stepping away. He got one on the toe there. And Hussain was trying to drive at it. I don't think it even got off the ground there. But anyway, that's a measure of how much this pitch has deteriorated. You were just talking about it. And another sign of it here. Jason Mohammed 77, Akil Hussain 21, TNT Red Force 249 for 6. And this time Hussain is driving that. That's a good stop. Diving stop away at extra cover. And that is the tall and lengthy figure there of Drakes, who's on as a substitute. That's Holder, in fact. Is that 48 on his back? 40, in fact. So that is Holder who made the stop. Next delivery is played back to the bowler. There is no run. Also, in terms of looking at the way the wickets have fallen in this match, we've had 26 wickets fall already. As we watch the next ball from Warwican, looking for wicket number 27, flicked away to mid-wicket, and that's good fielding again from the Barbados Pride. Of the 26 wickets that have fallen in the match so far, 14 have been bowled, 7 LBW. So 21 of the 26 wickets have been for bowlers who have persisted on that line, attacking the wicket. Next delivery played to mid-on, there's no run.
We're seeing Jason Mohammed on 77 now. He's chasing, in your estimation, how many first-class centuries that would be? We're looking at...
Just get that for you. This one is driven straight for 4. Mid-off was up, and that one was hit to his left. There was nothing he could have done. He couldn't have gotten across to it, and that's run all the way down to the boundary for 4. And it is Jason Mohammed, who's played a lot of first-class cricket. He has 8. If we make it, it'll be his 800, 700s, and 700s. And he's also had 11 50s. So this is he's working on 100 number 8 for him here. Hasn't been lucky for Dorridge. Dorridge is also looking for his 800.
Yeah.
He fell short. So the announcer saying that the lead is now up to 232. That's because with that shot, TNT went past the 250, 253 for 6. It's been a seesaw battle in this game, and it is quite thrilling stuff here.
Mohammed is certainly one of the senior cricketers that we have here. He's in his He's 33 years of age.
Yeah, Mohammed actually came into the team as he was 19, I believe it was, when he came into the Trinidad and Tobago team, and he was seen as the next big thing. The man Jason Nasruddin Mohammed, and he swept this one away behind square. There's a fielder out there, and he gets across to do the fielding. That's Mayers, and that's Stout, in fact, and it goes. He sends a powerful return back to the keeper. So that's one more for Mohammed. Yeah, 33 years, the man from Barrackpore, and he's been around for a long time, and he's been playing for Trinidad and Tobago since 2006. He was part of that Darren Ganga-led team that won the regional title that year. But he had a few years just after that early success. Just seemed to be in a wilderness for a few years, but has come back strongly in his late 20s. Next delivery to Akil Hussain, driven out towards mid-off, and there's no run. Hussain looks on. There's a slip in place for Ashley Nurse, who's continuing round the wicket here, trying to get the ball to turn away from Hussain. This one is cut past point. Will that run away for 4? The fieldman's coming across, gets the foot on it, and Mosley has stopped what was going to be a boundary here. He seems to be the man employed as the boundary rider for the Barbados team, and he's been quite effective. I estimate he's saved at least 20 runs out there already for this match. Hussain is 25, 78 for Jason Mohammed. It is 256 for 6.
Mohammed's strike rate surely has gone up in the last half an hour.
That's 53. So he's going through these periods where he's in a shell, he scores some runs, and he goes back in. He senses that he really has to be there at the end. He has to get 100. He has to push on for a big 100 here. It's round the wicket, and Akil Hussain plays the defensive shot, misses it. Dorridge takes the bails off, but Hussein's back foot was firmly planted, and there was no appeal for a stumping. The TNT Red Force lead by 235, and this game has been a seesaw battle all the way between the top team in the Caribbean, the undisputed team that really you feel will go on to win this title, against Trinidad and Tobago. This one is driven away by Hussain, through extra cover. Long off has to come across to do the fielding. They've gone for one, they've come back for two, and that's all there's going to be. And Akil Hussain has now had his best score of the season, 256 for 6. Hussain up to 27.
Akil has been lending good support to Mr. Mohammed, to Jason. If two of them can stay at the wicket, then things could really turn in our favor. Well, tighten in our favor, that is.
Well, the water card has come on just before you go on there, Fareed. The water card is coming on, and the score at this time is 258 for 6. Well, I think it's not quite an hour. We would have started at 3, and just about 50 minutes. So the umpires have called on the water card just about 10 minutes maybe before they should have. I'm not aware if there's any directive that has been reduced to 50 minutes now. But in that time, TNT have scored 57 runs, and they have lost only 1 wicket. That's Imran Khan. So not bad going in the last hour for TNT. Yeah, so Akil Hussain, the 26-year-old from Port of Spain here in Trinidad. And he has 16 matches at List A, but for first class, just 15 matches, just under 450 runs. A batting average that you'd feel could be better for him. He's just under 20, 100 and 150 in there. Top score of 102, and he has taken 27 wickets for in first class level. Most of those this year, I would believe.
He's already surpassed his average at first class level.
Yeah, he certainly has, and needs to push it on a little bit more. He did have 100 in his first season. He also took 10 wickets in his first season and just seemed to fall away. Seems to be a recurring decimal for some of these young Trinidad and Tobago players.
But with the exposure that he's been getting, and with increased exposure, those averages could only get better, we would hope. He certainly has come good today.
They're doing some adjustments out there. In fact, Jason Mohammed, the physio, is out there and just examining the neck of Jason Mohammed. And I think right now that head on that neck that the physio is examining, that is what is holding up Trinidad and Tobago here. He has a good cricketing brain, Jason Mohammed, and started off attacking the Barbadian team, got TNT in a good position, and when the pressure came, he was equal to it, has kept Barbados at the gate here. 258 for 6, he's on to 78. And I'm sure you've watched some cricket in Barbados. They're very knowledgeable and a very passionate cricket watching crowd.
What I admire about the cricket grounds in Barbados, it's all uni-purpose. You know, in Trinidad and Tobago, we tend to see grounds, and it's changing now, but you tend to see grounds that are dual purpose. They play both football and cricket on those grounds. In Barbados, they cherish their grounds in a very real and meaningful way.
And one of the reasons football is not that big as cricket in Barbados.
But also, what I was impressed with is when I've been to some of those grounds, you see pictorial illustrations of their history. There are a lot of team pictures up. They highlight a lot of those West Indian cricketers that they would have produced through the years. We don't see much of that here. I guess we appreciate our cricketers in a different way.
If at all. Yeah, but different in societies also. The rich history in Barbados, they produced the most cricketers per capita of any country in the world. When you think about the size of Barbados, 17 17 by 22 kilometers, I think it is. They produce so many wonderful cricketers. You can go to any ground in Barbados, I'm sure, and they will tell you that there was a test cricketer who played at this venue.
Yeah.
I don't think we can say that here in Trinidad and Tobago. Plus, the society here, many would describe it as ahistorical. Or ahistoric might be the correct word. We don't seem to have that sense of history.
Well, we don't seem to have that sense of history as it comes to cricket, and in terms of recording and documenting our cricket history. We certainly have history, but for whatever reasons, we've never had the impetus to record and document so many achievements of our cricketing heroes. It bothers me because being a student in England, when I was living out there, you could walk into any shop and get an autobiography of just about any mediocre cricketer, furthermore first-class cricketer or test cricketer. So many cricketing Greeks we've produced through the years, and we can't get a biography of any of them yet.
Yeah, very few, in fact. Yeah, I applaud that 100% here. As play is just about to resume after the water break. Warwican round the wicket. This one's down the leg side as he caught that. They are appealing for a catch at the wicket. Warwican is celebrating. Dorrit started to celebrate, but the umpire is unmoved. He felt that the ball came off the bat and then the pad. Dorrit felt he heard something. He dived. The ball bounced up off his glove, and he dived again to take the catch, and may have injured his shoulder here, but it will not stand. Warwican continues round the wicket, and Mohammed is driving this one out towards short extra cover. There's a misfield, and he gets one. 79 now. He'll go to 259 for 8. So more scholarship really has to move towards documenting the lives of these cricketers.
Well, certainly so. Our own Larry Gomes. I've been searching for a biography of him for some time, and I'm not searching locally. I'm searching in the UK, and there is none as far as I know. And he has a rich part to play in all cricketing history. There's nothing written, nothing documented on him.
Warwican, and an on drive here from Akil Hussain straight to the fielder. There's no run. You're very right. Even at the Larry Gomes Stadium, there is very little to suggest who he is. And the Larry Gomes Stadium in Arima. Next delivery from Warwican is driven back to the bowler. There's no run. In fact, I'll tell you a funny story. I saw Larry Gomes at a bank in Arima, and he was just sitting there doing his usual business as we watch Warwican next delivery to Hussain, who is driving and going for the run. There was a shy at the stumps at the bowler's end, but he gets there pretty easily, Akil Hussain, and he'll move into the 30s now. And Larry Gomes was there, and he's sitting right in the bank. Now, there's a place in Arima called the Larry Gomes Enclosure, not very far away. And then, of course, further down in Malabar, there's the Larry Gomes Stadium. So I was telling one of the young bank tellers, as we watch the next delivery from Warwican, defensive shot, there's no run. Wow, you have some cricketing royalty here. She says, who's that? So I was pointing out with that's Larry Gomes. And it meant absolutely nothing to her, the name.
She asked
and
again, who's that?
This is in Arima, Trinidad. There's a Larry Gomes enclosure right there. There's a Larry Gomes Stadium. And she had no idea who he was. Isn't that something?
It's sad, and he's an Arima national, if we put it that way. So a third reason why he should be recognized in his own tongue.
Certainly should have. And, they had no idea who he was. It was really, really sad indeed. Also recall seeing Hazley Crawford, the 1976 gold medalist, walk up one of the streets by Customs and Excise, and nobody seemed to notice who he was. That was really sad indeed. And that's that.
But if we was to step away from the biographies, what about the club cricket? Does Comets have a book on their history? Does any of the local clubs produce their own?
First ball of the new over from Ashley Nurse, played on the onside, and that's a single, which has taken Akil Hussain to 31. Mohammed is 79, 261 for 6. I think you'd be hard-pressed to see that, and it's a lot easier to do it now. You open a Facebook page, in that About tab, write a little history of your club. And Nurse is going to continue here, and he's getting some words of advice from his captain, Craig Braffett. He's continuing round the wicket here to the right-handed Mohammed. So he's going along a negative line here. And Mohammed is on driving and does not beat the fielder at that short mid-on position. Now he will have 3 players on the boundary. There is a long on in place, deep mid-wicket, and a backward square leg for that negative line. So they're trying to protect the boundaries on the leg side while keeping the grounds down. This one is hit powerfully to extra cover, but Craig Braffett gets in the way and there's no run. So you were talking about the clubs.
I'm of the view that the club should have a team together that records its history, or that at least puts together on a season-to-season basis an analysis of what the season was like. Even if you can't put together at this stage a history of your club or commentary as to what happened 30, 40 years ago. I recently saw Desperados Steel Orchestra produce a illustration of Desperados through the years, and it's a pictorial illustration.
Right.
So they have pictures of the band from their performances in the 70s coming forward.
Desperados, of course, being the new Panorama champions here in Trinidad in 2020, taking away the title from Renegades, one of the band that has won it twice in the last 2 years. Next delivery from Nurse. I thought he was through from Akil Hussain. Hussain just drove it down to long on and picks up a single. And Ashley Nurse was very, very frustrated. He was looking down at the ground. And the over comes to an end. It's a measure of the frustration here with these two batsmen, as the partnership, just to keep an eye on it, Farid has gone up to 45. TNT Red Force are leading by 241, and the hopes Barbados would have had of an easy victory here, they found a resolute TNT Red Force fighting back against them.
Jason Mohammed now 180 and Akil Hussain on 31. Mohammed's strike rate, it's 52 plus.
Was as high as 88 at one point.
Well, as one approaches that 100 mark, more caution would step in. So it's expected to dip a bit as he nears that elusive 100.
Akil Hussain, meanwhile, is making it look very easy. His strike rate up to 119, so he's pushing the scoring along, and perhaps he's the ideal foil for Jason Mohammed at this time, because Jason was starting to score a lot more slowly. And based on what we saw during the water break, where the physio was examining his neck, he's suffering from some sort of an ailment here. Here is this looks like Craig Braffett who's come on. Is that Craig Braffett? Yeah, it is Craig Braffett who's come on to bowl. And his first delivery is played down to mid-on, and there's one more to the total. And Craig Braffett, I don't think he's bowled much for this season. In fact, I think I remember him bowling in one of the matches this season. Just track that down for you and tell you. Yeah, in fact, Braffett would have bowled sparingly in this season, and he's actually has taken a wicket in the season so far. As Braffett, next delivery is defended, and there is no run. He scores a lot of runs, but at first class level, he's only taken 25 wickets and 1 ODI wicket, 17 at test level. There's Braffett again. And this one is bowling with an off-spinner's action. It is driven out to mid-on, and there's no run. His average at test level is 58.41. That's not his batting average. Would be good, though. His bowling average at ODI level is 140. So if he bowls out the team, they will score 1,400 runs. And first-class cricket, his average is 51.2. So this one is down the leg side, and he swept it away for 4. That is Jason Mohammed getting another boundary here. And 4 for Jason. He's up to 84 now. And let's see what Craig has done for the season, I'll tell you. In terms of his bowling, 1 for 13 in the first game against the Windward Islands. He bowled against Guyana, and in the 2 innings, he had figures of none for 8 in the 2 innings. Didn't bowl at all. In fact, about 3 overs. None for 4 against the Leeward Islands. And against the Windward Islands, none for 1. So he's just brought himself on for the odd over at 2 all the way through the season. So he doesn't bowl a lot. I'm sure Pakistan would remember him because he took some wickets against them. and I think there were some complaints about his action. He was called for an action, is an illegal action. This one's down the leg side, and they've now brought in a short fine leg who fields and prevents the ball from going away for a single. But in terms of Craig Braffitt's cricket, of course he's here for his bowling. What have you thought about his captaincy? You felt he's missed a trick from what you've seen today? Next delivery is flicked away through mid-wicket, and they will pick up one here. They're going for a second run. The fieldsman is ambling after it. That is poor cricket from the Barbadians. Certainly not what we would expect from them. In the meantime, the batsmen have taken two. That is the end of the over. At the end of it, TNT Red Force 270 for 6. Hussain is 33, and Mohammed is 86.
What we can see is the character of his captaincy after the luncheon break has changed. Trinidad and Tobago were under a lot of pressure before lunch, and I sense that he put some caution to the wind after lunch. I don't know if it's in an effort to try to get more wickets, but it certainly gave Jais Mohammed and Hussain a lot more confidence.
And they've now pushed the partnership up to 52, 270 for 6. They came together with the fall of Can's wicket at 218 for 6. Ashley Nurse round the wicket now. Left-handed Hussain plays a stylish shot, and immediately there's some applause from his team just below us here. And he posed for the pictures. There are some photographers around for the various newspapers. This one, Hussain is cutting at that one, straight at the fielder, who does well to stop it from going past him stout, and there is no run. So you felt that he backed down a little bit during that period. As we watch the next delivery from Nurse, which is driven through cover. They should pick up two here. They've gone for one. They're coming back with a second. This could be very interesting indeed. Throw to the bowler's end, and he's gotten back safely. Jason Mohammed. Two more to Akil Hussain. He's 35.
Jais Mohammed's now on 86. So we're looking at 14 runs away. How do you find Jais Mohammed is looking? Do you think he's looking confident? Still?
Yeah, he certainly has slowed down. He has 100 for the season, so he definitely knows how to get to the 100 mark. But I wonder if he's suffering from some sort of a physical ache. Here's Ashley Nurse as he is just about to continue here. He's round the wicket. And this one is cutting at it. Well, he almost dragged out onto his stumps. Almost dragged out onto his stumps there. Akil Hussain. Nurse now is round the wicket again. Here he is bowling to the left-handed Hussain. Forward to it. And they thought about the single. They now had to go back. And they have not decided to take the single. Well, I think I was passed a note here that someone has responded on the stream, and they have a couple of the players have given the rating to the ground as 7, as the next delivery is driven out towards the cover region, and there is no run from Ashley Nurse. That is the end of his 14th over. His figures 1 for 32, and TNT Red Force are 272 for 6.
We're nearing the lead of about just over 250.
The lead is 251 now, in fact.
Yes.
251. TNT Red Force 276, 272 for 6. Now, I understand at the start of play we were told that there are 94 overs available today. Now we have had 19 overs remaining, so still a significant period of time here. So we still might get in those 10 overs, Fareed, if TNT can bat 9 more overs and get the lead closer to about 300, well, maybe about 275 or so. I don't think they're going to stop at a lead of 275. That's still within the range of this powerful Barbados batting attack.
Do you think we should attack the next 9 overs, try to get as close as possible to 275, 280, and risk bowling at them for 10 overs? Or try to bat out today?
That would certainly be dicey for Trinidad and Tobago. They might, if 6 overs at the Barbados team, that may be very interesting indeed. But after a team loses so many matches, remember TNT have not won a match since that Leeward Islands match in January. So they will be a little bit more cautious, I feel, as they approach this one. Here's Shamar Holder, who's back in. His first delivery is a Yorker-length delivery, but it's ill-directed, almost 2 feet outside of the off stump, and it's taken by Dorridge.
So you're saying that we can bat for another 15 overs?
15 overs. Trinidad and Tobago might be looking to bat. It depends on the state of mind of the coach here and, of course, the captain. They'll be sitting together thinking about this carefully. They want to win it, of course, but they don't want to give Barbados too easy a target and too much time to get it.
15 overs, or let's say 5 runs and over.
Mohammed is playing defensively. That nice little flourish of his, almost like a Steve Smith after playing the ball in an orthodox fashion. Scoring rate has been in between 3 and 3.6. It's currently 3.63 at the moment. So they haven't really gone up to 5. That's been very difficult going for the team.
If we try to get to 4 runs and over, that's in the next 15 overs, another 60 runs. Should take us to somewhere around 330, 328.
Back on their premier bowler, Shamar Holder. Yeah, that's a full delivery. And it's driven away. Total Mohammed has 1. Of course, the other variable in apply pressure on Jason Mohammed, because I'm sure they would like him to get 100 here, because there's still 3 matches after this. Barbados are trying to apply pressure. You don't want the home side applying pressure on him to score quickly.
14 runs away with, let's say, 15 overs to go. That's no pressure. He's been playing this game long enough.
Certainly has. He's at the non-striker's end, and he is trying to play himself in. He's playing as he watches on as Akil Hussein takes his guard once again, and now the left-hander who played for Fatima College at school level days here. Holder is round the wicket to him, and he's forward to this one. A ball run. Just a one slip in place here kept on by Craig Braffett. TNT Red Force are 273 for 6. Jason Mohammed 87. Hussein is 35. Shamar Holder back at the top of his mark. And once again, this outfit of his actually has a sleeve on the left hand as he's in now to pass the umpire. Ball into Mohammed. That Hussein has flicked away for 4. Down the leg side, ill line delivery. It was a full delivery, and he just got enough of the bat on it that it raced away to the boundary. There was a fine leg in place, but he was never going to get to that. In fact, he would be still chasing it if there wasn't a wall there. Hussein is now on to 39, certainly his best score in some time for Trinidad and Tobago. Jason Mohammed is 87. And it's been noticeable that since Holder has come back, all of his deliveries have been very full. Obviously, he's working to a plan here that he's been told to keep the ball, to attack the stumps, and hope that the batsmen make the mistake. Let's see how he handles this next delivery round the wicket. This one is just short of a length, and Hussein just plays it out towards that extra cover region, and there is no run. You have some information there for us?
My concern is if it is we can get 4 runs and over for the next 13 overs, we can get to 60 more runs. I think if we can get to 330, we would have a defendable total of 310. Yes, we've lost a few matches through the course of the season, but that doesn't mean to say that we can't play for broke here today.
Yes, well, certainly can't argue with that. It depends on the mindset of of the captain Imran Khan and of course the coach Mervyn Dillon. See what they come up with here. If we see the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen trying to force the scoring rate along, then we know that some instructions have gone out there. As we watch Ashley Nurse round the wicket, he continues to Mohammed, who's forward to it, and there's no run. Just some scores from the other matches. Windward Islands Volcanoes need 23 runs to win their match against the Jamaica Scorpions. Scores in that game: Jamaica Scorpions 381. Next delivery from Nurse is turned out to mid-wicket. There's no run. Windward Islands Volcanoes, they replied with 217, so certainly Jamaica were behind the 8 ball, but there was a dramatic turnaround in that game as the next delivery is defended by Jason Mohammed. Jamaica Scorpions closed their second innings on 60 for 9. 60 for 9, so we can only presume that one of the players retired hurt or so, of only 24 overs, or perhaps they were trying to set something of a total because that game developed so slowly. Next delivery is defended, there's no run, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes, chasing 225 to win, are 2 for 1 at the moment inside the second over. So that game is going to definitely have a result tomorrow, I'm sure. Next delivery, not today, don't be cynical. There's not going to be a result today. There's Ashley Nurse, and this one is outside the off stump. Mohammed goes for the single. That's well judged, and they get it pretty easily. Now, let's see what happens here. In the next game, Fareed, Leeward Islands Hurricanes versus Guyana Jaguars. Guyana Jaguars need a win in the worst possible way. They were bowled out for 261, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 310 for 5. So they're in a very strong position there. So some interesting matches on, and it's not looking good for the Jaguars. They're falling further and further behind here. So they will be hoping at this point that Trinidad and Tobago can pull off a win here.
And I'm hoping the same.
As we watch Shamar Holder back at the top of his mark, ready to bowl his next over. Let's see if he persists with those full deliveries, and one that is he was trying to spear it in here. Jason Mohammed got the bat on it, just chopping down on it. There is no run. Now there is a third man in place. There's also a deep backward point in place for Jason Mohammed. It's a very strong square of the wicket. The other fielders on the boundary for Mohammed are down at fine leg and deep square leg. Shamar Holder comes in now to bowl to Jason Mohammed. He's past the umpire. This one's on a good length that Jason Mohammed just cuts, and it runs down to third man. He gets 1. So he is moving ever closer to that 100 mark, and I make it that he is 89 now, 279 for 6. And nervous 90s here. Is there anything similar to the nervous 90s in your profession, Fareed?
There's always nervous 90s in my profession.
Every minute is the nervous 90s, I'm sure.
There's never a moment when there is nerves at stake.
Yes, it is a profession where you have to keep your cool all the time. Here is the next delivery, round the wicket here from Shamar Holder, plays it down to mid-on, and there is no run. Nerves of steel, someone says.
Especially when your freedom is at stake.
Yes, that's right.
At least in cricket, your freedom isn't at stake.
Well, at least your freedom to continue playing at this level, because a bad result or two can send you back into the club game very, very quickly indeed. Holder around the wicket to the left-handed Hussain, and he's playing this one behind square on the leg side. Picks up 1. He slips slightly. They go on for the second, and it was that well played that he was able to recover from that slip, and he got back comfortably for 2. Hussain now into the 40s, and that brings him back into strike. Just making an adjustment to the thigh pad, Hussain. Doing some gardening, just walking down. You always often wonder why players go to do some gardening. Maybe just to give themselves a little extra second to focus, or maybe they just like gardening. Walk out there with a trowel and a little sun hat, they'll be fine. Around the wicket is Holder, and another on drive here. Oh, they've gone for a single, and that luckily they went back in, because tell you what, Hussain, when he saw the ball going towards Stout, he told Jason Mohammed, go back. Jason Mohammed got his bat back in, and luckily so, because Stout picked up the ball and knocked out the middle stump in a flash. Good fielding there by Stout. And Shamar Holder, the 22-year-old out of Barbados, continuing along here. He's had a very, very good season. He's the second highest wicket taker for the season, I take it. He took 4 in the first innings, and he has bowled very well for this season. Started out his career, of course, with the combined campuses and colleges in 2016, 18 first-class matches before this one. Here he is round the wicket again. And that square of the wicket played by Akil Hussain, and he picks up 1 down to that deep point region, deep backward point region. I did see Shamar Holder play here against India A. 3 of those matches that he would have played at first-class level would have been against India A. He took a very good 5-wicket haul against India A at the Queen's Park Oval. West Indies did not go on to win that game. India, in fact, won that game, but he's a very more than useful cricketer here. Well, here is Akil Holder just adjusting the thigh pad, and he just pulls the thigh pad down and does his adjustments. Now, in the old days, when you would have gone to the oval, when a player had to adjust the thigh pad, the other players would come around them and form a circle. A little more modesty in those days. These days, it's not like that at all.
Well, you can't escape the evil eye of the zoom camera.
Certainly. The left-handed Hussain continues here, and he is in sight of his first 50 of the season. Jason Mohammed 11 away from his second 100 of the season. And the position here for Trinidad and Tobago is improving every over. TNT Red Force lead by 261. There are still 16 overs remaining for the day. 78 have been bowled for the day already.
Do you think Akil Hussain will get his 50 before Hula gets his 100?
Well, that's going to be an interesting one. I'm not sure what the odds makers will say. First delivery of the over from Nurse. I wonder if that was a drop catch there. Just flash past first slip. In the meantime, the batsmen have crossed for 2. And there have been a fair amount of drop catches. 3, in fact, they've crossed 4. And there were a lot of drop catches yesterday and on the first day. This one was maybe it just dropped short of the fielder. And that is the first slip fielder, Shamar Brooks. He looked very disappointed, so I think he felt that he could have gotten it. Ashley Nurse looked even more disappointed. I think he was sure that he could have gotten it. Here's Nurse round the wicket to Mohammed, playing it square the wicket. Thought about the single, he's sent back, and there's no run. Well, Mohammed has 11 to get. Akil Hussain has 8. And the enormity of the landmark, a lot less for Hussain. I think Hussain would get there first. Mohammed is forward to the next delivery, and there's no run. 5 runs, in fact, just to make a quick correction there. Hussain has 5 runs to get his 50.
Do you care to wager?
I'm not. Well, the ICC has some very clear rules on that, so we won't even go there.
Not even that Hussain will get to 50 before Mohammed gets to 100?
Yeah. Well, we'll save that. I'm not a betting man all the same here. Mohammed is forward to the next delivery, plays it back down the track to a very frustrated looking Ashley Nurse, and there is no run. And there are all sorts of predictions now flying around the box. TNT Red Force leading by 264 runs. Mohammed, does he get a touch on that? That ball is running down to fine leg. The fieldsman's after it. Brooks is going to pick it up 3/4 way to the boundary. And it looks like the umpire about to signal leg byes. In fact, he signaled byes. So Dowridge got across, couldn't get to it. And Nurse is having a quick conversation with the umpire. So they've crossed for 2. TNT Red Force, a 287 for 6, 45 not out for Hussain, 89 for Mohammed. and the lead up to 264.
The pressure continues to build on Mohammed.
Yeah, the pressure continues to build here. Well, back on the field now, we have the TNT 12th man, Carrie Pear, bringing on some water for the two Trinidad and Tobago players. And they're very charitably giving some water also to Stout, who is from the Barbadian team. There are all sorts of stories in the old days that at one time, Sunil Gavaskar was nearing 100, but he wasn't feeling too well. And I think it was Greg Chappell, in fact, was nearing 100. And when he asked if he could get some water, Gavaskar said only if we put brandy in it. So in those days, a little bit stricter in terms of the captains allowing players coming on for refreshment. Now it just seems that they're on almost every over. Why not just make a special spot on the field for them? Next to the umpire, that is. Or just give it to the umpire to hold. Shamar Holder will continue here. And here's Shamar Holder round the wicket, and Hussain is playing this out to mid-wicket. There is no run. And Ronnie Bikram Das is going to be coming in, and he's already warming up his vocal cords. He's humming away to my right here to the strains of Soundgarden. One of his favorite... Oh, you're singing Beethoven. Okay. He's now become a Beethoven fan after we spoke about the great man from Bonn, Germany earlier today. 287 for 6. Mohammed has been starved of the strike here, and Hussain has done well. He continues to play competently. Another good defensive shot that goes straight to the fielder, and there's no run. And every shot is drawing a lot of applause here from the crowd. Of course, in the legal profession, applause from the onlookers is frowned upon. You might be held in contempt.
And a police officer urging you to leave the courtroom if you start murmuring.
Escorting you out. There's no laughing in the court, is there? Round the wicket here is Holder. This is a good delivery, short of a length. And that one climbed sharply on Hussain, and that's a good reminder to him. And Shamar Holder showing some aggression here, but Hussain picks up a single all the same.
Holder seems to have found some life in this dead pitch.
Yeah, he certainly found it just outside the off stump. I think he might try another one from there. But this time he's going to be bowling at the right-handed Jason Mohammed. And there's some uncharitable remarks being shared around the box here. In fact, someone is saying that both batsmen will miss their landmarks. Jason Mohammed is having none of it. Plays forward to the next delivery, and there's no run. And these two batsmen under some pressure here. 14.2 overs remaining for the day. So Fareed's prediction that we may have 10 overs at the Barbadian team, looking a little bit unlikely now.
It seems so. Akil Hussein's strike rate is 100 at this stage.
It's been just about that, between 100 and 120 throughout his short innings. Jason Mohammed playing this one square of the wicket. He's gone for 1. He should come back for 2. They've decided against it, and they stay for 1. Jason Mohammed now into the 90s, and the 90s have already claimed 1 victim in this match. That was Shane Dorridge, who slowed down considerably and then was out for 96. So it could claim victim number 2, as someone's suggesting in the box here. But Jason Mohammed is having none of that. He says, I'm going to get to this 100 today. He did say before the season that he wants to score runs. He wants to play red ball cricket for Trinidad and Tobago. He wants to play red ball cricket for the West Indies. And that is an admirable sentiment from Jason Mohammed. So many players, Fareed, want to play the T20 cricket. They want the money, they want the riches that come with it. As we watch Holder, who's back over the wicket to Hussain. That's a good delivery on the line of the off stump. Hussain is gone for the second run. He could be run out here. It's a 4th throw, and he gets there. If it had been over the bails, he could have been gone. But the throw drew Dowrich away from the stumps, and eventually had to throw at the stumps, missed it, and Hussein survives here. End of the over from Shamal Holder, 291 for 6. The lead is now up to 269. And the partnership now, just to update you, is up to 73. So the new ball is available at this point with the 80th over balled. And is that the third umpire bringing the other umpire has brought it on? So in fact, let's see if Barbados will decide to take the new ball. Now they already have Shamar Holder, and I make it that in his new spell he's bowled 2 overs. So we might see the reintroduction here also of from the other end, Harding and Mayers, who's had a pretty long rest here. So should they take the new ball right now?
2 batsmen set, one looking at 50 and another looking at 100. I think it's a good time to take the new ball.
Yeah, it should be.
Yes.
But looks like not right now. They're going to persist with Ashley Lewis unless they want to give him the new ball, which I suspect not. Maybe in T20 cricket. I'm sure he's used to bowling the new ball at some point in T20 cricket. As here's Ashley Nurse. And to Jason Mohammed, he's persisted with this line, bowling round the wicket to the right-handed Jason Mohammed. And Ashley Nurse comes now round the wicket. And Mohammed forward to it, and he's very, very experienced, Ashley Nurse. 45 first-class matches, 95 list A matches, and he has played T20 cricket for the West Indies, 13 matches in there. This one's outside the off stump, driven away. That's going to go behind square and will run away for 4. And Mohammed, what nervous 90s he's saying. He races on to 94 now. And that one was outside the off stump, driving it behind square. And a lovely square drive by Mohammed for 4. So he's now it's being suggested that he's only 1 shot away from 100. I'm not entirely sure he's going to go for a big shot here to get to his 100 against Ashley Nurse, unless it's a rank long hop.
I still see Hussein's going to get to 50 before Mohammed gets to 100.
Ashley Nurse, who very good cricketer, July 27th, is named as the Cricketer of the Year for limited overs cricket by the West Indies. His next delivery is driven straight back to him by Mohammed. There's no run. Was awarded a white ball contract in April 2019 to reward him for his good work over the years. Oh, he's trapped him in front, has he? Is looking on. He says not out. That one looked as though it definitely struck him in front of the stumps, but it may have pitched outside the leg stump. And also, when you consider that Ashley Nurse is bowling right arm round the wicket to the right-hander, there's a huge chance that even though the ball may have struck him in front, it could have been beating the off stump with a movement there. It's a negative line, and it's very unlikely you will get that LBW decision. So we'll have the our replay guys are looking it over here, and how good was that on the replay? I wonder what they're saying. And well, they reckon that they felt that on the replay it looked like a decision that could have gone either way. Here's Nurse again. Mohammed is flicking this one through mid-wicket, and they pick up 1. Will he go for the second? He says no, so he will stay on 95. So some of the guys who have looked at the replay away to my right, our technical analyst says that he feels that Mohammed might be a little bit lucky to still be there. And 296 now for 6. And Trinidad and Tobago here trying to get up towards that 300 lead, which would certainly put a lot of pressure on the Barbados Pride team. Trying to figure out when is the last time the TNT would have gone past the 300 mark. And 296 now for 6. And the last time the 300 mark, TNT would have gotten past 300, and that would have been in February when TNT rattled up 373 for 9 declared against the Windward Islands. That was, of course, in St. Lucia, I believe it is. TNT, before that, got to 552 for 9 against the Leeward Islands here at this very venue. So it hasn't happened a ton of times for the season. So TNT getting pretty close here. The national team also getting to 460 for 4 declared. Barbados Pride here have also not given up a lot of 300 plus totals. And the new ball has been taken here now. That's the news. So there's the answer to our question. When is it going to be taken? Has been taken now. And the two players out there have their helmets on squarely. And it's going to be given here to Shamar Holder.
If you're on 95 and you're facing a fast bowler who's just gotten the new ball, would you feel more comfortable as opposed to using a spinner?
Nobody would feel comfortable against a new ball. Now the ball, because it's new, it's going to go away. It's going to go away a lot faster. It's a harder ball, and let me tell you something here, Fareed. This might surprise you, but this is the highest total that has been scored against Barbados for the season. No team has been able to score 300 or more against Barbados for the season. The highest previous score against Barbados for the season, I have to look back here, is 271 for 1 that the Windward Islands would have managed in that last game. In fact, I think I'll just have to update. I'm not sure that's the final score, but the last that would have been the highest score that the Windward Islands would have gotten to, but no team has gotten past it. So here is Shamar Holder with a new ball in hand. He's into Mohammed. That's down the leg side, and it's swinging even further away. Mohammed can't touch it, and Dowridge dives away to make a good stop and prevents TNT from getting up to that 300 mark. So Windward Islands 234 and 269 in the first game. Guyana 209 and 258. Jamaica 138 and 168. Leeward Islands 181, 136. TNT 175 and should I mention it, 77. Not too many teams have scored big runs against Barbados this season. Here's Holder. This one is cut away by Jason Mohammed. Just a little dab into the offside, and he picks up 1. That'll take him to 96. He's just 4 runs away now from what will be his 800 of his career and his second for the season. 48 now for Akil Hussain. So it's getting closer in terms of the race to who gets to the landmark first. Hussain looked like he had the advantage, but Mohammed is creeping up on him. The new ball has been taken, as we mentioned, and Shamar Holder has it. He's back at the top of his mark, and his shadow, which just about 2 hours ago was about half of a meter, is now almost 3 meters long. As he runs in now to bowl to Hussain. That one keeps low. Hussain gets the bat on it. It runs away through the third man region. They've gone for 2. And there is a 50 for Akil Hussain. First 50 of the season. That is his best score of the season by some margin. And Akil Hussain raises his bat proudly. He pounds his right hand onto his chest. He hugs Jason Mohammed, who hugs him back, and this is a very good 50 here from Hussain and a good return to form. He points the bat interestingly, not only at his teammates on the northern side of the ground, he turns back towards the officials of the TNT cricket board on the other side and acknowledges them too. And it's always interesting to see when players acknowledge when they get their 50s. And I think perhaps saying thank you for giving me the opportunity to stay on the team and show what I can do. Here's Akil Hussain.
It's only his second first class 50.
Yeah, it is. Only that's surprising for a player of his quality. The next delivery skirts off the edge and runs down to third man, so that's 1 more to the total. So only his second first class 50, and there's also the 300 up for Trinidad and Tobago. The lead is now 278. 278, and all of a sudden the spectators away to our right, they're cheering a lot more.
All 31 of them.
They're sounding like 1,031 at the moment. As Ronnie Bikram Das, who has seemed to have spilled something here, is just vigorously wiping away stuff all over the place here. You should be more careful, Ronnie.
I'll try.
And we watch the next delivery here from Jamal Holder on the line of the off stump. Jason Mohammed gets behind it. That's a solid looking defensive stroke. And he is on 96. So the question of who will get to their landmark first has been answered. It is Akil Hussein. 6 fours and a strike rate of 105. He's at the non-striker's end. Jason Mohammed is 4 runs away from the 800 of his career. Settles at the crease. Jamal Holder back at the top of his mark. The Barbadian fielders looking a little bit dispirited. This is the highest total against them for the season, scored in the 3rd innings. Here's Holder. This one comes back into Mohammed, who drives it. Thought about a single. Is sent back. And there is no run here. So that is the end of the over, and at the end of it, TNT Red Force are 300 for 6. Jason Mohammed is 96, and Akil Hussein is on 51. Ronnie, are you coming in now? So Ronnie's coming in just about 2 overs time to take over the commentary, and the Barbados Pride against the TNT Red Force. And as we mentioned earlier today, today is the 68th birthday of Sir Vivian Richards. Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards, man born in St. John's in Antigua, made his debut against India back in November 1974. 121 test matches, 181 ODIs, and inducted into the ICC Cricket Hall of Fame 2009. I know, Fareed, you look like a very young man. Did you get a chance to see Viv Richards bat at the Oval?
I saw him bat at the Oval against England, and to bring up his 100, he hit Eric Embry straight out and over the grounds stand at the time. So I had the privilege of seeing him bat.
Well, this one's driven away by Hussein for 4. That's an elegant shot through extra cover for 4. And strangely here, Barbados, despite taking the new ball, have kept Ashley Nurse on, and he is bowling the new ball. For some reason, they've decided not to come on with Mayers or Harding, and they've kept Ashley Nurse around, and he's been struck first ball for 4. So a double change coming up after the over. So you did see, I think I did see that shot against John Embury, who was, he was a big fighter for England. But England have never really produced a world-class spinner, maybe outside of Graham Swan. But Embury was a canny bowler, and Richards just made him look very ordinary at times. Here's the next delivery from Nurse. Do you have a favorite innings from Sir Vivian Richards?
I must say that it would have been that innings, that particular innings. He made 129 at the Oval. I have to say favorite because I was actually there.
Well, he's been given out here. The next delivery from Nurse straight at the at Hussein, who played forward. He got half forward, struck him on the pad, and he has been given out LBW here. So Akil Hussein has to go. He's LBW to Ashley Nurse, and that's why Nurse has been kept on here. He's out for 55, and Red Force 304 for 7. At the end of a very good partnership between these two players. 82 runs, let's say 86 runs was the partnership, and that is the end of Hussein. He's very, very upset with, well, not upset with the decision, but he's upset with himself. He didn't get anything on it, but the arm ball again from Ashley Nurse, and he's taken his second wicket.
I think Akil Hussein has a lot to be proud of. He stepped out of his skin in this innings. It's only his second first class 50. To have stayed there with Jason Mohammed that long has really put Trinidad and Tobago where they are. So credit to the young man.
I think there's a promotion here for Uthman Mohammed, who showed He is a batsman of some quality. Now he does have I think he has a double hundred against Queen's Park in the second team level. I think I remember seeing something about that when he played for University of Trinidad and Tobago just about 10 years ago or so. But he's no mug with the bat. He came in at number 10 in the first innings and scored a very composed-looking 21 not out. So he has been promoted from number 10 to number 9. So a slight little promotion here from him. And I think he would be the ideal person to come in here to usher Jason Muhammad. So we have two Muhammads, different spelling here at the crease now. I can't remember that. So if we had a Muhammad in the studio, that would be perfect if they would to take them through to that point. We have no Muhammads. We have an Ali, I think. I mentioned it only because I was actually at a game at the Oval in 2008 when Jason Muhammad took down one of the Guyanese batsmen, caught by Jibran Muhammad, and Fazir Muhammad was doing commentary. So it does happen. It could happen. Well, of course, one of the most famous dismissals in that way was Lilly caught Dilly bowled Willie. I think you remember that one. Dennis Lilly caught by Peter Willie of Graham Dilly. Right, so there were three alleys involved in a piece of commentary you were involved in. Yeah, there were quite a few alleys there. And now Nurse is going to continue here. Uthman Mohammed, the right-hander, is going to continue. He's going to face his first delivery from Ashley Nurse, who's continuing with this negative line. He has a forward short leg in place. He has a short mid-wicket. And here is Nurse. Uthman Mohammed driving it back towards Nurse, and there's no run. There was also an instance in first-class cricket when Alistair Cook was caught onions, Graham onions, caught mustard, in fact, of Graham onions. So Cook, and here's one that's going to go past first slip and running away down to the boundary. Not sure if he got a touch onto it, and that is 4 runs. Came off the edge, past first slip and down to the boundary. Uthman Mohammed is off the mark. Yes, so it was Cook, caught mustard, bowled onions. So Cook, mustard, and onions, that certainly does go together. So Uthman Mohammed, and of course at the end of this over, it's going to be a double change. Vinod Mamchan warming up his vocal cords at the back there, and Ronnie Bikram Das doing the same here as they get ready to come in. Mohammed is turning this one on the onside, straight at the field at forward short leg, and there's no run. The end of a successful over by Ashley Nurse. A final comment from you, Fareed, and then it's going to be Vinod coming in, joined by Ronnie Bikram Das.
I think we're safely poised here now. 308 for 7, a lead of 270 plus. If we can get to 325, 325, we should be safe.
Thanks a lot, Council, and I think you may soon ask for 500. The rate you're going. So it's going to be Holder. I want to thank Farid Ali. He has been a wonderful addition to us today. And just want to make a correction. My good friend Keith Holder has called me from Barbados. Keith Holder is the atlas of cricket in Barbados. He is so good as a statistician, he can give you stats for a game that is going to start tomorrow. Such is his quality. And he tells me that we have been reporting that the Barbadian team have won 4 games. Since the Windward Islands defeat, they have actually won 5 games on the trot. We want to sincerely apologize. He said that the public in Barbados is a bit irritated by it. This delivery keeps low, and it goes under the bat of Mohammed through to the wicketkeeper. So 308 for 7. That's not a good sign for Barbados, because that end is keeping extremely, extremely low. It's even lower than the price of oil.
The price of oil is not that bad, actually. It's not that low. So we're trying to say the wicket is playing pretty good. Well, it's Hula into Jason Mohammed. This one is on the off stump as Mr. Sitaram was alluding to early on. Why shouldn't he have bowled that delivery when it kept low? And then Mr. Mohammed would have been back in the shed.
So it's going to be Holder, and he is taking up the attack from the Gasparilla end. Mohammed is on 96. He has 10 first-class centuries before this innings. Here is Holder. He goes past the wicket now. Bowls outside the off stump, driven away through the offside by Mohammed. He's going to take 2, and that takes him on to 98. And the score on now to 310. So I think there may be a situation where as soon as Mohammed gets his century, the Red Force may look to declare just to get a few overs at the Barbadians towards the end of the day's play. We still have 10.2 overs to go. And Shamar Holder, no relation to Keith Holder, who I just spoke to on the phone. Keith would like that. Here is Holder. He runs away from the southern end up to the wicket now, down the leg side, and it's taken nicely by Dorich, who has done some good work today, and the score remains on 310 for 7. What you got? So it's going to be Mohammed. He is on 98 as Holder bowls, and he drives down the ground. That's 100 for Jason Mohammed. Look at him celebrate. It has been an innings of class. On a difficult track, he just drove beautifully down the ground. He acknowledges the supporters. You can see that broad grin and smile on his face. The man called Shadow has stood tall for Trinidad and Tobago today, and he gets his 11th first-class 100 to take Trinidad and Tobago to 314 for 7. Ronnie Bikram, that's a good knock.
Yes, an excellent knock by Jason Mohammed. It's as you mentioned, he is coming off 2 consecutive ducks, and he wanted to really put a score on the board to ensure that he continues being part of this Red Force team, because we saw a lot of players being chopping and changing of late. But he came out with a very positive attitude. He batted really well initially. He took the attack to the bowlers, and he stood firm while the other players were really, wickets were falling around him. This is a wonderful innings for himself.
Here's news. He comes in now and bowls to Mohammed. He plays just around the front pad down to mid-on. There is no run. So Jason Mohammed, his 11th first-class century, 102. The man from Barrackpore in South Trinidad. This is just about 5 minutes from here. This is pushed away on the offside now, and there is no run. So the declaration may soon come. We did say it's 5 minutes with a helicopter. As Uthman Mohammed, who has gained a promotion in the batting order. He's forward now, looking to turn it around the corner. Just wants to feel a few, I think, before he launches. The score is 314 for 7. So I just want to quell the fears of the Barbadians, and that we have accepted our mistake here on the commentary, and we apologize sincerely. That's a delivery outside the off stump. Barbados did win their last 5 matches on the trot. I just received a call from Keith Holder, and he said that the public is not happy. So we've corrected that, and I hope that everyone is very happy as we continue the coverage of this match. 314 for 7.
Yes, 314 for 7. Good total here. Uthman Mohammed looks really good. He looked good in the first inning, and he's continuing. But on that one kept a bit low and really turned sharply into the right-handed Uthman Mohammed. In the end, he survives that, and that's Ashley Nurse. That's the end of his over. He has figures of 17 overs, 2 for 49. Doing a good job here for his team. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at the end of that over is 314 for 7. An overall lead, as you would see, of 293.
Well, I think they'll want that 300 run lead. That's a psychological mark. And they'll be hoping to get that as quickly as they could and probably get at this point in time with 9 overs to go. You take 3 for the change of innings. So they can probably get 6 if they declare at this point in time. Should they bat for an extra over, they can still get 5 overs at the Barbadians. And there's going to be a torrid 5 overs, trust me, with Anderson Phillip the way he's bowling.
Yes, definitely. The way he's bowling, picked up 6 wickets in the first innings, and he would want to continue his wicket-taking affair at the moment. But it would be difficult. I don't know if they would want to take that chance. Really, you don't want to give the Barbados enough time to chase on that total.
Yeah, is a delivery from Holder. That's back of a length, and Mohammed gets across and plays it to mid-on. And then suggests as if he wanted to pull it through mid-wicket. Well, declaring now and declaring in the morning, I think declaring now has more value because how many runs you could get in that last 9 overs, that will make a big difference. It might be better to declare now and let your fast bowlers go at the openers. Hopefully you can prize 1 or 2 of them out and put Barbados on the back foot early tomorrow. It's going to be difficult to get 300 runs on this track in one day anyhow.
Well, the Chandigarh Red Force, they got 314 in less than a day.
Well, I'm speaking of the 4th day, the final day. Here is a Holder. He goes in now, passes the umpire and bowls, and this delivery is flicked away through mid-wicket. He should come back for 2 here, Mohammed. He takes the first one pretty quickly, and a lovely bit of fielding by Craig Brathwaite reduces it to just 1. So it's 315 now for 7, and he's going to have a word with Mohammed.
Mohammed would have come out with a plan that they would have formulated in the dressing room area if they are going to declare, or how much they want to get before they declare, or how much overs they want remaining before they declare, or are they going to bat out. So they would have already formulated that plan, and he would have been out there with that plan together with Jason Mohammed, so they would have an idea what they're doing. We just have to wait and see what's happening.
Here is a Holder. He goes in now on bowls. Mohammed leaves this one alone outside the off stump, which indicates to me that the declaration will not be coming soon. Chandigarh may well bat out today's play.
They would want to ensure that they don't lose the match first.
Well, I think if the Barbadians could get 300 on the final day, they deserve to win the match.
Excellent stuff. Are you a journalist to come up with this?
I'm thinking that Trinidad they're playing too much defensively at this point in time, and the coach, I think, should be more proactive. Here is hold outside the off stump. Mohammed drives, and this goes down to mid-on. Well, Avinash Sitaram is making a good point in the press box here that the games that they won, it was all due to the aggressive captaincy. So they need to be aggressive here. Take charge. It's all a mind game, you know. I remember Sir Viv, captain in the West Indies team against Australia, and he batted out the evening. And when everyone thought he was going to declare overnight, this time this one strikes him on the pad, going down the leg side. He came out in the morning. They faced one delivery, and he declared. It was just to get the Australians psyched up to bat. You then take them down another road, thinking, okay, we have to feel. And then you, whilst they're there, don't allow them to settle. You bring them back out immediately and tell them go and bat. You don't see that sort of captaincy these days. I think the last man who would have been so adventurous would have been Michael Clark from Australia. Here's Holder, and this is driven by Mohammed to the left of mid-off for 1. Stout getting across there pretty quickly.
Well, you took the words out of my mouth. I was about to say Michael Clark did that in the Ashes in England.
Yes, he was an aggressive captain, and That is what lent itself to many positive results for Australia. Ricky Ponting was another.
Alan Border.
I'm tempted to say Hansi Cronje, but I don't want to.
He just did. According to Avinash.
I don't want to put him in that class. May God rest his soul.
He was an excellent player, an excellent captain. Short-lived, but
And this is pushed away by Mohammed on the offside. So Uthman Mohammed is there with Jason Mohammed, no relation. Here is Nurse. He bowls again, and Mohammed drives over the top into the boundary for 4. So Uthman Mohammed just getting that one over the infield safely for 4. 320. So the lead is 299 now.
mentioned that elusive 300 mark, the lead that they were looking for. Now it's one run away, and let's see if the declaration would come after that one run.
I think the declaration should not come based on a figure right now in terms of the runs. It should come based on the time available to get in some of those overs this afternoon, because 294 and 300 makes not really a big difference. This time there's an appeal for leg before. He's not going to get that. That was outside the off stump, hitting.
Well, actually knew his appeal, but afterwards he realized it was not going to be out. He bailed out of the appeal in the end.
There's Nurse again. Comes in and bowls, and this delivery is worked away nicely by Mohammed. Straight to square leg. There is no run. So if Trinidad and Tobago has hopes of getting that 300 run lead, they need at least one run again in this over. Other than that, they may well take another over. Here is Nurse. He comes in and bowls, and Uthman Mohammed drives on the onside. There's no demotion in regional cricket. Trinidad and Tobago are 5th in the standings. They need to play aggressive. They have absolutely nothing to lose. Here he is now, Mohammed. He's playing a big old cow swipe that goes through to the wicketkeeper. And that's the end of the overs.
He's bowled him.
In fact, he's bowled, is he?
Yes, he's bowled him.
Well. So it's 320 for 8. And his agricultural innings comes to an end. I don't think there'll be any fruit at the end of it.
Well, judging from that shot, he was sent out there to really play a role. And I totally agree with you. It's 7 overs remaining. Normally you take 2 overs out for the changeover. So you give yourself 5 overs at the new batsman. So Jason Mohammed is asking what to do. He's asking.
Yeah, he's
what are
asking
we
him to
gonna
come
do?
out, because Jason Mohammed is a good captain and he would have captained Trinidad and Tobago in the past. Yes, he's coming out. Is he? No. Well, he's probably asking for water. A man who's very sensitive as far as water is concerned. Carried, pick that up.
He's a water, he's an aqua engineer.
But he's still speaking to Dylan. He's still inquiring for Mervyn Dylan, who's sitting just below us, as to whether or not I should come out.
Or is it he ask him if he wants him to go after the bowling?
Well, at 299, it means they will chase 300 anyhow. If 300 is a psychological mark, they could afford to come out, because it's 300 they have to get anyhow. Well. Let's hope that the weather holds tomorrow.
That's an interesting prospect. Another factor, another variable that you have to include into the equation.
Well, cricketers, and I've spoken to so many managers in my time in cricket, and they always say that you don't ever plan anything with rain in mind. You plan as normal and you adjust accordingly, which is the right thing to do. don't think the weather forecasters here in this part of the world, at least in Trinidad and Tobago, are probably just trailing those in probably North America when they say that rain is going to come at 16 minutes past 5. The rain comes.
It's about a minute later.
So it's going to be Warkan from this end, which is the northern end, the media center end. Forward again is Mohammed. So I don't know if the instruction is just to probably play out it is play. I can't understand it. It's very puzzling indeed. Here is Warkan. He comes in on both to Mohammed and he's forward.
Well,
Plays it on the offside.
well, maybe they're taking the approach of Sir Vivian Richards. They're going to declare in the very first ball in the morning.
Well, if that's the case, Mohammed just try to see how many he can get this afternoon.
Well, I think that's what he was trying to. That's the information he was trying to get from the dugout. Is it? Would he have to just play normal, or do I have to go after the ball and get quick runs? What it is? What's the plan?
Sammy sweeps and misses. It's going to go down to a long leg. Will it get into the boundary? No, they come back for 2.
Yes, so it's 2 more to the total. That's 322, I take it. Yes, 322 for Eat. Jason Mohammed, he's on 105. Yes, he's on 105. And this one is worked away into the onside. There's a fielder there at backward square. He comes in from the rope and reduces them to just a single. He moves on to 106. The total moves on to 223 for 8. And the 300 is up. 302. The Trinidad Tobago Red Force lead by 302. Everyone is saying 300 is enough to win this match. But the Trinidad Tobago Red Force, they decide that no, 300 is not enough. They are going to continue batting.
So it's going to be Warkan to continue. He's called along up into the circle. So even Warkan is inviting these guys to go for it. Here he is now. He bowls to Charles, who's forward and drives. There's no run. And that's the end of the over. So the end of it, 323 for 8. The overall lead is 302 for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yes, 6 more overs remaining in the day's play. And I don't think they would really want to declare at this point in time. If they declare, maybe the umpires might just call it off call the day's play. So it definitely seems like they are going to bat out the day's play. Maybe bat a bit into the morning session and then declare and put the Barbados Tridents, Pride into bat. Well, at the moment, Trinidad Tobago Red Force, they are batting here. They have a very good total on the board, 323 for 8. And it's all because of that man, Jason Mohammed. He's on 106. And he will continue to bat here for the Red Force. It's Ashley Nurse. He's going to take up the attack.
Mohammed plays this quietly. On the offside, there is no run. So here's Nurse again from the far end. He comes in now and bowls, tosses this up nicely, played away by Mohammed, and there is no run. So Mohammed is on 106. Charles is on yet to get off the mark. Sammy's back, plays it away to mid wicket and almost hesitantly takes a single.
This information coming to us in the Barbados Pride. They have chased once thus far, and they actually just chased 79 runs for victory. and they won that by 7 wickets. So in all the matches they have won, the 5 matches they have won thus far, they have only chased once. That's very interesting.
So 2 slips in operation now. See as Ashley Nursey comes in now on bowls, and there's a loud appeal for leg before. He's out leg before. So Brian Charles goes, and another wicket has fallen. 324 for 9. Again, look at Jason Mohammed. He's asking questions. I think Mohammed probably himself thinks that it's a bit puzzling, because even if you're batting out the day, you should be trying to get as many as you can.
Yeah, definitely.
They're batting to survive, in truth.
Yeah, that's poor cricket. And well, as you see, Ashley Nurse now, he picks up his 4th wicket. He is into his 21st over, 4 for 54. So he's looking for a fifer here at Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and they are still there at the moment.
So that's 4 wickets for Nurse there. Thank you very much, Vinod. So 4 wickets for Ashley Nurse, 4 for 54. And the last man to go there, Brian Charles, LBW. Anderson Phillip is now in. And Anderson Phillip, Ronnie, is batting at number 11. And he batted previously, well, he did bat at number 11 also in the first innings. Uthman Mohammed was just ahead of him. So you're a little bit still puzzled by the tactics.
Yes, we are. But at the end of it all, the Trent Tobago Red Force, 324 for 9. They're still batting. They're still accumulating runs, I would say. The lead as well is over 300. It's 303 at the moment. The number 11 batsman, as you mentioned, Anderson Phillip, is there. He's fresh out of a 6 wicket haul in Barbados Pride first innings. Let's see what he can do with the bat now.
I'm sure his confidence must be very high.
Yes, and he would be relishing the opportunity with the ball.
So Phillip is now going to face up to Ashley Nurse, who's on the verge of a 5 for here. And I'm sure he'll be very happy to. He looked very dispirited about an hour ago. Now I'm sure he's a lot happier now that he has 4 wickets in the wicket column. Here he is into Phillip, and he thought he was through him there. And it was predictable that he was going to come with a faster one, and he certainly did. And Phillip missed it, taken by Dorridge. And so it's going to be a total of over 300 that Barbados will chase in the 4th innings here, which is going to be a tall order, difficult ask indeed. Another delivery spearing in towards the pads of Phillips, and he defends, and there is no run. The over comes to an end. Another successful over for Ashley Nurse. TNT Red Force 324 for 9. Mohammed 107, Phillip yet to score. So as Ronnie would have mentioned there, Barbados have only chased once for the season. I remember they lost their first game against the Windward Islands. They would have exacted revenge against the Windward Islands in their last game when they won by 127 runs. And no team has scored over 300 against Barbados for the season, a measure of how well they've bowled. Just haven't gotten things right here in Trinidad and Tobago. The highest score that any team has scored against Barbados for the season is 271 that the Windward Islands got in their last game in that 127-run victory. So 5 in a row here, and now for them to win this game now, it's going to be a tall task, but I don't think we should write them out of the equation just yet, and that may be what's playing on the mind. You see, when you lose several games like that, Ronnie, remember TNT have not won in their last 4 games, so there is that streak of conservatism perhaps embedded into the team.
Well, I was brought to my attention by our analyst here, Mr. Sitaram, that this is a very good tactic here from Barbados. It's time wasting. If you look at it this way, if they pick up this
let's just make sure we tell everybody what's happening. In that Shane Dorridge has gone down here, and he's gone down, but we don't know if it's a tactic or a real injury, so let's not label it a tactic. It may be, but Shane Dorridge has a little bit of an injury here, and he is now being treated by the physio. His right leg is in the air. Now they're pumping out his left leg. The physio is pumping both of his legs down to his chest. Now, he didn't take a blow to any part of the body. If you're treated in that way, it could be a case of cramp.
Well, at the end of the day, it's 5 overs remaining. So if a wicket is to fall here, the Barbados Pride would have to face at a minimum of 3 overs before the end of the day's play, because we have enough time. There's 15 minutes remaining before the required cut off, and there's also 5 overs remaining in the day's play. So is it a smart move here by the Barbados Pride?
What move is that? To slow things down?
Slow things down.
5 overs. I don't think any team would really want to come in here and face 3 overs at the end of a very long day. But let's give Dowridge the benefit of the doubt that he really needed some treatment there.
I'm not saying
Let's not
that
be
he didn't.
uncharitable to the
I'm not
visitors.
saying that he didn't need any treatment, but if you look at even before that wicket, you can see the Barbados Pride. They kept slowing down the game. The captain himself, Braffett, he kept asking questions to the umpires. He kept slowing down the game, and that's and say it's not a good tactic. I'm not saying it's a tactic they're employing, but it's smart cricket here by the Barbados.
Right. So you're praising. You're not dismissing. Yes.
No, I'm not dismissing. It's smart cricket.
Just wanted to make that clear because it is they haven't done anything illegal here, and
No,
Craig
they're
Braffett
not.
has done well to slow the game down, to protect his batsman, and of course himself from
Yes.
having to go out there. Remember, he's not in the greatest form, but it's not a decision that he has formed out of any individualistic plan here. It is the Barbados team with Trinidad and Tobago, 324 for 9. First delivery of the new over from Warrican is played out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Jason Mohammed is still there, scored his 11th first-class 100, and he certainly enjoyed that. Ran down the track, raising his arms in the air, taking his helmet out. Now he comes down the track, and he hits that one powerfully down to long on, and refuses to take the single. So obviously the what has been said to the batsman is to occupy the crease here and stay out there as long as possible. As we watch Warrican, number 54 on his back, he's round the wicket, and Jason Mohammed is playing this out to mid-wicket. There is no run.
Yeah, definitely. They just want to bat as long as possible, and that's the only thing that makes sense here. Bat as long as possible. You know the wicket's not gonna play as well as it is tomorrow.
Here's Warrican again. Jason Mohammed comes down the track. He's playing this one through the mid, just in front of square. Will that run away towards the boundary? The fieldsman does well to pick it up and takes it up with the left hand, flicks it up in the air as he stepped over the rope and sends the return in. Dowridge, in a rather comedic moment, was looking for the ball, didn't see it because the sun is directly in his eyes, and he has the helmet on, but he's holding his head and running away from the line of the ball. Luckily, it wasn't anywhere close to his head there. 326 for 9, the TNT Red Force. And the next delivery to Jason Mohammed is defended from Warrican, and there's no run. So Barbados will be chasing over 300. Right now, they'll be chasing 307. That's the lead for Trinidad and Tobago. So obviously, 308 will be the target if it were to stop at this point. Jason Mohammed is flicking this one, a good stop at mid-wicket, and there is no run. How much do you factor in here as the over comes to an end? That the TNT team have noticed that Barbados have not chased more than once for the season. They had a small target to chase against Guyana. They chased down 79 for victory, got there for the loss of 3 wickets. The fact that this team has not chased down a large target like this, that must also be playing on the minds. Maybe TNT saying, if we can get this significantly over 300, will their innings implode?
Well, definitely it would play on their mind. But to be honest, I don't think they would want to chase down. Yes, you want to keep that winning streak, but you would want to chase down a huge total. In trying to chase down a huge total, you're definitely going to lose wicket. You may give your wicket away. I think they're going to bat sensibly here tomorrow, start of the innings, and see how it progresses.
There's over the wicket, bowling to the right-handed batsman Phillip. He's forward to it, and there is no run. Barbados, in their 6 matches so far, have batted first on 4 occasions. And the only match in which they batted first that they lost was against the Windward Islands. The other 5 matches which they have in fact won, they batted second against Guyana, chased down 79 for victory. And here is Ashley Nurse coming in over the wicket. Phillips is hitting this one high over the head of mid-on. Mid-off, in fact, and that's gone all the way, I think, for 6 here. He's hit that powerfully, Anderson Phillip. He's a big man and gets full value for his shot here. 6 runs he is, and the score has now risen to 332 for 9.
Yes, 6-run signal by the umpire. That was a very good shot by Anderson Phillip. Pitched up in his area, and he just allowed to free his arm. Hit it straight over. It went into the stands almost in the 400 area.
Ashley Nurse mightn't be too unhappy with that, which means that Anderson Phillip will give him the opportunity to get his 5th wicket. Here he is in, and this one Phillip is driving out to the long-off fielder, and there is 1 run for him. He moves on to 7, and that'll be 333 for 9. The triple Nelson, and as the triple Nelson comes up, I'm not seeing Ronnie Bikram Das's legs on the ground. He's lifting them a la umpire Merv Kitchen. So you're rather superstitious, aren't you?
It's one of those things you just have to take into consideration.
And here is the next delivery from Nurse, which is turned through mid-wicket. They've gone for 1, and that's all they're going to be for here for Jason Mohammed, who wants to hold the strike. Now, people say that 111, or the Nelson as it is in cricket, is unlucky. But I'll tell you what, Mervyn Dillon will tell you that it is a very lucky score, because in a first-class match which he played against the Windward Islands, there was a situation where lightning hit the field. As the next delivery from Nurse puts a lot of spin into that. Phillips plays it back to him, and there's no run. Lightning hit in the field in between himself and Phoenix Thomas, the Windward Islands player, the former player, and Mervyn was knocked out. Here's the next delivery, and that's a big swing from Phillips. Comes off the edge, goes over first slip, and down to the 3rd-man boundary for 4. So he is not going to hang around here. He's going for his shots here. And Philip has moved on to 11, and the Red Force are 338 for 9. So Mervyn Dillon was knocked unconscious. Phoenix Thomas, I remember speaking to him, he said that he has a big scar on his back from that lightning strike. So 111 it is. He was struck twice, I've been told here. 111 is a lucky score for Mervyn Dillon.
It is.
We're safely past 333, by the way.
Well, we're way past that. We're at 338 for 9.
The story took 5 runs to tell.
Please don't tell it again.
Yeah. So, but usually the Nelson is seen as one of those unlucky scores. That's why umpire, the late Merv Kitchen, would raise one of his legs there just to make sure that you kept good luck. It's an old English superstition, I understand. And the explanation is that Lord Nelson had 1 arm and 1 leg. He had both legs, I think it was. So it's not a very accurate superstition. Next delivery from Warrican, driven out to extra cover. There's no run. And he is going to continue here, Warrican, round the wicket to the right-handed Mohammed, who is driving this one powerfully out to long off. The fieldsman has to move across to his left to do the fielding. And he keeps it down to 1. That's Stout. And what a good fielder Stout is. He's been very fast across the outfield. He has a powerful arm. That piece of fielding earlier where he knocked the middle stump out, that was something to see. Here's Warrican again. Coming down the track is Jason Mohammed. Drives it past Stout and decides not to take the single. In fact, I don't think he did take the single on the last ball either.
No, he didn't. He's not taking the single and allowing the number 11 batsman Anderson to face up against Warrican.
Here's Warrican as he continues round the wicket with a slip in place to Jason Mohammed, and down the leg side it's taken by Dorridge, and reaction of frustration there by Mohammed. He asked the umpire how many balls to go. He's told, I think it's 1, he said. 2, in fact, he's told him. Lucky. And here's the next delivery from Warrican. comes down the track, and Warwican is appealing for LBW. That ball clearly coming off the bat and onto pad. But that's the nature of bowlers. They're always asking a question or two.
Yes.
Warwican again round the wicket. He's bowling to Mohammed. That one keeps very low. And that could have defeated many of the batsmen. But he takes the single off the last ball of the over and has moved on by 1 to 111. So now let's talk about the Nelson again, shall we? 339 for 9. TNT Red Force now lead Barbados Pride by 317 runs. So TNT have now answered the questions that you and Vinod were asking. What are the tactics? Well, they're going to bat out the day, it seems, and who knows what will happen tomorrow.
Yes, as you mentioned in Nelson, well, Mohammed is on 111, and Philip is on 11. But the thing I want to make a point here is that Jason Mohammed is not allowing Philip to face up to Warwican, who has 2 wickets, but he's allowing him to face Ashley Nurse, who has 4.
Wonder how Ashley Nurse feels about that. This is over the wicket, and this one is flicked away by Mohammed. And as on cue, as you said, he takes a single and allows Philip to face up to Ashley Nurse. Wonder if he's trying to send a message to Ashley Nurse that we have you under control, son.
Or he's giving Ashley Nurse a fifer. He's allowing him to get a fifer.
Well, he's giving him the chance, that is, if he's farming the strike against Warwican, but against Ashley Nurse, he's not doing so. So if anybody can guess the tactics here, you can tell me, just pass it on. Here is Nurse, and Philip is driving this one pleasantly down to the long off field and picks up 1. So Mohammed is back on strike, both batsmen off the dreaded Nelson. And conveniently, when they were on the Nelson, they were also 11 away from 350. So there you go. Nothing happened, so it's not unlucky at all. Here's Nurse over the wicket to Mohammed, who's turning this behind square, and they trot through for a single, just ambling through. And now they get to their respective creases. And there is the total moving on to 342. So the scorecard, Trinidad and Tobago 239 in their first innings. They're now 342 for 9 in their second innings. As Nurse down the leg side, Phillips lets it go, and Dorridge just blocks it from going past him. Barbados 260, and TNT have managed to forge their way into a powerful position here at 342 for 9, leading by 321, I make it. Philip is playing off the back foot down to long on and picks up 1. So he will keep the strike for the next over, I think. He might here, unless Jason Mohammed turns over the strike in this last ball.
Yes, Anderson Phillip, his batting average is actually 9.
Well, he's gone past that already, so that's going to microscopically push his average up a little bit. Mohammed is sweeping at that one. Ashley Nurse appeals for an LBW. I think it was clearly going down the leg side, but Jason Mohammed survives the end of the over, and that'll mean that what Jason Mohammed was protecting the batsman Philip from, he will face up to the first ball, which will be tomorrow, because that is the end of play for the day. And yeah, so the umpires have called time here, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have ended on 343 for 9. And tell you what, in that session between tea and the close of play, Trinidad and Tobago scored 142 runs and lost 4 wickets. Mohammed progressed from 61, and he's ended here on 113. So here is the card for Trinidad and Tobago as we run through the scorecard. Trinidad and Tobago bowling out Barbados for 260, and as the players make their way off the field, the supporters here are giving wild support and applause to Jason Mohammed, who is lifting his bat as he comes off, and as he walks back into the players' enclosure, all of the Trinidad and Tobago players are on their feet. The first man to greet him is Imran Khan, who hugs him, shakes his hand, and then the next one is Kyle Hope, And everyone is stepping over to congratulate Jason Mohammed and give him a hug and a word of congratulation here as he makes his way into the pavilion. But back to the scorecard itself. Kyle Hope bowled the Warwick 67. Cephas Cooper caught off the bowling of Myers for 14. Isaiah Raja, LBW Nurse for 3. Jason Mohammed not out on 113. Joshua De Silva bowled holder for 15. Gully LBW to Stout for 16. Khan bowled Warwican for 8. Hussein LBW Nurse for 55. Uthman Mohammed bowled Nurse for 9. Brian Charles LBW Nurse for without scoring, and Anderson Phillip is not out at the end of the day's play on 11. And do you have I think you have the bowling figures there, if you can tell us what they are, good sir?
Yes, I'm just going to get the bowling figures. We have Chamar Holder, 18 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 58. Kyle Mayers, he just bowled 7 overs, 1 for 29. Remember, he picked up 3 wickets in the first innings. Keon Harden, he bowled 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 43. You had Kevin Stout, he bowled 14 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 43. Warwican, he bowled 20.5 overs, well, 21 overs, I should say, 2 for 69, including 3 maidens. And Captain Braffett, he just bowled at 1 over for 7 runs. And the star of the bowl, and I would say Ashley Nurse, he bowled 23 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 70. The backup is 81 that he made in the first innings.
Certainly has put himself up as a possible man of the match candidate, and if Barbados Pride can chase down the runs to win tomorrow, or if they can hold on to get a draw, that will certainly be he will certainly be one of the candidates along with Shane Dorridge. But the situation here is that Trinidad and Tobago have closed on 243 for 9. Jason Mohammed 113 not out. Anderson Phillip 13 not out. TNT Red Force lead by 322. What's your assessment of the game? TNT obviously have the advantage here. Can Barbados force a draw? Can they get the win tomorrow?
Well, it can go either way. 330 and 43 at the moment. They lead by 322. That's a very sizable lead. And chasing 322 on the last day's play, on this wicket in particular, it's going to be very difficult. As we see the ball starts to keep a bit low, you're going to get some turn from the spinners. So it is going to be very difficult for the batsman here, the Barbados Pride batsman. But I'm going to tell you something. They bat really well in the first innings. In terms of they lost a couple of wickets, but they were able in Dorridge and Nurse to really build a partnership and forge a good total. The key to it tomorrow, I would say, would be the start of their innings. If they can get a good start, not look at the total and try and chase it down, but get a good start and bat the first session or second session of play and see where you are. After that, you can reassess and say, okay, we are probably 100, 200 away. Maybe we can look and chase it down. We can try, give an attempt.
Build a platform then.
Correct. And then try to chase it down. And in that, if you lose a couple of wickets, you can just say, okay, we're not going to chase it again. It's going to be difficult. Let's just shut things down and try and look to get a draw out of it.
So if they get to 250 by tea tomorrow and they have wickets in hand, certainly.
I think they're going to go for it.
Yeah.
So it's all about how they approach the first, the initial part of their innings. If they can do that, if they can if they can bat properly initially, then we're going to have a good match in hand, especially if they take it, as you mentioned, 250 or so to the tea break.
So Barbados Pride, the 21-time regional champions who are looking to register their 22nd victory in the regional series, will have an uphill task tomorrow if they are to chase down a target of well over 320 tomorrow. TNT Red Force close at 343 for 9. They lead by 322. Jason Mohammed 113 not out. Anderson Phillip 13 not out. Ashley Nurse has 4 wickets for the match, and this enthralling match has shifted towards TNT. What will happen tomorrow? We hope that you will join us, and we will be starting tomorrow's play at just about 9:37. So we will be here with you at 9:30 for the start of play. We hope that you'll join us for that. Thank you very much for joining us here on the Cricket West Indies feed, and we hope that you'll join us tomorrow at that time. Day 4 of this match between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and Barbados Pride, live from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. On behalf of the crew, I'm Vidya Ramphal. Bye for now.